Chapter 1, Past and Present. Douluo World. The sea. In the endless sea, there is a remote island. This small island is not too vast, about 10 kilometers in length and width. Various island plants grow in the central area of the island, and many coconut trees grow on the beach near the edge. At this time on the beach of this small island, a small figure collapsed face down on the beach, bare feet being washed away by the undulating sea from time to time. The whole person was like a stranded dead fish. Suddenly, this little figure moved his fingers, and then slowly sat up, with a pair of blue sea-like eyes open, and his hands pressed his head with a headache, and his face was confused and muttered to himself, "Who am I, Douluo? Or Hemingway?" At this moment, there are two memories in his mind that are constantly intertwined and merged, not about taking homes or resurrecting the soul. It's the memory of awakening. The memory of the last life comes from a young man in his 20s, named Hemingway, from a water blue planet. It was a world of technology, without fancy magic, and no fighting spirit to multiply to its peak. Yes, it's just plain technology. The memory of this life comes from a 6-year-old child named Douluo, who has a distinguished identity and an incomparably noble blood. Past and present, the two memories continue to merge. Finally, "I'm Hemingway." His confused eyes gradually condensed. He was only 6 years old in appearance, but it was just this look. It makes people feel that this child is definitely not a thing in the pool. After all, memories from modern society dominate. In fact, this is normal. After all, let's not advance the age of Hemingway in his 20s. Compared with Douluo, who is only 6 in this life, he has a richer life experience. Just talk about the information explosion in the world he lives in. The knowledge reserves and insights possessed are far from what the indigenous people of this world can compare. It is not surprising that the two strands of memory will eventually be dominated by Hemingway's thinking. Douluo continent. I actually came to this world. Hemingway couldn't help smiling after fusing the memories of his previous life, and this identity. I am Douluo's 4-year-old brother Douluo. There is Douluo in the original work. Character. Of course, although his name is Douluo, he is not the one known as Huo Hang in Douluo No. 2 Middle School. After all, there are still many tens of thousands of years before Douluo 2, but it just so happens that the name is the same. Hemingway's identity in this life is very special. He is the second son of the Emperor Douluo Empire, and his elder brother Davis is 2 years older than him. There is also a younger brother Douluo who was just 4 years younger than he was born. It was nothing like this, but the point was that his biological mother was not the original queen of Emperor Douluo, but the princess sent by the Heaven Do Empire to make a confession. The Douluo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire are feuds, and the two countries have fought for years. In recent years, the Douluo Empire has the upper hand. However, after years of battle, the national strength of the two countries has been greatly depleted. If this continues, even if the Douluo Empire can destroy the Heaven Do Empire, it will only get a ruin. The situation of the two countries does not allow any further fighting, but after so many years of fighting, there is no reason. How can it be said that the war should cease? So the Heaven Do Empire sent a princess to marry the emperor of the Douluo Empire in the name of peace, and the two sides stopped fighting for the time being. Of course, this is only temporary. The war between the two countries is not something that a princess can stop by marrying. The so-called marriage is just a reason for the truce. After the two empires have recuperated, the war will eventually start again. In such a situation, Douluo, who had gathered the blood of the two empires, became very embarrassed. With the blood of the Heaven Do Empire's royal family, he was of course not treated in the Douluo Empire, even if it was the future battle for the throne. It's just that way, although I don't want to see it. But the blood of the Douluo royal family is also flowing in his body. Why doesn't the tiger poison eat its seeds? Emperor Douluo wasn't going to kill him yet. But all of this changed when he awakened his spirit at the age of 6 and even possessed twin spirits, and he was still full of spirit power. With these two aptitudes, ordinary people are already geniuses if they have the same. Combining the two in one, it is even more a genius among geniuses. If he is allowed to grow, his future will be limitless. If he was just a commoner, or an ordinary nobleman, it was nothing. But the key point is that he is both the second prince of Douluo and the son of Princess Tiandu. The better he is with such an embarrassing status, the more dangerous it is. There are countless people in the Douluo Empire who don't want him to have a better life. The ones who don't want him to have a better life are undoubtedly the Queen of Emperor Douluo and the family Zhu family behind her. After all, Dai Yuhao is also the son of Emperor Douluo. The better, the more likely it is to threaten her son's status in the future. Even according to tradition, Dai Yuhao would never succeed to the throne. But even if there is only a slight possibility, she will kill it in the cradle. Then, an assassination led by Queen Douluo began. The Emperor Douluo naturally knew this, but for the sake of the stability of the empire, after all, the queen and the Zhu family behind her, even if he was the emperor, would not be offended. Therefore, he can only pretend to be ignorant, stand by and watch the queen send a killer to chase down their mother and son. Fortunately, as early as when his son awakened the twin spirits, Dai Yuhao's mother knew that the danger was imminent. Hastened to summon a few die-hard entourages from the Heaven Do Empire who were in the Soul King and Soul Emperor stage, packed his things and took him to escape overnight. Goal: the sea. As long as you escape to the sea, you reading www.yuyukanshu.com will find an island to hide. It was absolutely impossible for the Douluo Empire to find their mother and son. After all, the sea was the land of the Sea Spirit Master. As a land spirit master, the power tentacles of the Douluo Empire cannot extend to the sea. Therefore, if you want to avoid hunting and killing, it is undoubtedly the safest to escape to the sea. But unfortunately, the mother and son were still caught up by the killer halfway through. A fierce battle between the two sides. Chasing and fleeing all the way, several entourage died and sacrificed. Finally, Dai Yuhao's mother sacrificed her life and died together with the enemy, in exchange for a way out for her son. Mother. Thinking of that gentle woman, Hemingway suddenly closed his eyes in pain, only to feel a puff of gas piling up on his chest, making him unable to breathe. He didn't seize a house or borrow a corpse to recover his soul, but was reincarnated and reborn as a baby, and he was carefully nurtured and cared for as Dai Yuhao. Although only 6 short years. But in these 6 years without awakening memory, he was nurtured and grown up as a normal child. This relationship is definitely not false. Even if the memory is awakened now, that feeling has not disappeared. Still rooted deep in my heart. Along with it is the monstrous hatred. From now on, there will be no Dai Yuhao in the world. The 6-year-old boy looked up at the sky and said to himself like an oath, "Only Hemingway. The flame of hatred is burning in my heart. Whether it is the Queen Douluo or the ruthless father, he will never let it go in the future." Therefore, he abandoned the name of this life and bid farewell to the past completely. From now on, the Douluo royal family is the enemy in his eyes. All need to be wiped out. Chapter 2, The Butterfly Effect. The sun is shining brightly. The blazing sun shines on the beach, even if there is a salty sea breeze. He had been exposed here for a long time when he was in a coma, and Hemingway also felt too hot. So Hemingway, who had just woken up at this time, even though his body was still weak, he still managed to climb up to the beach, dragging 2 long traces on the beach, and finally sat down next to a coconut tree. This coconut tree can be shaded from the sun, but it is still out of the reach of the waves, and it is just a good place to rest. Hey! Feeling the shade of the tree, he breathed a long sigh of relief, and finally completely relaxed. It just feels dry and dry. It would be nice if there is water to drink at this time. Ding! At this time, accompanied by a pleasant ringing. The strongest king system is starting. A mechanized voice appeared in Hemingway's mind, and he was taken aback for a moment, and he didn't react for quite a while. This is the system. Hemingway hesitated for a while before finally reacting. Isn't this a very popular system in online novels? Real or fake? But since he can travel to the world in a novel, it seems that it is not unacceptable to have plugins. Start to generate property panel. At this time, a system panel appeared in front of him. The strongest king system. Name, Hemingway. Repair base, 10th level soul power, congenital full soul power. Wuhan, mermaid, without spirit ring attached. Wuhan, white tiger, without spirit ring attached. Main mission, become the only true king in the Douluo world. You, with the blood of the 2 imperial emperors, deserve to be the ruler of the world. Task reward, open the function of traveling through the world. Newbie gift pack, is it open? Simple panel, the attributes on it are simple and pitiful. But Hemingway looked at the display on the property panel, focusing on the newbie package at the end. There is no doubt that the contents of this gift package are definitely helpful to his current situation. So he couldn't wait to say, open the novice package. Ding! Open the newbie package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Wuhan upgrade card and a devil fruit. 1 gravity adjustment bracelet. Devil fruit. Hemingway was a little surprised to see this. Isn't this the Douluo world? How come things from One Piece will be included in the novice package? No. I'm in the ocean now, so for the current me, the devil fruit may be more suitable for my current situation. He thought about it and quickly became relieved. As for the gravity adjustment bracelet after the devil fruit, the literal meaning is easy to understand. What is the function of the Wuhan upgrade card? He asked. Ding! The spirit upgrade card can help the host upgrade the quality of the twin spirit, and there is a certain chance to gain the abilities of other world characters. Get the abilities of other people in the world. Hemingway was a little confused about this sentence, but he thought that the plugin would not harm him. He still took the lead in using the Wuhan upgrade card. Ding! Use Wuhan upgrade card. Next moment, Hemingway only felt that his tired and weak body was nourished by some kind of energy, and his whole body seemed to be soaked in warm water, and he quickly fell asleep when he was comfortable. The whole person is drowsy, half asleep and half awake, accepting a reborn transformation. I don't know how long has passed. When he woke up again, the moment he opened his eyes, he immediately realized that the whole world was different. The sky is so blue, and the sea is so gentle. The oncoming sea breeze seems to be able to wash the soul. Hemingway found that the lines of the surrounding things became more prominent, and the colors of the colors became extremely brilliant. He used to be like a short-sighted eye. Now he seems to be wearing glasses, and finally able to see the true appearance of the world. He stood up gently, only to feel that his tired body was full of strength, and his whole body was boundless in vitality. It seems that a cow can be beaten to death with one punch now. Wonderful! Fantastic! Hemingway quietly felt his own changes, and suddenly a violent sea breeze blew in, causing a strand of hair to drop on the corner of his forehead, which was as white as snow. This is... He grabbed this strand of white hair, and then stretched his head a few times, and finally found that his short hair had already reached waist length at this moment, and even the original golden hair was now pale as snow. Color. My look. Hemingway hurriedly ran to the sea, through the blue sea and blue sky, observing his reflection in the water. That was a 6-year-old child with snow-like hair. His features were white and delicate, and his eyes were deep blue like the sea. His whole temperament was soft and beautiful. It's lovely, if you wear women's clothing. I'm afraid no one would doubt that she is a girl. Hemingway was shocked. Subconsciously stretched his right hand under his hips until he caught the little brother who had not disappeared, but was much older. Just breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no cheating about change. The next step is to see what changes have taken place in Wuhan except for the changes in appearance. Mermaid Wuhan, now. Hemingway gave a low voice in his heart, and then took the lead in releasing the mermaid spirit inherited from his mother. Suddenly, a wave of horror spread from the small island he was on to the sea in all directions. Rumble. The sea was rolling, and countless sea soul beasts emerged from the sea, roaring to the sky. As if losing his mind, it rushed in the direction of the island crazily. Among them, there are many soul beasts that are more than 10,000 years old and 100,000 years old. At this moment, almost everyone in the sea was alarmed, especially those sea spirit masters, but Wuhan is sea-related creatures, whether it is sea snakes, turtles, fish, or even seabirds, as long as Wuhan is related to the sea. All creatures can't help but crawl on the ground under the suppression of this breath. It seems to be paying homage to the supreme real king. As the culprit responsible for all this, Hemingway was startled when he looked at the suddenly rolling sea in front of him. He keenly felt that all of this was absolutely related to his martial soul. Looking at the sea soul beasts that rushed towards him, it was a dead soul. Fortunately, soon, with the appearance of his mermaid spirit, the vague wave disappeared. All the crazy sea soul beasts calmed down, then looked around blankly, and dived into the water again to disperse. The noisy sea is calm again. But the impact of all the sea soul beast riots in the entire sea has not disappeared. Instead, it arouses thoughtful thinking. Why do all the sea soul beasts in the entire ocean riot? Could it be that any treasure was born? Or is it the sea god who appeared? Chapter 3, The True Sea God. On a deserted island. Hemingway looked at the upgraded mermaid spirit before him, and he fell into silence. I saw that it was a huge figure, about tens of meters high, with the upper body resembling a human woman, and the lower body a huge pink fish tail. There is no doubt that this is a super huge mermaid. As for why the spirit of Hemingway inherited from his birth mother is a mermaid instead of a swan inherited from the Tiandu royal family. It was because although his mother was a princess of the Heaven Do Empire, she did not inherit the swan spirit inherited from the Heaven Do Empire imperial family, but inherited the spirit mermaid of the grandmother from the sea spirit master. So as the mother's son, of course his mermaid in this life is inherited from his mother. Originally, his mermaid spirit was just the size of an ordinary person, and it would never be as huge as it is now. But now it was obvious that it was because of the martial spirit upgrade card that made the martial spirit mutate into this appearance. Only. Hemingway frowned and looked at the huge mermaid in front of him, and saw that she had long flowing pink curly hair, tied into an ancient flying fairy bun. Wearing hair accessories in the shape of taiyaki on the head, earrings in the shape of shells on the earlobes, with blue eyes like the sea, and a beautiful appearance that can be called peerless. Further down is the super plump upper circumference, and the lower body is the dark and light pink fish tail. Mermaid Princess White Star. He spit out these words slowly. Mermaid Princess White Star is an important character in the anime One Piece. Is the princess of the mermaid clan, and even the legendary Poseidon. Possess the ability to command all the sea kings in the sea. And Hemingway's mermaid spirit after the upgrade looks like the mermaid Princess White Star. He finally knew what the system said: there was a certain chance of gaining the abilities of other world characters. After Wuhan became the appearance of the mermaid Princess White Star, the character's ability came to this world, from commanding sea kings to being able to command all creatures related to the sea. All the sea spirit beasts riots were just because of the special fluctuations that the Sea King Poseidon first appeared in the world when he initially summoned the spirit. Let all the sea soul beasts mistakenly think that the sea is coming. When martial soul is summoned in the future, this situation won't happen anymore. The martial arts upgrade card produced by the system is really powerful. He looked at the huge mermaid martial arts in front of him and admired again and again, even without mentioning the ability of the sea soul beast. Just by looking at his size, he knew that the current Wuhan was much stronger than the previous one. Tens of meters high, such a huge martial spirit can imagine how destructive it is. What did the other Wuhan look like? Hemingway thought, and when his mind moved, the huge mermaid spirit disappeared into a light. Instead, there is another huge figure. Roar! The fierce roar suddenly resounded through the surrounding sea. A huge white tiger with wings on its back is roaring up to the sky. The white tiger's fur is crystal clear and white, and the whole body is densely covered with black tiger stripes, and those eyes are red, revealing the inexplicable gloom. Ominous. The figure has become so big, and there are more wings. Hemingway looked at the majestic, murderous giant white tiger. I am extremely satisfied, because no matter how you look at it, the evolved white tigers are far stronger than the original ones. The most important thing is that there is an extra pair of wings, which is obviously able to fly. This is an incredible evolution for the king of the land like the tiger. By the way, look at the attributes. He slapped his forehead, and silently summoned the attribute panel in his heart. The strongest king system. Name, Hemingway. Repair base, 10th level, congenital full of soul power. Wuhan, mermaid princess, without spirit ring attached. Wuhan, netherworld white tiger, without spirit ring attached. Main mission, become the only true king in the Douluo world. You, with the blood of the 2 imperial emperors, deserve to be the ruler of the world. Task reward, open the function of traveling through the world. The mermaid spirit has become a mermaid princess, and the white tiger has become a ghost and white tiger. It is obviously stronger. Just don't know where it is strong. He muttered to himself while looking at the simple attributes on the panel. Inexplicably eager to try. Especially the mermaid spirit's ability to command the sea spirit beast made him wonder what he could do. Can you directly order the sea soul beast to sacrifice? Or, try? The waves are constantly beating on the beach, and the salty sea breeze is blowing over. It made him feel a little relaxed and happy, perhaps because of the mermaid spirit. The closer he is to the sea now, the more comfortable he feels. As if the sea is his home. Hemingway stepped on the beach with his bare feet, and walked forward until the sea water passed over his ankles before stopping. Gently closing his eyes, after the mermaid spirit evolved into an adult fish princess, it gave him a lot of abilities. Among them is the ability to sense the sea. As long as you touch the sea, you can perceive the situation in the sea within a certain range. He felt very strange at this time, as if he was standing in the perspective of God. Being able to see the situation in the sea at 360 degrees without dead ends, the scope is very wide. It covered the sea area with a radius of thousands of miles in an instant. Is simply terrifying. But this is normal, after all, his martial soul was originally the king of the sea. It is not a strange thing to be able to have such a terrifying sensitivity to the sea. Soon, within 1,000 miles of sea, Hemingway sensed the traces of many spirit beasts. According to the light of spirit power emanating from them, he found that these spirit beasts were mostly 10 years, 100 years, and thousands of years, and there were almost none in 10,000 years. But for him at this stage, a 100-year-old spirit ring is also enough. And even if there is a 10,000-year soul beast, he may not be able to command it with his current strength. Just this soul beast. Hemingway took a fancy to a shark that has been around for 1,000 years, and immediately gave him an order to come over. Suddenly, the shark swam to the beach and ran aground here. Hemingway looked at this big shark who was full of resistance but had to obey. For the first time he felt the horror of his martial soul. This is simply to have absolute control over all marine creatures. She is the of the sea, right? Martial soul. Now. Accompanied by a low drink. Behind Hemingway, the huge mermaid princess martial arts spirit appeared. Then, I saw the martial spirit of the mermaid princess who was tens of meters high, raising a slender and large jade hand, and lightly patted it. Boom! Accompanied by a bang. The big shark stranded on the beach did not resist at all, and was patted into meatloaf by the huge slender hand. A purple 1,000-year spirit ring slowly rises. Mermaid Princess Wuhan is the king of the sea, all marine creatures must obey orders. But the body obeys, but the mind disobeys. Therefore, it is impossible to let the spirit beasts offer sacrifices voluntarily. Otherwise, Hemingway's first spirit ring won't take 1,000 years, and he will start off directly. Come! The soul power was attracted, and the purple soul ring flew over immediately. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com merged into the body of the martial spirit mermaid princess, and suddenly became the main body of Hemingway. Immediately I felt a power from the underworld pouring into my body, and under the nourishment of this power, my body was rapidly increasing. Hemingway didn't know that the first soul ring of a soul master was a yellow soul ring that was hundreds of years old, but since he used his soul upgrade card, he upgraded his soul. Although his spirit power has not improved, the increase in his physique by the two martial spirits is simply exaggerated. As we all know, the main reason for the spirit master to absorb the spirit ring is that the body and spirit can hold it. As long as you can hold it, even if it is the first spirit ring directly for 10,000 years, there is no problem at all. Because of this, Hemingway dared to directly absorb the 1,000-year spirit ring in the first spirit ring. And the facts proved that he was right. The process of absorbing the spirit ring was extremely smooth, and Hemingway felt that even if the spirit ring was 1,000 or 2,000 years taller, he could withstand it. From here, he preliminarily estimated that his current physique is equivalent to a spirit master of level 30 or 40. However, the main strength of the soul master is the strange soul skills, and the strength of the physique is second. So it's not that he can now match a spirit master of level 30 or 40. Come and see what spirit ability I have acquired. Hemingway closed his eyes and felt silently. Then naturally, he knew what kind of spirit ability he had acquired after fusing this spirit ring. It turned out to be this. He opened his eyes sharply, and then stretched out his right hand to give a low voice. Suddenly a layer of golden light emerged, covering and wrapping the entire arm, as if it turned into a golden right arm. There is no doubt that this is domineering from the world of One Piece. Domineering is a unique ability in One Piece world, which is divided into 3 types. See and hear the domineering color, the armed color domineering, and the unparalleled domineering color. Chapter 4, Thoughtful System. After obtaining the first spirit ring, Hemingway immediately possessed 2 of the 3 domineering on the spot, namely armed domineering and seeing and hearing domineering. Now what he is displaying is armed and domineering. Once this armed color is displayed, the effect is simply to cover the body with a layer of armor, which is indestructible. It can also evolve into attack power and form various effects. The role of seeing and hearing color domineering is similar to radar, and the role of divine consciousness in cultivation novels, covering a certain range. Everything is fully visible in the induction, and it can also perceive the emotions of others. Individuals who have cultivated to the top are domineering, and can even listen to the voices of others, listen to the voice of all things, or foresee the future. As for the final domineering look, it is similar to the coercion of the strong, but more domineering. Once released, it can shock all beings. People can't afford to resist the slightest thought in their hearts. It is to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers and demonstrate the necessary ability of the king's spirit. That's why it's called the Overlord's domineering. But unfortunately, for unknown reasons, Hemingway didn't awaken the domineering look of the Overlord. Perhaps it was because he lacked the heroic spirit in his heart? Therefore, he only awakened the armed color and the sighted color, and he didn't know if he would have the opportunity to awaken the domineering color in the future. Now that he has initially obtained the first spirit ring, Hemingway has directly awakened 2 kinds of domineering. It can be said that these 2 kinds of domineering are his soul abilities. Of course there are gains and losses. The martial spirit of the mermaid princess has advantages and naturally has disadvantages. That is, the additional spirit ring cannot obtain the spirit abilities of all kinds of strange things, which means that no matter what spirit ring he acquires in the future, the martial soul of the mermaid princess will no longer have other spirit abilities. At most it will only make these two colors domineering, enhancing on the original basis. Therefore, the function of the spirit ring, in addition to enabling him to upgrade, increase his physical spirit, and increase the power of domineering, it can no longer bring him any spirit abilities. These are things that Hemingway will know after careful sensing. For this, although he was a little disappointed. After all, those strange and brilliant spirit abilities are still very tempting. But being a man shouldn't be too greedy. From his point of view, it is just armed and domineering, and if he uses it well, it will be enough for him to stand on the side of this Douluo world. What's more, he has another white tiger spirit. And besides being domineering, One Piece world has many enemy moves, and he should be able to imitate them. For example, the very famous Navy 6 poses, with his current physique, as long as he practice more, he will soon be able to use it freely. In short, there is absolutely no shortage of attack methods. Then in the next period of time, I will temporarily adapt to the changes in martial arts on this small island. I will practice Navy 6 styles by the way, and when I have a little self-preservation power, and even have a certain amount of capital on the sea, I will start working on the big island. Recruiting manpower from the sea, forming your own forces. Hemingway pondered silently, feeling that before he became the only true king of the Douluo continent. Let's just start by becoming the king of the sea. I am the man who wants to be the sea king. The strongest king system. Name, Hemingway. Repair base, 15 Soul Master. Wuhan, Mermaid Princess, Purple. Wuhan, Netherworld White Tiger, without spirit ring attached. Main mission, become the only true king in the Douluo world. You, with the blood of the 2 imperial emperors, deserve to be the ruler of the world. Task reward, open the function of traveling through the world. 15th level, that's not bad. Hemingway nodded looking at his own level. It was very good that he could absorb a 1000-year spirit ring and jump to level 5. Next is another reward. Hemingway said silently in his heart, System, receive the devil fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the devil fruit from One Piece World Superman Devil Fruit, Flesh Ball Fruit. Along with the system prompts, a fruit appeared out of thin air and fell gently. Hemingway subconsciously reached out and took it, staring at the weird-looking fruit in front of him. Recall the information about this fruit in the original work. Superman Devil Fruit Flesh Ball Fruit. This devil fruit has appeared in One Piece. After taking it, it can grow a cat's paw-like pad in the palm of the palm, so that it can bounce off anything, solids, liquids, gases, injuries, heat, slashing, chopping waves, shockwave and so on. Even the concept of nothingness like fatigue and pain can bounce off. It is definitely a very powerful ability to develop to the end. However, the devil fruit is good. But this fear of sea water and the shortcomings of sea tower stones. Hemingway frowned. He was now on the sea. In addition, the spirit of martial arts can order the sea soul beast, and it will have to deal with the sea in the future. How can you leave yourself with such serious shortcomings? Ding! Reminder, this fruit has no side effects and is an improved version of the system optimization. After taking it, you are not afraid of the side effects of seawater, so please feel free to use it. The prompt sound of system mechanization is like the sound of nature in Hemingway's ears at this time. At this time, Hemingway began to carefully observe the devil fruit in his hand, and found that the improved and optimized devil fruit was different, with unique texture, and it seemed to emit light up and down. It even exudes an attractive fruity fragrance. Improved? Really? This golden finger is too sweet, right? Hemingway hesitated after looking at the system prompts, and finally took a bite of the fragrant devil fruit. He is in this world now, who else can he trust if he doesn't believe the system? After bit down, Hemingway discovered that the fruit was not only afraid that the flaws of the seawater were gone, but even the smell of in the original book had changed to an ordinary fruity taste, which tasted a bit like watermelon. At the moment, he ate the devil fruit into his stomach in 2 bites. A strange feeling, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com pervades the whole body. Hemingway closed his eyes involuntarily, and silently felt the invigorating sensation of the soul ascending to heaven. After a while, he opened his eyes again and looked at his unchanged hands. With a thought, the palms of both palms suddenly bulged, and then something like a cat's mat changed. The fruit of the flesh ball. Although this fruit is a superhuman type, the ability itself is not simple at all. In other words, the devil fruit itself is not simple. It can be developed to the highest level, and maybe it can really bounce everything. He looked at himself's palms, could not help muttering to himself. The ability of this fruit in the original book can bounce off all conceptual things like fatigue and pain. How could this ability be simple? Since the 2 concepts of fatigue and pain can be bounced away, can you bounce off the other concepts? If the concept of aging can be flipped away, can people stay young forever and live forever? If the concept of death can be bounced off, will people be able to come back from the dead? If the concept of being alive is bounced off, will that person lose his life? If the 7 emotions and 6 desires can be bounced away, does the person who loses the 7 emotions and 6 desires become a doll without desire? If one can bounce off the love of one person for another, and then transplant this love to another person, will this person fall in love with the other person? In this world of spirit masters where everyone has a spirit, can someone else's spirit be ejected and transplanted onto someone else? Create twin martial souls, 3 martial souls, and n-born martial souls? Hemingway thought about it carefully, and found that if the improved version of this system's meatball fruit ability can really achieve this point, then it is simply invincible. Chapter 5, The Essence of Fitness. The 6 Navy styles refer to the 6 moves of shaving, iron block, paper painting, moon step, arranging feet, and finger gun. It is a physical skill in the anime One Piece, a physical skill that surpasses the limit of human physical ability. It is extremely powerful, and even those with the devil fruit ability will have the power to fight if they all learn it. If you want to use the 6 Navy style, there is no doubt that you must have a strong physique first. After experiencing the upgrade of martial soul, Hemingway's physique has long been strengthened to be very terrible. In terms of physique, regardless of soul skills, his physique now is at least 30 souls. Because of this, he was able to absorb the 1000-year spirit ring with the first spirit ring. Originally, he thought it would be very easy for him to learn the 6 Navy poses based on his current physical strength. Soon, reality slapped his face fiercely. After practicing in practice, he realized that he could not perform the 6 Navy pose at all, because his soul sovereign level physique was still not up to standard. It did not reach the minimum standard to be able to perform the 6 Navy styles. How to do it? What else can I do? Exercise. Work hard to strengthen your physique. Happened to be the last of the 3 things that the novice gift packs had issued, which was very helpful to his current situation. That is the gravity adjustment bracelet. This bracelet is simply an artifact for exercising. Hemingway looked at the silver bracelet on his arm and couldn't help muttering to himself. This silver metal bracelet looks like an ordinary silver bracelet. The whole body is covered with strange curse lines, and it can also automatically adjust the size. After Hemingway put it on his hand, the bracelet that was originally suitable for adults was instantly reduced to a suitable size. While wearing this bracelet at the same time, a message naturally appeared in his mind, letting him know the purpose and usage of this bracelet. Gravity adjustment bracelet can adjust the planet's gravity borne by itself, and adjust the gravity without upper limit. How terrible! The change of gravity of this bracelet is not as simple as an ordinary load. Ordinary weight-bearing exercises are only for a certain part of the body, and there must be some places that the body cannot exercise with weight-bearing. But this gravity bracelet is terrible. Gravity bracelet is to forcibly change the gravity of the planet it bears, which is equivalent to giving the body no dead spots in all directions, and every cell adds weight. The usual weight-bearing exercise is at most musculoskeletal exercise. How can this be done? Then try using double gravity first. Hemingway stroked the metal gravity bracelet on his right hand, tentatively instructing it to double gravity. Suddenly, the gravity bracelet that received the instruction faithfully performed its duties. Quietly. Hey! Hemingway exhaled abruptly, his waist bends slightly, and his whole body is sweating. I started to gasp hard. I only felt that my whole body was being squeezed by something. An indescribable feeling of heaviness covered my whole body. Fruit, it's really scary. He tried his best to support his body, but he felt that even standing at this moment was a great torture. Even breathing is very hard. Adjusting gravity is different from ordinary weight-bearing exercise. Weight-bearing is only a kind of pressure from the outside, and at most it can only exercise muscles and bones. But gravity covers all parts of the body, including internal organs, and some tiny muscles, all within the envelope of gravity. One can imagine how terrifying the burden on the body is. Hey! Under double gravity, Hemingway gasped hard. I just feel that I just stand in place like this, keeping my body from falling. It's already a very scary exercise. After a while, finally adapted to the pressure of gravity, Hemingway started to move forward, step by step. Just a few times after he left, he stopped, panting quickly. After a period of rest, stepped forward again. Stop and go. During this period, he did not use his spirit power to increase his body, because it was exercising instead of fighting. The use of soul power is a tricky behavior, not good for exercise. It took a day, and Hemingway barely walked around the entire island. When the task is completed, Hemingway, who felt that his entire body had reached its limit, moved his mind to relieve his gravity. Suddenly, a feeling of ecstasy strikes. Without the suppression of gravity, at this time he only felt that the whole person seemed to be flying, and his whole body was light and fluttering, as if as long as a gust of wind came, the whole person could be carried by the breeze to the sky. Of course he knew that this was just an illusion. His body adapted to double the gravity, so he suddenly reduced the double gravity, which caused some kind of illusion. Hemingway hurriedly sat down in a meditation pose. Silently rotate the soul power in the body, allowing the soul power to circulate throughout the body, soothing muscles and muscles. As we all know, the body secretes a large amount of lactic acid after exercise, which can cause discomfort such as soreness in the body. If he doesn't use his spirit power to guide him in time to stretch his vitality and blood, he will definitely feel pain when he gets up tomorrow morning and he won't be able to move. Hey! After a period of time, Hemingway, who meditated to guide the circulation of soul power, let out a sigh, and then opened his sea blue eyes, feeling that the fatigue of his body was slightly reduced. At the same time, a panic of hunger hits wildly. Goo! Hemingway rubbed his stomach, knowing he should go to supplement his nutrition. He stood up with all his might, walking on both legs a little bit, wandering towards the woods in the middle of the island. There are food and shelter he has prepared long ago. A few big trees grew closer, and Hemingway used branches and canes to build a simple log cabin. On the tree next to this wooden house, there are still some dried and smoked fish hanging from it. An open space was cleared in front of the hut, with traces of the bonfire remaining on it. Hemingway came here slowly, took off a piece of fish, and ate it directly. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The fish is simply smoked, and the taste is decent. On this desert island, it is already a rare delicacy. After eating a piece of fish, Hemingway took a few more pieces and gnawed it. Finally filled his 5 internal organs temple. After filling his stomach, Hemingway sat down on a simple homemade stool and exhaled a long breath. Feeling the exhaustion all over the body at this moment, I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Shaking his head and muttering to himself, the effect of gravity exercise is good, but with my current physical state, I can't exercise for a long time. I must wait until my body recovers to a certain level before I can continue to exercise. Otherwise, it will hurt my body. The so-called exercise is not just to keep exercising every day. I am afraid that everything is too late. Exercise is actually a process of destroying the body and then recovering. Between continuous destruction and repair, the body will become stronger and stronger. But if you over-exercise, your body will be destroyed before it recovers, so over time, the body will be left with serious dark injuries, and the most important thing for exercise is to have a degree of relaxation. You have to give your body time to recover. It is impossible to exercise endlessly. To do that is purely looking for death. If you exercise indiscriminately like this, your whole body will be abolished. In addition, you also need to ensure adequate nutrition during exercise. As the old saying goes, poor literature and rich military. After exercise, the body needs to consume a lot of nutrients for self-repair. It is impossible for you to build up your muscles by eating steamed buns and pickles every day. If you don't have enough nutrition, no matter how you exercise, your achievements will always be limited. On the contrary, it will cause the body to overconsume the nutrients in the body and cause major problems for itself. Chapter 6: The Magical Effect of Meatball Fruit. According to my current situation, even with the spirit power to unblock the muscles, bones and muscles, it will take at least 3 days for the body to recover from the damage from the previous exercise. Hemingway carefully felt the state of his body and couldn't help frowning and muttering to himself, "Damn it! If I don't live here, I don't need to worry about physical recovery at all." If Hemingway is still the pampered second prince of the Douluo Empire at this time, then he can call some healing spirit masters at any time to heal the damage caused by his physical exercise. Or maybe let the imperial medical practitioner boil some precious medicinal materials into a pot of medicinal bath. Soaking in it can not only get rid of fatigue, it can also strengthen the body and enhance the potential of the body. There is no need to wait for the body to recover itself like this. If 3 days are wasted for nothing, it is extremely easy for the body to leave dark injuries during long-term exercise. And for him at this moment, time is the most precious thing. If he has to recuperate for a period of time after every exercise, how much time is wasted? Continue like this. When will he become stronger? Have the power to revenge? What should I do? Is there any way I can recover quickly? Hemingway frowned and thought, he always felt that there was a way. I just ignored it subconsciously. What is it? He condensed his eyebrows in contemplation, constantly searching for the memories in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed. Yes. Meatball fruit. Hemingway finally reacted. The meatball fruit presented by the novice gift pack is very helpful to his current situation, isn't it? In the original work, the person with the ability of the fleshy ball can use the ability to release the concept of fatigue and pain in the human body. Isn't it right for your current situation? The only question now is, can he, who has only eaten the devil fruit for the first time, be able to bring out the concept of fatigue and pain? With this doubt, Hemingway stretched out a palm and silently began to operate the ability of the fruit ball. I saw his right hand bulge slowly, and then something like a cat's mat was formed. Not only is it not terrible, it is also a little cute. And when Hemingway started to really use the power of the flesh ball fruit, he instantly felt the whole world completely changed in his own eyes. It's hard to describe what it feels like. He just felt the whole world in his own eyes, as if it had become a cloud of gas of different colors. These gases are colorful, intertwined, mixed, fused, constitute this colorful world. Too esoteric. Too complicated. Hemingway just glanced lightly, and felt dizzy, unable to understand what the colors represent. He knew that those colors were not what he could understand at this time. Perhaps these colors are just a form of realization of the concept in your own imagination, right? Hemingway retracted his gaze, looked down at his body, and found that he was also made up of countless colorful gases. That seemed to be a variety of concepts. Countless concepts constitute him now. But with so many concepts, where is the concept of fatigue? Just when this doubt emerged, Hemingway felt that a mysterious insight came to his heart. This peculiar perception led him, his eyes focused on a certain light red gas in his body. Intuition told him that this gas is the concept of fatigue in his body at this moment. Slowly stretched out the palm with the meat cushion, and gently pressed it on the chest. There was a sound like a bubble breaking. The wisp of light red gas was flicked by his palm, and it was instantly ejected from his body. When the concept representing fatigue was separated from the body, Hemingway only felt an indescribable sense of ease rushing to his heart, as if he had lifted a heavy burden. All the discomforts disappeared completely, followed by the exhaustion gas, and separated from his body. A fist-sized bubble hovered in Hemingway's palm. It was filled with a kind of light red gas, which looked inexplicably weird. The thing in this bubble is the exhaustion concept that pops from his body. At this time, Hemingway felt better than ever. With the concept of exhaustion popped up, the damage to his body due to gravity exercise was immediately repaired. He didn't understand the principle of this, he only knew that with the concept of exhaustion popped up, the fruit formed by this physical injury broke away from his body, and the cause that caused his physical injury disappeared naturally. This concept of exhaustion must be transmitted to other creatures, otherwise this thing will return to my own body. Hemingway looked at the concept of exhaustion in his hands and thought for a while. He stood up, full of energy, without the weakness that seemed to be hollowed out. Stepped towards the sea. When he came to the beach and stepped into the water, when his ankle touched the sea sensing ability was activated. Suddenly, the sea area of thousands of miles was in his induction. He chose a sea soul beast and activated the ability to summon the sea soul beast. A moment later, a fin suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance, and then, a big shark gradually emerged from its body and swam vigorously. In the end, she ran aground on the beach. This is a century-old shark soul beast with big fangs and ferocious eyes. But because of the martial soul of the mermaid princess, she had to stay here honestly. Hemingway walked up to the shark, holding the light red gas in his palm, and then gently pressed it into the shark's body. In an instant, the concept of exhaustion melted into it. The shark's body stiffened for a while, even the tail was raised. Was stiff for a while, then limp again. The whole shark ran aground on the beach sickly, his eyes were no longer ferocious, but rather exhausted. It seems to have experienced a brutal battle royale. Hemingway nodded with satisfaction. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com really. Just integrate the concept that pops out of the body into other creatures. Then this group of concepts will not return to oneself, otherwise once they give up manipulation, this group of concepts will return to themselves. Let's go. He waved his hand at this century-old shark soul beast and ordered it to leave here. Then turned around and left without looking back. Is really like a ruthless scumbag who throws it away after playing. At this time, the sky has gradually started to dim. Hemingway returned to the simple wooden house and lit a bonfire to keep warm. Then he sat cross-legged by the fire and closed his eyes. Started meditation. Meditation is a very energy-consuming thing and cannot replace sleep. Therefore, after about 2 hours of meditation, Hemingway woke up from the meditation state. Then he stood up and moved his hands and feet, and then walked into the wooden house to rest. The small wooden house is very simple, ventilated on all sides, and can barely cover the rain falling from the sky. As for the so-called bed, it is actually just a few wooden slats tied to the trunks around the wooden house, and rattan stalks are wrapped around it. Spread some dry grass and dead leaves, and a simple bed is formed. The conditions of the desert island have this place to sleep, which is not bad. Hemingway didn't care and fell directly on the bed. The sea blue eyes slowly closed, and the whole body gradually relaxed. A feeling of exhaustion surged into my heart, not physical exhaustion, but spiritual exhaustion. Has experienced great changes in the past few days, and it has even awakened the memories of previous lives. Even if he saw something on the surface, his spirit was already very exhausted. In my sleep, I don't think about anything. Let your mind be empty. Is undoubtedly a very good recovery behavior. Chapter 7, Desert Island, 6 years of hard training. The next day. The sun is rising on the sea. A ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the wooden house and hit Hemingway's eyelids, causing his eyelids to squirm, and finally slowly opened. His eyes were blue like the sea, deep and beautiful, with hazy ripples like water. Slowly got up from the simple wooden bed, stretched out his hands upwards, accompanied by the clicking sound of bones colliding. The spirit power in his body circulated his whole body. After a stretch, the body that had been dormant for the whole night has been restarted. Wash up first, then eat. Hemingway walked towards the sea, the golden beach. The tide was constantly shimmering, and the rising sun was not too hot, but it was dazzling. It made him subconsciously squint, and it took him a while to adjust to the sunlight in front of him. Step by step, the whole person slowly walked across the beach and stepped into the deep water area, and finally the whole person was submerged. Hemingway, who possesses the spirit of a mermaid, is like a natural creature in the sea. Especially after martial spirit evolves into an adult fish princess, as long as he uses martial spirit possession to transform into a mermaid, he can breathe freely in the sea and absorb the oxygen contained in it. Of course, even if he does not use the spirit possession to transform into a mermaid, he can still hold his breath in the sea for a long time. Even swimming is completely self-explanatory instinct. It's just that it's better to be a mermaid after all. I sweated out from working out last night, and he didn't have time to take a shower. Take a good wash in seawater now and take off all your clothes. Just like this, he was rubbing his body in the sea, and there were many colorful marine fish swimming by him, ignoring him. After a while, Hemingway, naked, slowly walked to the beach, holding the same scrubbed clothes in his hands, and he looked at the clothes in his hands. The ability to operate the fruit of the meatball silently, then lightly patted the clothes with his hand. All the dirt and sea water in the clothes were bounced out with this shot. Turn into a bubble. Hemingway discarded the bubbles casually, the bubbles burst out of control, and the filth and sea water inside were spilled on the ground. This thing is different from the concept, and there is no need to find a carrier. Throw it away and throw it away. He watched his hands become dry again, the new child's clothes. His eyes are very complicated. This dress was stitched one by his mother. It has a special meaning to him and he is reluctant to lose it. So he folded it carefully, and put it into the soul guide ring in his hand. Keep it as a souvenir. Then he walked naked on this deserted island, first pulling out some soft grass and vines, then weaving them with these grass and vines, and finally made a straw skirt-like thing, barely hiding his shame. Enough. After putting on this homemade straw skirt, Hemingway is naked at the moment, only wearing a straw skirt, just like an ancient savage. Is actually the second prince of the Douluo Empire and the son of the princess of the Heaven Do Empire. Hemingway certainly does not lack such things as storage rings. There are piles of gold coins in his storage rings, as well as various books on anecdotes and spiritual master training, as well as some daily changes of clothes. In short, it is absolutely inseparable from poverty. But the problem is that he is currently on a desert island. Those gold coins are useless at all. Books can be used to relieve boredom. As for the daily change of clothes, he didn't think it was of much use. On this deserted island, who are you going to wear these clothes for? What's more important is that the clothes get damaged very quickly during the exercise. In addition, as the body grows, sooner or later, the clothes will not fit. Therefore, it is better not to wear clothes, and it is enough to get a hula skirt to cover your shame. All these he learned from the TV series of Survival in the Wilderness. I have to say that this knowledge is indeed very practical. Enough for him to survive on this deserted island and avoid many detours. Went back to the wooden house. Hemingway picked up the air-dried and smoked fish, and just opened it. These fish meat is not as simple as ordinary fish meat, but the meat of sea soul beasts. There is soul power in it, and no matter how it is eaten, it is much stronger than ordinary meat. Can effectively supplement the consumption of physical exercise. After eating breakfast, Hemingway turned on the gravity bracelet to double the gravity just like yesterday. Suddenly, just like yesterday, an indescribable sense of heaviness flooded all over his body. Hemingway took a closer look, and found that the body's ability to withstand double gravity is a little better than yesterday. Although not much, there is indeed progress. Obviously, the concept of fatigue popped up. And it did not affect the effect of physical exercise. After adapting to the change of gravity on the spot, Hemingway took a step forward. Now he is under double gravity. Just walking is already very difficult. The exercise effect of the gravity bracelet is very scary. There are flesh and bones all over the body, and every place and every cell is under horrible oppression due to the change of gravity. In this state, even standing alone without moving anything is a kind of horrible exercise. He only needs to constantly adapt to gravity and ensure adequate nutrition during the period, and the body will naturally strengthen. After barely walking around the island, the time has come to noon. Today's efficiency is much higher than yesterday's, not because the body is stronger. Just because it was the first time yesterday, I didn't get used to it very much. The speed will be slower. It's time to eat. Hemingway felt that he was hungry at this time, and he immediately relieved his gravity. It was the feeling of fluttering all over again. He stepped into the sea, letting go of the sea's ability to sense. Then relying on the of the mermaid princess martial soul over the sea soul beast, a few moments later, several tuna soul beasts that were about 10 years old swam to the side of the island, and then honestly ran aground on the beach. Hemingway stepped forward and slapped the tuna to death with a few palms. A few white spirit rings rose. Dragged these tuna ashore, took out a knife from the storage ring, and started cooking these tuna, thrown off the viscera, fish head, cut off the fish, then just raw. The taste of tuna is extremely delicious, and it can be eaten raw. If it is really cooked, it will not taste good, and it will also lose some nutrients. After eating and drinking, he hangs up the remaining tuna on the tree. Rest for a while and digest. After that, the concept of internal fatigue pops up to restore physical fatigue. The whole person's direct state is full. Then it doubled the gravity and started walking around the island. Time passed quietly like this. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hemingway's daily task is to turn on gravity and walk around the island to exercise. Then at night, I meditated and practiced soul power for a while, then fell asleep afterwards, and fell asleep until dawn. Gradually. Hemingway has gradually adapted to double the gravity, has changed from walking to being able to jog, and then running fast. Until fully adapted to double gravity. At this time, he began to challenge twice the gravity. Then 3 times the gravity. 4 times the gravity. 6 years later. Hemingway is 12 years old. At this time, he is already able to move freely under 5 times the gravity, and his body is stronger than 6 years ago, I don't know how much. The practice of the Navy's 6 forms has also shown initial results, at least it is no problem to use it in combat. His spirit power level is now 39. I have to say that after the upgrade of the Martial Soul upgrade card, Hemingway's talent can be described as terrifying. In the past 6 years, even if he was mainly exercising, the time for cultivating soul power is only 2 hours at night, but even so, he has become 39 souls in this mere 6 years. Just a little bit, you can break through the 40 level, and you can formally become a soul sect after absorbing the spirit ring. Of course, the reason why his spirit power can improve so fast is inseparable from his daily hard exercise for the past 6 years. After hard exercise, the body will be very hungry for energy. At this time, the efficiency of soul power cultivation will be much better than normal cultivation. Indirectly made up for the shortcomings of training time. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. The new book is inseparable from your support. Chapter 8, Uninvited Guests Arrive. This day, a group of uninvited guests visited this deserted island. This is a seagoing ship about 20 to 30 meters long, and it seems to be replenishing fresh water resources on this small island. So I stopped on the beach of this small island. At the very top of this ship, a skull flag is flying. This represents the symbol of pirates in the sea. Obviously, this group of uninvited guests are pirates. There are only about 10 people in the entire ship. They are all middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s. The only difference from ordinary people is that some of these pirates lack an eye, and some have severed hands. Foot. There are only a few who are not physically damaged. Boss, there are people on this island. A wretched middle-aged man pointed to the footprints on the gravel not far away, and said strangely, "How come there are people on this broken island? It's probably someone who was in a shipwreck. Good luck is here. Go and see, maybe there is some oil to catch." The leader of the pirate was blind with one eye and a hook inlaid in his left hand with a fierce face. "Middle-aged man. You stay here and guard the boat, let's go and see." The pirate leader rushed to the people behind him and ordered, and then took a few of his men down the slide and got off the boat. Several pirates followed the footprints and began to trace the owner of the footprints. The small island is not big, and its length is only a dozen kilometers. The footprints are around the island, so several pirates quickly saw the owner of the footprints. It was a young figure from the back, who seemed to be just a teenager, with white hair scattered all over his back, exuding a dazzling luster under the sunlight. Step by step, walking forward slowly. The pace is not fast, but every step taken gives people a sense of calmness. Several pirates looked at the naked body in front of them, wearing only straw skirts, as if they were savages. Subconsciously holding his breath, I don't know why, just looking at this man's broad back, there is an illusion of not dare to presume. It seems to anger this man, terrible things will happen. At this time, the figure in front seemed to sense something. Suddenly he stopped, and then slowly turned around. The first thing that was revealed was a refined and solid body, with strands of muscles covering the body harmoniously, supplemented by the bronze-colored skin to form a full body. The majesty of strength and beauty. And above this masculine body, is a face that is extremely handsome. Sharp eyebrows, high nose, and thin lips, and extremely delicate facial features make up this face that is extremely lethal to women. People. A pair of snow-white sword eyebrows wrinkled slightly, those azure blue eyes of the sea stared at a few people, and a word was spit out from the thin lips. Hoarse and low, it seems that he hasn't spoken for a long time. Boom. Several pirates were surprised, because it was accompanied by an explosion. The sturdy figure, which was at least 10 meters apart, came to them not far away almost instantly, staring straight at these people with those blue eyes that looked like beautiful jewels. This kind of look is not unfamiliar to them as pirates, because they often look at other people with this look. Yes, this is a look at the prey. This lord. The pirate chief considered his words. He inexplicably felt that the handsome and shameless man in front of him was extremely dangerous. Even if he is a soul master himself, he is facing this man. Wuhan is warning crazy. Everywhere on his body tells him that this man is very, very, very dangerous. Are you pirates? He looked at the distinctive features of these people, frowning slightly. No, pirate. The pirate leader stammered a little. Because he felt a chill from the man in front of him. It's as if the one in front of you is not a human being, but a fierce beast that chooses people and eats. I always feel that if you admit to being a pirate, you will lose your head in the next moment. We are a passing merchant ship, come here to replenish fresh water. The pirate leader trembled, then turned to look at the men next to him and said, "Right. Yes, yes. We are businessmen." Seeing the boss's eyes, a few of his subordinates quickly followed the road. Is a pirate who puts his life on his waistband. It is conceivable that he can live to such an old age with such a low level of strength. Otherwise, I don't know how many times. It is impossible to survive this old age. Hemingway quietly watched these pirates who knew they weren't good people from the outside. He had seen and heard domineering, as early as when a few people set foot on the island. I have sensed the existence of these people before I saw myself. The emotions that these people have scattered are definitely not good intentions. Now there is only fear. Under the domineering induction of seeing and hearing, these pirates in front of them are all spirit masters, but their strength is very low. According to the fluctuating spirit power radiated, except for the leading pirate leader who is a 20-level second-level spirit master, most of the rest of his subordinates are 11th-level spirit masters. Weak. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is simply too weak. But it happened that recently he also planned to build a ship to go to sea, but now he has a ready-made ship. That's better, it saves him a lot of effort. A pirate ship with a skull flag flying slowly on the sea. A figure stood on the bow, looking at the boundless ocean in the distance. His eyes are far-reaching, and there seems to be an infinite story in his eyes. Coupled with that slender figure, handsome and strong face, just this look, is enough to scream the ignorant girl. This person, who is not our protagonist Hemingway. Hemingway had already put on a new suit provided by the pirates on the ship, but he didn't wear it. Although this dress is not so luxurious and beautiful. But it is much better than the primitive grass skirt on the desert island. As for the clothes in his storage ring, after 6 years, they are too small for him to wear now. He was full of white hair draped behind him, and he was waist-long. The body is slender and refined, even though he is only 12 years old, he is already 1.7 meters tall. No one can imagine that Hemingway, who looks at least 17 or 18 years old, is only 12 years old in real life. But this is not surprising, it should be said that he is not an exception. In this world of spirits, spirit masters are generally relatively early mature. Because of the influence of the martial arts characteristics and the ability to strengthen the body every time the spirit ring is acquired, the result of this is that the body will be more different from ordinary people, and the growth will be faster. Hemingway is fairly normal. Some are more than 2 meters tall in their early tenths, which is nothing compared to him. In any case, in this world, a soul master cannot judge age based on appearance. Mostly, the method of Mogu age is used to determine the age. Chapter 9, Seeing and Hearing Color distinguishes people and number 039, S hearts. Now, after 6 years of hard training, I have some self-preservation. But it's not enough. Why don't I take the time to go to Poseidon Island to do a magic test to increase my strength? Standing on the bow of the ship, Hemingway looked into the distance. Far away, far-sighted. But I was thinking about other things in my mind. With my spirit aptitude, I can get a black level assessment, or even a red level assessment, right? He was very confident of his aptitude. As for obtaining the Poseidon 9 tests, inherit the position of Poseidon. He didn't even think about it. Because according to the original text, one thing is absolutely indispensable if you want to obtain the 9 tests of the sea god. That is the heart of Poseidon. And this so-called sea god's heart has long been out, and now it has become the treasure of the heavenly Do imperial family, the cover of Hanhai-kyunkan. In such a situation, Hemingway would never be able to obtain the shield of the universe. Because this thing is a treasure of the country, where can you give it to you casually? Even if Swai, the current emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, is his mother's half-brother, and considered his uncle in terms of seniority, it is absolutely impossible for him to cover the vast sea in this way. Unless Hemingway himself possesses great strength, he is so tough that Swai has to win him over and give away the treasure of the town. Or when you encounter a crisis of national extinction, treat him as the last straw, just like Tang San in the original book. So to sum up, Hanhai Universe cover, he doesn't need delusion now. It is absolutely impossible to get. Take a step back, even if he got the shield of the universe. It may not be possible to obtain the recognition of Hanhai Kyunkan, and then obtain the 9 tests of the Sea God. Because first of all, I want to get the 9 tests of the Sea God. It must be recognized by the Sea God's heart, that is, the Blessed Sea Universe cover, or the recognition of the Sea God Canyon in it. But if you want to be recognized by the vast sea, first of all your physique must be able to withstand the power of the vast sea. What is the power of the sea? To put it plainly, it is the power of Poseidon. But how can the power of the sea god be so easy to bear? The countless people who had received the shield of the Sea of Heaven before the Heaven Do imperial family, wanted to drip their blood to recognize the Lord, but could not bear the power of the sea and died. It is a lesson from the past. Hemingway consciously realized that his current self was much worse than Tang San in the original book in all aspects. It is definitely the end of a blast and death. There is no second possibility. After all, in the original work, Tang San was able to obtain the approval of the sea god's heart. That was because the protagonist's halo had gathered many factors in his body. For example, he was pregnant with the Tang Sect's supreme mastery Xian Tiangong in his previous life, and the talent of twin martial souls. There are still 100,000-year spirit ring and 100,000-year spirit bone in the body, coupled with the ice and fire 2 instrument ice to quench the body, and he has taken many plants of immortal grass to improve his aptitude. The combination of so many factors made him extremely horrible. Qualifications. But what about him? What does Hemingway have now? Except for the twin martial arts who have been upgraded by the martial arts upgrade card, only the gravity bracelet has exercised the body for 6 years. His talent is very high, but what does this have to do with whether he can bear the power of the sea? With this little capital, wanting to bear the power of Poseidon is simply wishful thinking. Hemingway felt that when he could bear 50 times the weight of gravity, he might have the strength of his body to try to recognize the Lord with a drop of blood and see if he could bear the power of Poseidon and gain the approval of the universe of the sea. Before that, even if you can get the universe cover of the sea, don't try it rashly. After all, there is only one fate. The main task of the system is to make me the only true king in the Douluo world. This refers to the world, not a simple continent. It also means that the sea is also within the scope of conquest. In that case, I will start with the sea began to recruit its subordinates and form forces. When the wings are full, they will return to the mainland. Hemingway's eyes flashed, thinking about his future plans. And speaking of forming forces, his confidence has been stronger than ever since he obtained the fruit of the flesh ball. Because Hemingway turned his head slightly and looked at several pirates who were watching the direction not far behind him, silently operating the ability of the fruit of the flesh ball. Suddenly these people became a cluster of colorful colors in his eyes. Wuhan. He read a silent sentence in his heart, followed by a certain feeling in the dark, leading him to find the color that belongs to Wuhan among the complex colors of the human body. Hemingway had an intuition that he could use the ability of fleshy balls. Pop other people's martial arts spirits and transplant them to other people. Artificially create twin martial arts. And the effect of this ability is more than that. If someone is not satisfied with his martial soul, he can also use the flesh ball fruit to eject his martial soul, looking for a better one to replace it. That is to say, just think. Hemingway can artificially create all kinds of geniuses at any time, not to mention twin martial souls. It is 3 lives martial souls, 4 martial souls can be. There are as many martial arts as you want. The premise is that you will not be killed because of the martial soul conflict. And even things like innate soul power can be transplanted. Man-made innate soul-powered genius. How terrifying! With this ability, forming a power is simply too simple. What is the most important thing because of a power? Resource? Money? No, although these two things are also very important, they are not the most important. Talent. For a power, talent is the most important. But now, because he has the ability of the flesh ball and fruit, he can use this ability to artificially create genius. What a foul thing is this! Once I let others know that Hemingway has this ability, I am afraid that he will be greeted by a group attack. Everyone will come to deal with him. Because this ability is too terrifying in this world. It can be said that as long as Hemingway can survive and grow up silently, sooner or later, you can become the master of the world. In order to form a power, you must first recruit your subordinates. Hemingway shook his head slightly as he looked at the pirates. These pirates knew at a glance that they were cunning, and in the sense of his domineering look, his soul was even more vicious and vicious. Something like this without loyalty is definitely not a good candidate for his subordinates. Even if he has decided to become Sea King first, he doesn't collect all rubbish. After possessing the ability of the fruit of the flesh ball, Hemingway will recruit his men in the future. Talent is no longer a necessary condition. The most important thing for you reading www.yuyukanshu.com must be morality and loyalty. After all, even if the talent is not good, he can still use the meatball fruit ability to replace it, but if the character is not good and the loyalty is not enough, even if he has the meatball fruit, it is useless. On the contrary, it may hurt itself. Let these subordinates cause great trouble to themselves. Once before his feathered wings, the ability of the flesh ball fruit leaked out, then the world is so big that there is absolutely no place for him. So if you want to recruit your subordinates, it's better to be some stray orphans, because this kind of people are young and have little mind to cultivate. The orphan's bumpy life experiences not even the slightest entanglement. He knows the hard-won happiness of life now, is loyal to him, his benefactor, and can serve him wholeheartedly. My current experience is domineering, although I cannot read my mind and predict the future. However, I can sense the changes in the mind and emotions of others, and be able to distinguish between good and evil. This ability is simply born to screen loyal subordinates. Born. Hemingway was a little surprised when he counted the few abilities he had now. He found that the rewards of the System Novice package seemed to be exactly what he needed to achieve his goal. It's so sweet. So, the top priority now is not to go to Poseidon Island to gain strength. It is to find an inhabited island. Then adopt some orphans there and start to cultivate his own power, slowly develop and grow. Hemingway began to imagine. For my bright future, the more I think about it, the more I feel that I can't lose at all. Once he has passed the developmental period, he will lead a bunch of twin martial souls and sweep the world as soon as he appears. Who can stop him in this world? Who else? Just ask who else. Chapter 10, Naturally Strong. The itinerary on the sea is not smooth, and the hull is always bumping and shaking. Although the amplitude is sometimes not large, it makes Hemingway, who rarely takes a boat, feel quite uncomfortable. But fortunately, his physical strength allowed him to calmly ignore these slight discomforts. There will be no strange incidents such as seasickness and vomiting. In the blink of an eye, they have been sailing on the sea for 3 days. In these 3 days, Hemingway did not exercise gravity as he did on a desert island. Most of the time, he stayed in his cabin to cultivate his soul power. After all, it is very dangerous in this ocean, and it is very important to preserve your physical strength. In addition, there is no large amount of meat on this boat, which can supplement him with the nutrients he needs for exercise. So I put off exercise. It's not too late to continue exercising until you reach your destination. As for the pirates on the ship, they treated him as if they were an uncle. He didn't dare to have the heart to resist, because as early as 3 days ago when he boarded the ship, Hemingway told these pirates with absolute strength that resisting, really would die. After, he requisitioned the ship. Let these pirates lead the way and take themselves to the nearest inhabited island. He intends to be there and start his own path to the king. Under the threat of their lives, these pirates dare not even think at all. Honestly sailing to lead the way, these days are also delicious for this master, because they are really frightened by Hemingway's strong force and the color configuration of the spirit ring that subverts common sense. A man who can be a pirate in the sea and still alive to this age. No one is a fool. Naturally, he knows what it means to avoid bad luck, and he who knows the current affairs is a good man. My lord, according to this itinerary, you will be able to reach the nearest island in 7 days. The pirate leader who personally came to deliver the meal put down the dinner plate, bowed his knees, and said flatly to the white-haired young man sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, that island has a large population, and there are often past merchant ships parked there. It is a very famous island in the sea. It absolutely meets your requirements, my lord. Understood. The white-haired boy slowly opened his sea blue eyes. Without looking at him, he picked up the tableware and started to eat. As for the attitude of ignoring the young man, the pirate leader, although he was a little angry, did not dare to show it on the surface. Instead, he stooped back slowly until he exited the cabin. Closed the door gently. The pirate chief only breathed a long sigh of relief, not knowing why. Every time he faced this young boy who seemed to be young, he always had a kind of fright. It seemed that the next moment he would lose his head. What's more important is that every time the boy's eyes glanced over, he always had the illusion that his heart was completely seen through. It is precisely because of this illusion that he seems to be seen through, that makes him afraid to have the slightest crooked mind. The pirate chief just wanted to rush the uncle to the nearest island, and then drove the boat, fleeing as far as possible. He didn't want to meet this evil star again in his life. 7 days. You can get rid of this evil star in 7 days. In the cabin. Hemingway put down the tableware after eating, waiting for someone to take it away later. Then he walked back to the bed and sat cross-legged, and began to meditate and practice. Apart from cultivating in this place, there is nothing else to do. Just after a while, a noisy sound came from outside the cabin. Immediately after a bang, the whole ship began to shake violently. What's the matter? Could it be an attack by a sea soul beast? Hemingway immediately awakened from the meditation, and subconsciously released the domineering sight and color, and his invisible perception spread in all directions like a radar, easily breaking through the cabin, revealing what happened outside the cabin, even in his perception. When he saw what was happening outside, his brows wrinkled in an instant. Outside the cabin, a large steel ship tens of meters long and more than 10 meters wide slammed into the pirate ship, swaying the wooden boat that was only 20 to 30 meters long. On this 10-meter-long steel ship, a skull flag is also hung at the top. The only difference is that a poisonous snake surrounds the skull. Obviously, this is a sign that distinguishes different pirates. Regardless of its shape or material, this large steel ship with a length of tens of meters is far beyond the comparison of a small wooden pirate ship. This ship with a Viper pirate flag is a famous pirate group nearby, the Viper pirate group. At this time, the pirate chief looked at the pirate flag on the big ship, and his whole body was about to cry. What kind of luck is this, as soon as I can get rid of the evil star inside? It was a coincidence that I ran into this group of lunatics. Viper Pirate Group is a very notorious pirate group, often looting passing merchant ships, and even like to eat black. If you encounter a pirate ship, you also have to looting. It's just a bunch of lunatics. Big, sir, we are too poor for the past 2 days. There is really no oil and water to fish. The pirate chief begged for mercy without tears. I saw only the big boat opposite. Is headed by an old man, and the rest are middle-aged and young people. It can be said that there are both young and old. The headed old man is skinny, but looking at the 5 white, yellow, and purple spirit rings floating around his body, one can know that he is definitely not as weak as it seems on the surface. Soul King. This is the Soul King. The pirate leader felt that he had never been so unlucky. I heard that the Viper pirate group did not blink. Any pirate group that was looted never had a chance to survive. It seems that they are not lucky enough today. Hey! Another group of poor ghosts. The old man hadn't spoken yet. A young man next to him looked at the desolate appearance of the pirate chiefs. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com suddenly curled his lips in disdain. At this time, the door of the cabin slowly opened. A plain white-haired boy walked out slowly, attracting the attention of everyone present. The pirate chief and the others are first suddenly, thinking that there is still such a character. Then he was ecstatic and felt that he was saved. The Viper pirate group headed by the old man was full of dignified faces, and stared at the young boy who came out of the cabin and looked young. Be careful. This young man is not easy. The old man stared at Hemingway who walked out of the cabin, and his instincts about the sea for many years told him. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. The rest of the people also had serious faces, and they didn't dare to look down upon Hemingway because he was young. Because there is a kind of person in this world who seems to be born with the word strong on his face. You only need to see that face to know that this person is definitely not easy to mess with. Unfortunately, Hemingway seems to be such a person. It is clear that his appearance is not ugly, nor is he ferocious enough to stop children from crying at night. Not to mention the delicate and sturdy face that the Shuangwan male protagonist comes standard with, just the kind of handsome man that the public likes. At best, he has a better figure, but for some reason, he seems to have a special temperament in him. If you insist, it should be an aura belonging to the strong. It is worth mentioning that even though Hemingway looked exquisite and cute when he was young, he was indistinguishable from male and female. But as 6 years have passed, the body's bones have gradually grown, coupled with the 6 years of hard work on the desert island day and night. He is now completely reborn. He has long since lost his delicate and harmless appearance when he was a child. The skin is bronzed, the muscles are tight, and everything is full of masculinity. It is completely different from that kind of feminine sissy. Chapter 11, No Surprises. Hemingway opened the door of the cabin and walked out. He raised his eyes and looked around, his deep blue eyes like the sea, slowly passing by the crowd. Anyone who is looked at by his eyes can't help but feel that his muscles are tight. It's like being stared at by a fierce beast that chooses people to eat, a crazy warning from the instinct of life. The scene was silent. The old Soul King headed by the Viper pirate group and the others waited for him, but Hemingway's performance was careless, as if he didn't pay attention to them at all. In fact, he secretly saw that the domineering color had already covered the entire surrounding area, and the every move of everyone around him was in his observation, and every single thing was revealed. Including the emotions in these people's hearts, all of them are in his induction. He found that everyone in the pirates group headed by the old Soul King was cautious and jealous of his emotions. The pirate chief and others' emotions are hopeless in despair, and a trace of hope that he and them will lose out. Hey! A pirate is a pirate, neither is a good thing. Hemingway felt the emotions in the hearts of the people around him, and snorted in his heart. Disdain for these people more and more. My lord, you finally come out. The pirate chief rushed over, kneeling down at his feet and crying, You have to be our master. These pirates don't blink and want to rob us. It doesn't matter if we are dead. But who brought you to your destination? We are really to blame for delaying your major events. Looking at the pirate leader's behavior, not only the person involved, Hemingway, was speechless, even the Soul King elders didn't know what to say. Don't you point your face? The pirate flag hung on your ship has long exposed your identity. What harmless people do you put on this pretense? I really think that everyone else is a fool. Hemingway looked at the pirate leader with a nose and tears, his white snow-like sword brows slightly furrowed, and then looked at the old Soul King, slowly said, I need to go to the nearest island, if you can take me by the way. Then dispose of these people at will. As soon as this statement came out, the pirate leader, including the rest of the pirates, was stunned. Fuck, is it so ruthless? Anyway, we have served you delicious food and drink in the past few days, without credit and hard work. You just abandoned us like this. After hearing the words, the old Soul King headed by the Viper pirate group gave him a deep look, but a smile appeared on his face. Said, "Okay. Our Viper pirate group likes to make friends, especially if you are a strong one. In that case, please." After Hemingway got the answer he wanted, he pressed his feet and made a burst of noise on the spot, and his figure flashed. The whole person has arrived on the steel ship of the Viper pirate group in an instant. It caused the surrounding pirates to subconsciously raise the weapons in their hands, and the whole body's spirit ring lights up. Obviously, the people in this ship are spirit masters. The pupils of the old Soul King headed by shrank slightly. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't capture the white-haired boy. As a result, I became more and more worried. Do it. Although he was extremely jealous, on the surface, the old Soul King still waved his hand carelessly, and immediately several of his men jumped from the big ship to the wooden boat. They are all people at the level of a great soul master. Damn it! The pirate leader saw here that he knew that his little abacus had failed, and there was no other way to survive except a desperate battle. Suddenly the vicious and ferocious face appeared on Veneno's face, and the pretending face in front of Hemingway had become vicious and vicious at this moment. The rest of the pirates are similar. In other words, this is the true face of these pirates. When facing the strong, these cruel and vicious pirates will restrain their minions and disguise themselves as harmless little sheep. But when faced with the weak, these pirates will tear off their disguise, return to their original appearance, and become vicious and cunning wolves. I don't know how many innocent people died at the hands of these pirates. Therefore, Hemingway didn't care about the life and death of these wicked people. Even if there are no Viper pirates, they will wait until they reach their destination. He will also clean up these pests easily. Take it as a good deed. Now the people from the Viper pirate group help him clean up the dregs first, and he can't ask for it. The Viper pirate group is indeed a fierce pirate group. The weakest members of the group are also at the level of the 20th level Great Soul Master. On the other hand, the pirate leader is the strongest, that is, the pirate leader who is the leader has the Great Soul Master level strength, the rest are just 10-level Spirit Masters. Several Great Soul Masters played against a Great Soul Master plus 9 Soul Masters, and the battle situation was almost one-sided at the beginning. The spirits of sea Spirit Masters are basically marine animals such as sea fish or sea snakes, seals, octopuses, or shell corals. Of course, utensils such as harpoons and knives are indispensable. From Hemingway's point of view, the battle between the two pirates is a pecking at each other. The spirit ring configurations of these people are all white 10-year spirit rings. It is conceivable that the spirit skills derived from them are not so powerful. UU reading www.uukonshu.com. Fish martial arts can also spit a bubble spray. With a tap of water arrow, the fork will be able to throw out a small shock wave, and its power is really limited. Of course, for ordinary people, the destructive power of these spirit abilities is very terrifying. Otherwise, these pirates would not be able to dominate the sea and looting passing merchant ships. The battle between the two sides is to light up the spirit ring all over, then pick up the weapon for a burst of crackling hacking. Whoever has the higher spirit power and the better spirit ability wins. Obviously. Under the siege of several great soul masters, the pirate chief and the gang were not opponents at all, they died and wounded in the blink of an eye. There is a martial arts pirate who is a fish, and he wants to jump into the sea and escape with the help of martial arts characteristics. But it is a pity that there is a great spirit master whose martial arts is a bow and arrow, and he shoots an arrow directly in the air. So he stabbed him in the opposite direction and killed him directly. The battle is over soon. The pirate chiefs fell on the ship, all kinds of internal organs were spilled all over the floor, and his body was mutilated. The scene is exceptionally disgusting. Hemingway, who has been turning on the color of seeing and hearing, took this scene into his mind carefully, watching these people who were still alive now turning into corpses, but there is no fluctuation in his heart. There is no such thing as seeing a dead person, nausea, and so on. Just kidding, survived on a desert island these years. Hemingway eats fish and eats meat every day, breaking various sea fish and seals, and directly nibbling on them. Sometimes in the belly of some sharks, incomplete human bones and undigested internal organs can be seen. I've long been accustomed to blood and gore, so how can I not adapt to these things? Just like some butchers who slaughter pigs and sheep, they will be a little uncomfortable at first, but when they end their lives with their own hands, there will be more scenes, and it will naturally be no surprise. Chapter 12, Pretend. After the pirate leader and his party were eliminated, the Viper pirate group began to clean up the debris on the scene. Throwing the corpse on the wooden boat into the sea to feed the fish, some soul masters even spit out some water to clean the deck. Some went into the cabin to search for money, such as rare things as storage soul guides. There must be no such incompetent pirates as pirate bosses. So the corpse was thrown directly into the sea to feed the fish, and I didn't even bother to search for it. Hemingway was on the Viper pirate group's boat, watching them skillfully clean up the mess, watching them set out a few people to drive the wooden boat. It can be said that the most valuable thing about the pirate bosses is this wooden ship 20 to 30 meters long. As for the property, to be honest, there are really not many. After all, when a pirate, they pin their lives on their belts. A group of desperados, who goes out to sea to take all their belongings with them. That night, Viper Pirate Group held a grand banquet to welcome Hemingway on board and treat him with extraordinary enthusiasm. The pirates sang and danced, seeming to regard him as a part of the ship. Toast to him frequently, and greet him to be polite and enjoy the food to the heart's content. Hemingway is also not welcome, and he will not refuse anyone who comes to the toast. After a fun banquet with the host and the host, everyone cleaned up and went back to the house to rest. The next morning, everything is fine. Hemingway is still treated with enthusiasm after waking up. It seems that these pirates are really not malicious, and they are not only very respectful to him. Moreover, the food provided was the best on board, and he was treated as a VIP. One day passed like this again. At this time, there are still 6 days to reach the island where Hemingway is going. Days just passed away like this. Every day on the ship, Hemingway will receive warm hospitality from the pirates. Of course, he also inevitably asks him to ask him about his origin. Hemingway knows this, but naturally he cannot say about his identity. So he was vague and fooled around at will. A blink of an eye. Hemingway spent several days on the Viper pirates' ship. At this time, there was only 1 day left to reach the destination island. You can reach your destination tomorrow. Everything seems to be normal. But night. In a cabin of the Viper pirate group, Hemingway sits cross-legged, his eyes closed, his long white hair draped behind him, and the whole person is like a silent idol. The breath is imperceptible, and even the heartbeat seems to be non-existent. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the cabin. "Mr. Hi, are you asleep?" It was a young voice. Hemingway did not reply, still sitting cross-legged. It seems that everything from the outside world can't interfere with him. Another moment passed. There was a murmur outside the door. "Kaka." There was a sound of key insertion in the door, and finally with a click, the door was slowly pushed open. A group of pirates with weapons walked in slowly, some with shackles and iron chains. Looking at the white-haired young man who seemed to be meditating sitting cross-legged on the bed, his face was full of conspiracy sneers. The captain is also too cautious, just such a hairy boy, he has to spend a few days to reduce his vigilance. If I say that the big guy swarms up, he will get this kid straight away. A pirate said with disdain. "You know what a fart." This white-haired boy feels uncomfortable looking at it. Who knows how many brothers will die when he really fights? The other pirate looked calmer and retorted, "It's still safe to use the commander's method. This kid is dealt with by being drugged. In the past few days, all the food on board the ship has been given a small amount of psychedelic drugs, each time the amount is not large, and it will not cause any abnormalities in the body. But after taking it for several days, the accumulated medicinal properties in the body will become stronger and stronger, until a sudden outbreak. People fall into a coma without knowing it. It is a must-have weapon for Yin people. Now this group of pirates are here to receive their achievements in the past few days. But, will the facts really be what these people want? The answer is naturally no. Ugh! Hemingway, who was sitting still, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. The pirates who had walked forward to tie him up with chains were so scared that they couldn't stop taking a step back, and the chains on their hands were loosened with a bang. The heavy chain hit the deck. Why? Just send me to the island honestly. Hemingway shook his head and sighed, responding to the small movements of the pirates. In the past few days, he has already understood all their conspiracies through seeing and hearing and domineering. So every day when I returned to the cabin, I used the power of the fleshy fruit to eject the medicinal power in the body. In other words, he hasn't been drugged from beginning to end, just pretending to be a fake. Superior. All the pirates were startled when they saw that the comatose should suddenly wake up. Immediately afterwards, the fierce appearance was revealed, and the spirit ring was opened with great tacit understanding, and the spirit ability was brazenly activated. One time. Water bombs, ice arrows, stingers, cuttlefish juice, all came. Boom! Hemingway, who was sitting cross-legged, made a loud bang, and his whole body disappeared in an instant. Navy 6 types shave. Step on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, using the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. Simply put, it is a technique that enables the body to move at a high speed, but it exceeds the capture limit of ordinary human eyes, so it looks like a teleport and disappears in place in an instant. You read www.yuyugonshu.com, but it's just moving too fast. And seeing Hemingway disappear instantly in place, all the pirates were shocked. Before he had time to react, the disappeared Hemingway appeared in front of him. His right hand turned into an afterimage. Then suddenly a sharp pain erupted in the chest. Puff 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 puff. The chests of the pirates burst out with blood, as if they were hit by a bullet. There was only a time to let out a miserable howl, and he collapsed to the ground, blood flowing like a column. This trick is one of the 6 styles. As the name suggests, gathers the power of the whole body on any one of the 10 fingers of both hands, and releases a blow between the hardened fingers and flint. The fingertips have the attack power of bullets, which can easily penetrate the human body. Relatively, the stronger the body, the more terrifying the power of this trick. The talented Hemingway used a finger gun to poke a hole in the chest of these pirates between the electric light and flint. Because the speed of raising their hands and poking people is too fast, these people seem to suddenly burst into blood on their chests. Hey! Really be cautious, let these cannon fodder come to death first. Hemingway, who has been covering the entire ship at all times, can clearly see that not far from the cabin, headed by the Soul King Old Man, the pirates are waiting in line. Compared with the pirates who came to explore the way, the strength of the pirates outside was much stronger. It is clear that the pirates at the bottom should be tested first, if he is indeed hit. Then these pirates are enough to take him. But if he fails, it's like now. Only some cannon fodder was sacrificed. The real backbone members of the pirate regiment were still safe. Waiting outside, the spirit ring is released, and the spirit ability is ready to go. Chapter 13, You Are Very Valuable. Outside the cabin. The crowd headed by the old Soul King changed their expressions slightly as they listened to the screams made in the cabin. All of them began to wait in full battle, and their spirit abilities were ready to go. Da-da-da. The sound of gentle footsteps came slowly from the cabin. A figure with white hair and waist gradually appeared in front of everyone. To be honest, I thought you were a smart person. Hemingway looked at the old Soul King who was surrounded by a group of people, and said curiously, "What is it that makes you take the risk of being anti-killed and attack me?" At this time, the face of the old Soul King became uncertain. The instinct cultivated from many years of pirate career told him that the young man in front of him who looked like a teenager was very dangerous at this moment. Give him a terrifying sense of life and death. After a while, the old man of the Soul King seemed to think of something to do, his face became calm, he even laughed, and looked at Hemingway and said, "You are more valuable than you think." Dai Yu Hao. What? Hemingway's face changed and his identity was revealed. It seems that I guessed right, you really are the second Prince Dai Yu Hao who has been wanted by the Douluo royal family for a high price. The old Soul King looked at his reaction and finally smiled. I wasn't sure about your identity, but I just guessed it. After all, your appearance is quite different from the one on the wanted portrait 6 years ago. But you have such strength at a young age, but you are unidentified and alone. Living alone in the ocean, there is not much difference in age. This kind of talent and life experience is indeed in line with the once famous twin spirit owner, the second prince of Douluo, Dai Yu Hao, said the old Soul King, his expression is getting more and more excited. I wanted to feint you, then control it, and then torture your identity when you wake up. But I didn't expect some mistakes in the plan, and you didn't have Chinese medicine. It seems that I underestimated you. He said with a pity on his face, and said, but being able to confirm your identity is not completely unprofitable. Hemingway's face turned gloomy. From the old man's words in front of him, he got the following information. That is the Xingluo royal family, or the Xingluo queen still has not given up on hunting him down. Secretly released a wanted, offering a reward for his life. This woman is really cruel. I really want to kill me. With a wry smile on his face, he asked, may I ask if I offer a reward for my life, what benefits they promised? Is it soul bone? Or can I ask? Help hunt the soul beast to get the promise of the soul ring. Tisk tusk, I said that you are more valuable than you think. The old Soul King smacked his lips, looked at him greedily, and said, as long as you can give your body to them, you can be in the treasury. Choose 3 soul bones up to 40,000 years old. You can also specify to help hunt 3 soul beasts up to 50,000 years old. Not only that, if you can catch them alive, you can also get the title of the Douluo Empire. The Douluo Empire is really rich and powerful. As soon as this reward was released, the whole sea went crazy. In the first few years, almost everyone was looking for you in the sea. Unfortunately, nothing was gained. Hemingway's face changed as he listened to the old man's offer of reward. He never expected that Queen Xingluo would be willing to offer so many benefits as a reward in order to kill her. It really makes him a little unbelievable. Hehe, in order to catch me, those people really lost their money. So good, it's no wonder that you just doubt my identity and took the risk. Hemingway smiled bitterly and shook his head, finally knowing why the old Soul King. I'll take a shot at myself. 340,000-year-old soul bones, plus the hunting of 30,000-50,000-year-old soul beasts, even if they were captured alive, there would be a knighthood reward. Such a reward is so crazy to be a soul master. The benefits are touching, even title Douluo can't ignore these benefits. At this time, Hemingway is very fortunate that he has been on the small desert island for 6 years. Otherwise, with the popularity of the reward at the time, he is afraid that he will face the situation of being rounded up as soon as he leaves the small island. Even though his appearance was also optimized after martial soul was upgraded, resulting in some differences from the original appearance. But if you look closely, you can still see the outline of the original appearance. To those crazy pirates at the time, just a little bit like it was enough to arouse their suspicion. After all, there are no disguised things in this world, how could they just let him go because of his different appearance? It's better now, 6 years have passed. The popularity has declined, and his appearance has changed because of his martial arts upgrade card. As long as he does not reveal the twin martial arts, there is basically no crisis of identity exposure. In short, I still have to keep a low profile in the future. After making up his mind, Hemingway looked at the old Soul King and thanked him. Thank you for telling me how dangerous my situation is at this time. I will act as quickly as possible later so that you will die without any pain. Take it as your thanks for telling me. Hemingway, who knew how dangerous his situation was after the exposure of his identity as Dai Yu Hao, looked at the pirates like the old Soul King at this time. The killing intent in his heart was almost surging out. Identity must not be revealed. And only the dead can keep the secret firmly. Boom! There was an explosion on the spot, and Hemingway had disappeared. And the old man of the Soul King reacted quickly. His soul skills had long been secretly ready to be used. Among the 5 white, yellow, purple, and purple soul rings that surrounded him, the third yellow 100 years of soul ring shone brightly. Third spirit ability, Dark Sky Misty. I saw a ghost of an octopus flashing behind the old Soul King. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com then opened his mouth and squirted out a thick ink. As soon as the ink touches the air, it atomizes instantly, covering a radius of tens of meters in an instant, covering the entire ship's scope. The thick black fog obscures all sight. If you change someone else, I'm afraid your sight will really be affected. But in the Hemingway's domineering sense of seeing and hearing, these thick black mists are no different from nothing at all. He could see that after the black mist enveloped, the pirates started to have a very tacit understanding, following a unique pace, quietly scattered around. Obviously, it is not a day or two to cooperate with the battle. As for the culprit who released the black mist, the old Soul King split his entire lower body and then turned into an octopus. The 8 octopus tentacles full of suckers are more than 10 meters long, and the suckers wriggle in between, quietly moving on this ship. The most important thing is that the speed is still very fast. Even the black fog seemed to be unable to block the sight of his releaser. He could clearly capture Hemingway's figure. Interesting. Hemingway simply closed his eyes, and observed his surroundings only by seeing and hearing. When he saw the old Soul King's chest and abdomen bulging, he was obviously about to spew some lethal moves from his mouth. Land feet. Kicked immediately without thinking about it, and kicked out a vacuum slash after a long distance. Boom! The old Soul King who was about to spit something out was hit by this vacuum slash kicked out by his feet on the spot, and the sneak attack was declared destroyed. Arashi feat, one of the 6 styles of foot skills. Not kicking the enemy to inflict damage, but slashing with the vacuum created by the ultra-high-speed kick. P.S. The name of the other white tiger spirit of the protagonist is changed to Netherworld White Tiger. Chapter 14, Cautious Protagonist. In the Black Mist. After hitting the old Soul King with a haze, Hemingway won. There was another bang under my feet, using the shave to come to the old Soul King instantly. Looking at the old Soul King who was still a little stunned by a slash of feet, he raised his hand expressionlessly. Put up an index finger. 6 types finger gun. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blood spatters burst out of the old Soul King's chest, and there are more than a dozen blood holes like being hit by bullets. At this time, the surrounding pirates who had been hiding at the edge of the ship from the beginning also started to attack with their spirit skills. One time. Ice arrows, fireballs, water drops, wind blades, corrosive acid, oils that make the ground slippery and untenable, all sorts of attacks have struck him one after another. They seemed to be able to determine his position in the mist, so all the attacks almost blocked the place where he could escape, even including the old Soul King, as if he didn't care about his life in the slightest. Facing those attacks that seemed inevitable, Hemingway didn't care, but subconsciously relaxed his body, sensing the flow of airflow. The whole person seemed to become a piece of paper dancing with the wind. 6 types of style paper painting. Those ice arrows, water balls, fireballs, wind blades, no matter what attacks come to him, they will be avoided by him lightly. No attack can hit him. Paper painting, the principle is to remove the whole body's power, and through the changes in the airflow generated by the opponent's actions, all attacks towards the self can be avoided in a snap. Hemingway used paper painting in this way, and easily escaped the spirit abilities of many pirates and escaped the circle of spirit abilities. At this time, there were more than a dozen blood holes on his chest not far from the Old Soul King, but unexpectedly he didn't suffer much damage. The surrounding 5th spirit ring lit up, and the wound on his chest began to heal quickly. The attacks of those pirates hit him, and they couldn't cause much damage at all. No wonder the pirates acted unscrupulously. This scene stunned Hemingway, who was constantly monitoring the audience with his eyes and ears. What's the situation? Such a serious injury, even if it didn't die, but it healed so quickly? But thinking that the spirit of the Old Soul King was an octopus, Hemingway vaguely understood why he was able to recover so quickly. 80% is because of the characteristics of the martial soul. After all, the octopus has a strong ability to regenerate and recover. Even if it has a broken hand or foot, it can be restored. People with this type of martial soul. It is conceivable that even if the resilience is not as exaggerated as a real octopus, it is definitely not comparable to ordinary spirit masters. I should just bang his head with a finger. Hemingway watched his injuries recover through his domineering experience, and taking advantage of the existence of the black mist, he waved up a few huge octopus tentacles under him to attack his Old Soul King, secretly making a mistake in his heart. But this is not to blame him. After all, he has no combat experience, and has never fought a soul master. This kind of negligence can't be more normal when you're fledgling. Hemingway, who deliberately wanted to experiment with the specific effects of the 6 types of facing the enemy, did not dodge, and let the Old Soul King wield the octopus tentacles and slam it fiercely. Iron. Hemingway stood still, his muscles spread to the epidermis and began to harden. Boom! The huge tentacles slammed on his back fiercely, but they couldn't shake his body at all. The old man of the Soul King only felt that his tentacles were slamming on a mountain of steel, and he even hurt his tentacles because of excessive force. Iron Block, one of the 6 styles' defensive skills. Intensify the strength in the well-trained body to give it a steel-like defensive power. The stronger the physique, the more terrifying the defense power will be. Using Hyming as the strength of the body at this time, the iron block was cast, and the tentacles of the Old Soul King slammed, and he couldn't shake him at all. Even tickling him is not enough. Seeing that the Old Soul King smoked himself, he was anxious to retreat. Hemingway was willing to let him go like this, stretched out his hand directly, grabbed his 10-meter-long tentacle firmly, and then pulled it hard. The Old Soul King couldn't control his body, because at this time he had already been picked up by Hemingway and turned around in a circle. Hey! Hey! Fierce whistling sound. I saw Hemingway grabbed one of his tentacles, used him as a whip, and swiped it at the surrounding pirates. Bring up the howling of terror. Boom boom boom. A series of physical collisions sounded. Ah! A scream accompanies it. In the black mist, Hemingway grabbed a tentacle of the Old Soul King and used him as a weapon. Hit those pirates directly. Not to mention, this weapon is easy to use. The thief is taking great care. After a crackling sound, the boat finally calmed down on the sea. The black mist covering the entire ship gradually dissipated. A scene greeted us. Only Hemingway was still standing at the scene, and all the others collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. He collapsed on the deck dying. How could this scene be described as tragic? Boom! Hemingway dropped the tentacles of the Old Soul King casually, and the Old Soul King, who had been used as a weapon for a while, was in a bad state at this time. Bleeding is only light, and broken bones are normal. The whole person seems to have more air and less air. The 8-10-meter-long tentacles of the old Soul King gradually shortened, and finally returned to the appearance of 2 legs, which means that he has no power to maintain the state of possessing the spirit. Not to mention the recovery of his injuries. You think, kill us, all. The Soul King old man still retains the last consciousness at this moment. He is full of anger, with a mouth with broken teeth. Yukansha.com spit out vague words, you can escape, you can't escape. As soon as S words fell, he finally passed out completely. Hemingway frowned, looking at the appearance of the old Soul King. There was an ominous premonition in his heart. What's the matter? Why is he so confident? Could it be that a fish who slipped through the net quietly escaped to pass on information to others? But it's impossible. Hemingway had always covered his sights and behaviors around him before the start of the war. Monitor their every move. It is to prevent the escaped fish from escaping and leaking out their own information. So he is absolutely sure that all the pirates of the Viper pirate group are here, and no one has escaped. But looking at the appearance of the old Soul King, and the emotions that perceive him, he can be sure, he expected his identity will be exposed. Why is this so? Why is he so confident? Hemingway couldn't figure it out, but he felt that to be on the safe side, all the pirates on this ship should be killed. Only the dead can keep a secret. Next. Hemingway gave all the pirates on the ship who had lost the power to resist, 1 person and 1 kick. My head is smashed. It's dead clearly. The head is almost the core of all life, and even the head was crushed. Unless you are a god-level powerhouse, even title Douluo is definitely a dead end. No matter how strong the resilience is. After confirming repeatedly that all the pirates in a ship have died, Hemingway threw the corpses of all the pirates into the sea, and in order to completely destroy the corpses, he also summoned a large group of 10-year-old sea beasts, and just watched these sea beasts divide the corpses and eat them. Only then did he really let go of his heart. If he could survive this way, he would admit it. Chapter 15, I Pit Myself. Hey? What is this? After throwing all the pirate bodies into the sea, after handling them, Hemingway's gaze was suddenly attracted by a weird thing at the corner of the deck, and he walked over to pick it up curiously. This seems to be a conch-like thing, with a very beautiful appearance. Hemingway looked up and down, and always felt that this thing was unusual. It seems that it is not as simple as a simple conch. Could it be? What baby is it? Hemingway was a little curious in his heart, so he put it into the soul guidance device. Thinking about studying it later when I have time. After collecting the conch, Hemingway scanned the messy deck and looked at the big steel ship. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to be on the safe side. Let's abandon this ship. After all, as the notorious pirate on the sea, this ship is too conspicuous. After Hemingway knew that he had been offered a reward, he felt it better to keep a low profile now. Driving this ship is too conspicuous. Just after the previous pirate leader's wooden ship was towed by the pirate ship, he would drive the wooden ship to the island. Well, just do that. Certainly, Hemingway went to the stern and untied the rope, then jumped onto the wooden boat that was dragged behind the steel ship. Putting the rope away, Hemingway walked into the wheelhouse of the ship, ready to leave. He didn't wait these few days. When he was idle and arrogant and watched them aggressively, he also took the opportunity to learn the skills of navigating ships. Otherwise, even if he has a boat now, he can only wait. Don't know how to sail at all. The ship in this world is similar to the ship in his previous life in some aspects, relying on the control of the sails to sail. As long as there is wind, the ship can move. If there is no wind, you can only paddle manually. Therefore, a lot of manpower is needed, but fortunately, they are all soul masters, and their endurance is far beyond that of ordinary people. That's all. Hemingway drove the wooden sailboat alone, following the wind, heading in a certain direction. Relying on his domineering experience these days, he also vaguely determined the driving route, plus there is only the last day of the journey, so the distance must be very close, unless the luck is bad. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, you will never go the wrong way. The sailing is very stable. Of course, the reason why he was so confident was also due to the fact that he found a navigational route map in the cockpit of the Viper pirates, although he could not fully understand it. But it can also be blurred, just check the direction. Minimize the chance of going the wrong way. At the same time, in the base camp of a certain pirate, a mighty middle-aged man who looks about 50 or 60 years old, holding a conch in his forehand, his face is solemn and ecstatic. If you look closely at this conch, you can find that it is exactly the same as the one Hemingway found on the deck. At this time, the conch was emitting light slightly, and a clear voice came from the conch. "You are worth more than you think." Douluo. "What? It seems that I guessed right. You are indeed the second Prince Douluo who has been wanted by the Douluo royal family, secretly paying a high price, to live alone in the sea. There is not much difference in age. This kind of talent and life experience really fits the once famous twin spirit owner, the second Prince of Douluo, Douluo. I wanted to stun you, but being able to confirm your identity is not completely unprofitable. This woman is really cruel. I really want to kill me. Thank you for telling me how dangerous my situation is at this time. Later, I will act as quickly as possible so that you will die without any pain. Just take it as your thanks for telling me." The voice that came out of this conch turned out to be the dialogue between the old Soul King and Hemingway. Obviously, this conch is something that can record or transmit sound. Has a function similar to a telephone. Ha ha ha. God helps me too. At the end of hearing, the mighty middle-aged man finally couldn't help laughing wildly. This person is called the Purple Giant Whale, and he is the leader of the largest pirate group in the entire sea, the Magic Whale Pirate Group. The force covers almost the entire sea. There are dozens of subgroups under his command. Among them, the Viper Pirate Group is the weaker one. One of the regiments. All subgroups have to provide him with numerous financial resources every year. The pirate group under the Purple Giant Whale is almost all over the sea, and he himself has the strength of Contra level. It can be said that he is a veritable pirate king. Of course, it's just the pirate king. There is still no way to compare with Poseidon Island, the true owner of the sea. After all, that was the sea god's territory, and it was the holy land in the hearts of all sea spirit masters. Among them, there are many masters, and there are not a few peerless powerhouses titled Douluo. The giant purple whale is only relying on the people of Poseidon Island to do nothing to organize a pirate group to run wild on the sea. Whenever the people of Sea God Island wanted to eliminate harm for the people, it would be a matter of minutes to clean them up. Every head of the division will have such a conch in his hand. In fact, this conch is a unique soul guide handed down from ancient times. By chance, he was acquired by the giant purple whale, and then accidentally discovered that he could carry on a conversation thousands of miles away through the connection between the conch and the conch. Or pass the voice message over. The old Soul King of the Viper Pirate Group is extremely cunning. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com recorded the sound in advance in the dialogue with Hemingway, and then quietly passed the recording to the immediate boss. Thoroughly exposed his existence. The most important thing is that the conch in the hands of the giant purple whale is the main body of all conch. The conch in the hands of the other subgroup leaders are all clones of the main conch, and there are as many as there are. He can also use this main conch to sense the specific location of other cloned conch. Even if it is hidden in the storage soul guide, it can't stop the positioning function of the conch. So because of curiosity and not knowing what this conch is, Hemingway, who put the conch into the soul guidance device, was self-defeating and installed a locator on his body for the enemy. I pit myself. After learning about the existence of Douluo and the continuous movement of the cloned conch, the giant purple whale could not wait to start to pass the conch and convene the heads of other subgroups. Prepare for a big roundup. Dad, what's the matter, so happy? At this time, a girl of about 17 or 18 years old opened the door of the study and walked in. This girl has a proud figure and a slender figure. Even the appearance is extremely beautiful, with a high nose bridge, big eyes, and a long purple hair tied into a ponytail. The whole person looks clean and tidy, full of heroic spirits. At this time, her beautiful big purple eyes were shining brightly, and she was looking curiously at the mighty middle-aged man who couldn't restrain his smile on his face. Good girl, let's post it. Seeing the girl who walked in, there was an uncontrollable smile on the face of the giant purple whale. I couldn't wait to tell my baby girl what I had learned. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Don't you just invest? I feel that this book should be able to be written for a long time. Chapter 16, The Protagonist Who Still Dozed and number 039, Tino. Dai Yu Hao? The second prince Xing Luo, who is said to have twin spirits, has news about him. After the girl heard her father's words, her pretty face was a little surprised. By the way, the girl's name is Purple Pearl. Is 18 years old this year, at the time of 29 years of prosperity, his martial soul is a sea snake, and his strength is a 38th level soul sovereign. Yes. This is really a surprise. As long as we can capture this kid alive and hand it over to the Douluo Empire, we father and daughter won't have to be pirates in this sea. The purple giant whale's face couldn't be restrained. Smile. Although he can be regarded as a pirate king, he himself possesses the strength of Contra level. But it doesn't mean that you can be unscrupulous in this sea. Although the strength of Contra is strong, it is not the strongest. Unless he can break through to the realm of title Douluo. Otherwise, as a pirate, you might accidentally provoke a powerful enemy when you are a pirate. It might be killed by someone hitting the door. After all, there is a big ticket under my hand. No one can say when he will rob someone with a special identity. For example, people with special backgrounds and extraordinary identities. If you really provoke such a person, don't look at his good looks now. It is not surprising when he was killed every minute. It doesn't matter if he himself died. Anyway, the scenery in this life has been beautiful. From the end to the current high position, he has experienced everything that should be experienced, and he has never walked in this world in vain. But he is most worried about his daughter, Zai Zhensu. If he is dead, he will not have his own shelter. How can she live as a girl in this cannibalistic sea? Even if he could barely survive with his talent, he would just be determined to follow his old path and become a pirate. If there is a choice, he really doesn't want his daughter to go his own way, being a pirate who doesn't know anything and will die. Being a pirate is a very risky thing. The wind and waves of the sea, the fierce sea soul beasts, and the black counterparts that you may occasionally encounter, there are too many dangers. No one is born with a desire to be a pirate who is precarious. Therefore, the appearance of Dai Yuhao this time is an opportunity for the giant purple whale. As long as you can obtain the title of the Douluo Empire, you can be protected by the Douluo Empire, so isn't it better than being a precarious pirate at sea? Therefore, I know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the giant purple whale, and almost summoned all the powerful people in the subgroup under his hand. Then, according to the route passed by the conch, he ordered the pirates under his team to drive the boat from all directions to form an encirclement. Make sure that Dai Yuhao's wings can't escape too. On the endless ocean, an ordinary wooden sailing boat drifted slowly in the wind, and the top pirate flag had been taken off. So now this ship looks like an ordinary sea ship. No one knows that many pirates died on this ship. Cabin cockpit. Hemingway was holding a chart in his hand, frowning and thinking. At this time, he had been alone in the boat sailing on the sea for 3 days. Originally, if the route was correct, he should have arrived at the scheduled island 2 days ago. But during the 3 days of this voyage, wherever he could see, there was always an empty sea. Such a weird situation is obvious. He got the route of the nautical chart wrong, and the whole person has deviated from the established route orbit. I don't know which sea area it drifted into. It's not good. Hemingway put down the esoteric chart and rubbed his eyebrows. He had to admit that he had made a mistake. If I knew it, I would leave 1 or 2 livelihoods and let them show them the way. There is no need to get lost in the sea like now. Forget it, I don't have to worry about eating or drinking on this sea anyway. Even if I just float around like this, I will eventually encounter a populated island. What's my urgency? He shook his head and put down the chart. Out of the cabin, came to the bow, looking into the distance. Hey! What is that? Suddenly, he noticed a small black spot in the sea ahead. I quickly took a closer look, and I could see it faintly. That seems to be the outline of a ship. There is a boat. Great! There was joy on Hemingway's face, and he drifted on the sea for 3 days. This was the first time he saw a boat appear in front of him. Then just ask for directions, or simply take their boat. Soon you can reach the inhabited island, where you can start your own kingly road. Just, accompanied by the gradual enlargement of the distant ship. Hemingway's originally pleased face gradually solidified, and then became serious. Because he could already see a skull flag flying at the top of that ship. There is no doubt that this is another pirate ship. Thank you. You won't have to do it again later, right? Hemingway rubbed his eyebrows in distress, only feeling that his luck was too bad. Can't he just meet a normal merchant ship casually? Since the outlying islands began to go to sea, the ships encountered were all pirate ships, and this was no luck. Could it be that he was born with pirates? As the big ship in front gradually approached, the pirate flag hung at the top gradually became clear. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com, he can see that besides the skull and crossbones, there is also a white whale on the pirate flag. This is the Beluga Pirates. After seeing the pattern on the pirate flag, Hemingway's face changed completely. During the few days on the Viper pirate group ship, through small talk with those pirates, he also knew what pirate flags some famous pirate groups on the sea had. The Beluga pirate group is one of the most famous pirate groups on the sea. It is said that the leader of the Beluga pirate group is a sea soul master who has reached the level of soul saint. There is also a deputy head of the soul emperor, 4 deputy soul kings, and a number of young men under his hand. It is a very powerful pirate group. And Hemingway himself is now only the level of the 39th level of the soul. In addition to the Navy Type 6, the only attack methods are armed and domineering, as well as the domineering color that can observe the opponent's actions, and the fruit of the flesh ball. And the ability of the flesh ball fruit is linked to his own strength, so if the fruit ability at this stage is used for combat, it is not as easy to use as the Navy 6 type. To be honest, he is exactly where he is now. There is no big idea of what kind of strength you have. After all, he had never fought with other soul masters before, and it was really difficult to assess his own strength. Even fighting with that old soul king would end in a short time. No combat experience can be accumulated. Moreover, the strength of a spirit master does not mean that a higher level is necessarily better than a lower level. The specifics depend on the spirit ring's spirit ability, the spirit master's ability to respond to changes, and the mutual restraint of the spirit characteristics. The combination of various factors is the key to determining the outcome. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Of course, it's better to invest easily. Chapter 17, Beluga Pirates. The Soul Master system of Douluo continent is very strange. It is not that a high-level soul master is necessarily better than a low-level soul master, like the old soul king of the belly snake pirate group, although the strength is the soul king. But the configuration of the spirit ring is very poor, only 2 decades, 200 years, and 1,000-year spirit ring. It can be seen that he is very reluctant to reach the soul king, exhausting his potential. Basically, it is impossible to become stronger in this life. A soul king like him may not be able to beat a 30th level soul sovereign with the best spirit ring configuration. Generally speaking, the best configuration of the soul ring for a soul master to reach title Douluo is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black and black. That is, 2 yellows, 2 purples, and 5 blacks. The spirit ring configuration of this color is recognized as the best configuration in the spirit master world. Therefore, the strength of the old soul king is really very poor, and it can't be used to compare with the normal soul king at all. And also consider various factors such as spirit level suppression, attribute restraint, and spirit ability restraint. For example, a martial soul with a fire attribute will definitely be restrained by a martial soul with an ice attribute. Plant-type martial arts are usually afraid of flames. Strong agility is not good, but good agility is not strong. This is the so-called attribute restraint. Therefore, the strength of the soul master is really difficult to define. You have to fight it before you know it. Even though Hemingway has always been very confident, he was not arrogant enough to feel that he could win against the mighty soul sage level powerhouses in the Beluga pirate group. Not to mention that in addition to the soul sage, there are also the soul emperor and multiple soul kings. How do you fight Nima? If he can escape, Hemingway really wants to abandon the ship and escape now. But he can't, because here is the vast ocean. Without the ship, even if he can live in the sea for a short time because of the martial soul, he will eventually be completely lost in the vast ocean. Finally buried under the sea. After all, his spirit power is not unlimited, and he can't maintain the state of being possessed by the spirit forever. Once the soul power is exhausted, it will automatically exit the state of possessing martial soul. When you are in the vast ocean, there will be no second way except drowning. What's more, there are sea soul beast attacks that may appear at any time. In short, if there is no ship on the sea, it is really a very dangerous thing. Of course, except for the reasons above. The reason why Hemingway really didn't escape was because he could feel a sense of being locked in, which originated from the pirate ship in the distance. Obviously this is a special spirit ability. He was stared at. Even if you abandon the ship to escape now, you may not be able to escape. On the contrary, it will waste soul power, so it is better to wait in place. Look at what the strong guy wants to do. Maybe the situation is not as bad as he thought? Even now, Hemingway has no choice. I can only wait in place like this and save my strength. Even if you have to do it later, if you have more strength, your chances of winning will be greater. Time passed quietly like this. The pirate ship ahead is getting closer, and Hemingway, standing on the bow, can see a group of people standing on the bow of the big ship. The leader is a middle-aged brawny man who is 2 to 3 meters tall, his muscles swelled, and his posture looks like an iron tower. Obviously, this middle-aged brawny man is the head of the Beluga pirate group, and the rumored soul saint Hambas. Hambath is very excited now. After receiving a call from his boss, the giant purple whale, he couldn't wait to summon his subordinates. Then set sail. According to the route provided by the boss, rush towards the sea where the target is located frantically. Is so eager because whoever can catch the target first gets the most credit. When the rewards are distributed at that time, you can also divide more. These are all real benefits. Who can't kill? There are other group leaders who have the same idea as him. To be able to participate in the roundup of the subgroup this time, the strength of the group leader needs at least the soul sage to be eligible to get a share of the pie. The other group leaders who are weak in strength are not qualified to join in the fun. Therefore, the subgroup leaders who have the opportunity to come here are racing against time, madly driving to the target sea area, just to win the first place. And obviously, Hambas seems very lucky. He meets the target first. Looking at the lonely wooden boat ahead, Hambas trembled with excitement. He shouted under the surrounding hands, "Speed up! Give me full speed up! Goal! The wooden boat ahead! As soon as these words came out, the whole ship shook suddenly. Immediately afterwards, the already fast speed instantly doubled again. Looking at the small wooden boat getting closer and closer, especially the white-haired teenager standing on the bow of the boat gradually became clear. He lowered his head and looked again at the wanted portrait in his hand 6 years ago, and found that except for his hair color is different. If you look closely at the outline of the facial features, you can vaguely confirm that they are really the same person. After all, after 6 years, children will always grow up. Seeing this, Hambas is extremely sure that this is the goal of his trip. Ha ha ha! It seems that I deserve the first place in Humbath. Seeing that the ship was getting closer and closer, Humbath couldn't help laughing. Started to imagine my future. This time I caught Dai Yu Hao, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com has done a great job. At least one soul bone can be obtained, as well as a chance to hunt a soul beast. He didn't dare to think about the title, because he knew it was the boss. But other benefits are not impossible to obtain. After all, it is impossible for the boss to monopolize. Otherwise, how can we convince the public? When the future boss goes to the Xingluo Empire to take up the title, their pirate brother is the basis for him to be able to gain a foothold in the Xingluo Empire. So no matter what, the boss can't monopolize the rewards, causing the brothers to be separated from each other. Seeing, the two ships are getting closer and closer. Finally, about 10 meters apart, the pirate ship stopped moving. The two people are facing each other at the bow of the ship. The ship on which the Beluga Pirates group headed by Hambas is made of pure steel, is a much larger ship than the Viper Pirate group. Not to mention that the ship Hemingway is currently in is nothing more than the small wooden ship of the pirate leader. Therefore, Hambas and the others were condescending, staring at the white-haired young man below the bow with a greedy look, seemingly wishing to swallow him alive. On the other hand, Hemingway, even though there is only one person at this time. The wooden boat on board looked very petite against the backdrop of the big steel boat, but his expression never changed in the slightest. There was peace in those eyes that were as deep as the sea, beautiful and masculine faces, standing tall and straight on the bow of the ship, but it seemed to be able to stop any violent storms. The power of one person is equal to thousands of troops. At this time, Hemingway seemed to be filled with this kind of aura. Even though the Beluga Pirates on the opposite side are numerous and powerful, the invisible aura is crazily oppressed with the staring gaze. But, what about that? Do you think this can make him shrink from fear? Chapter 18, Naturally Strong. The two people finally met. No one spoke, only the undulating sound of the surrounding waves made the scene less silent. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became solemn. Hambas looked at the white-haired young man standing on the bow of the ship in front of him. His expression of triumph slowly faded, and his careless eyes gradually became more cautious. Because this boy, and the boy he imagined, is a completely different existence. In this world, there seems to be a kind of person who is born with the word powerful carved on his face. Looking at the blue eyes Zongyujing Wubo, his gorgeous white hair is gently blowing with the sea breeze, and his upright posture is like a stone statue standing on a cliff on the coast. The whole body was silently talking about the extraordinary young man. The intuition he has cultivated during his years of pirate career tells him that this boy is not easy. This arrest was definitely not as easy as I imagined. Even, Hambas had an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was an illusion as if death was approaching. Honestly, at this moment, Hambas really has the urge to lead a ticket to turn around and leave immediately. But thinking about grasping the benefits that this young man can obtain, he hesitated and hesitated again. The benefits are moving. What's more, that is the soul bone soul ring that the soul master dreams of. It is undoubtedly unrealistic to let him give up the benefits he is about to acquire just because of a kind of intuition. In human nature, there is a gene for death and a psychology of fluke. So in the end, Hambas chose to seek wealth insurance. Ignored the intuition he had cultivated over the years of his pirate career, and firmly chose the option he believed to be correct. Also gave up the only way to survive. The endless blue sea. Two boats of different sizes are more than 10 meters apart, and people on both sides stand at the bow and face each other. Everyone didn't speak, and the atmosphere on the scene was condensed. Only the whistling of the sea breeze, constantly whizzing past. Dai Yu Hao. Finally, Hambas spoke. You really make us easy to find. When this long-abandoned name was uttered by the unkind Brawny in front of him, Hemingway's heart sank. Because he knew that his identity had been leaked out for some unknown reason. The pirates in front of him were obviously here to catch him. Today, it is dangerous. How did it leak out? Hemingway is puzzled. The only suspect is the Old Soul King of the Viper pirate group. Could it be that the Old Soul King has some means he doesn't know, able to transmit information to other people? How did you find me? With full of questions, Hemingway looked at Hums not far away, frowning and asked, even if you know my news, how are you in this vast ocean? Found me? Seeing how menacingly you are, is there any way to lock my position? If it wasn't the ship he was riding in, and it wasn't the ship of the Viper pirate group, he would have doubted whether his little wooden ship had any locating soul guide. In the ancient times of this world, there was a very splendid civilization. Therefore, many wisdom crystallizations of ancient civilizations have been passed down, and those wisdom crystallizations are called soul guides by people today. The types and functions of the soul guidance device are all odd and strange, so if there is any soul guidance device that can be located, it is not impossible. To the spirit masters of the current Douluo continent, the ancient soul guidance device is equivalent to something like alien black technology. There is no soul master who can copy the soul guide and make it. But if some soul masters are lucky enough to get the soul guide handed down from ancient times, it is not impossible. After all, there is never a shortage of lucky people in this world. Faced with Hemingway's inquiry, even if it is very advantageous to them at this time, it is basically impossible for Hemingway to escape. Hambas didn't tell him that the conch he picked up was a positioning device. After all, there was nothing wrong with being careful. In case they missed a moment later, let Hemingway escape. You can also find him with the positioning function of conch. But if Hemingway lost the conch, it would be extremely difficult for them to find him afterwards. After all, the sea is so vast that Hemingway can easily change his body, or find an unknown island to hide. It is not so easy to find. Otherwise, Hemingway's mother would not take him to the sea. Hambas had a cold face and waved his hand silently. Beside him, an old man about 60 or 70 years old nodded gently, and then drew a low drink. The whole body began to glow, and then a set of nets appeared in his hands, the kind used for fishing, and then 6 spirit rings white, yellow, purple, and black appeared around the body. This old man is a 60th level soul emperor. Hemingway couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw this. He knew that this old man should be the deputy head of the soul emperor of the rumored Beluga pirate group. 6th spirit ability, Heaven and Earth. The old soul emperor yelled, the only black 10,000-year spirit ring floating around his body burst into light. Then, you read www. The old man yuyuganshu.com threw the fishing net in his hand to the sky. The exquisite fishing net flew into the sky, and then it became bigger and bigger, and in an instant it seemed to cover the entire sky, and then there were nets in all directions and began to cover it. In a blink of an eye, a large net covering the sea area with a radius of 1 kilometer was formed. This big net besieged both the Beluga pirates and Hemingway. Obviously they were planning to trap him first to prevent him from escaping. Then slowly catch him in the net, and stage a scene of catching a turtle in an urn. Now, the retreat is completely cut off. He can only bite the bullet and fight these pirates. Is it the same in the sea? Can you try to break through from the seabed? Hemingway subconsciously turned his gaze to the sea, thinking in his heart. And the opposite Hanba seemed to have seen his plan, folded his shoulders, calmly said, you don't have to think about escaping from the sea. Since Hannibal's sixth spirit ability, since it is called Tian Luo De Wang, how can it be possible to only guard against the sky and not against the underground? Don't even think about breaking the net of heaven and earth. This net of heaven and earth exhausts all Hannibal's soul power. Once formed, it can last for 2 hours. Non-soul sage cannot be broken. Even if it is the soul sage, if the attack power is weaker, it can only obediently trapped for 2 hours. The more Hambas said, the more confident he became. He looked at the silent white-haired boy, and persuaded, you should be obedient and you can catch it. This way you can suffer a little bit of flesh and blood. The reward is not necessarily your life, and the best thing is to capture you alive. So you even if you are sent to the Star Luo Empire, you won't necessarily die. But if you insist on resisting, then I will lose your hand for a while. Your little life will be impossible to guarantee. The PS data is bad. The codewords are no longer motivated. Chapter 19, Kill one person at the start. Hemingway just sneered at Hambas's seemingly kind advice. I thought, could I really treat me as a fool? Yes, if he is captured back to the Star Luo Empire, he may indeed not die, but there is a word in the world called life is better than death. If he is captured alive and returned to the Star Luo Empire, he will face the possibility of being brainwashed into thugs with special methods, or imprisoned, as a breeding tool to improve his blood. The former is better, the latter is terrible. Twin martial souls plus innate full soul power, what a formidable aptitude. Has such aptitude, if it is combined with a woman, then the offspring born will also have a great probability of inheriting this excellent qualification. Even if it is unlikely to have twin martial spirits are also very likely to mutate, or the innate spirit power is extremely high. There is a person in the original book who is in the same situation as him. That is Pope Bibi Dong. She also has twin martial arts, and innate full soul power. As a result, this qualification was favored by the former Pope Chihiro Chi, who later found an excuse to force her to give birth to her daughter Qian Rongxiu. And Qian Rongxiu is also worthy of being someone who inherited Bibi Dong's excellent blood, with an innate soul power of up to 20. Although this is because her martial soul is a god-level martial soul, angel martial soul. But not possessing a god-level martial soul can have the innate 20th level soul power, otherwise the martial arts hall would have unified the mainland a long time ago. In fact, it was precisely because Qian Rongxiu had innate 20th level spirit power. She was able to inherit the inheritance of the angel god from generation to generation in the martial spirit hall. Otherwise, if all the angel martial spirits were innate with 20th level spirit power, then why no one could inherit the position of angel god before her, only she can? From this, we can see how important the blood of both parents is to the offspring. In order to capture him alive, the Star Luo Empire even gave him the title as a reward. This shows how coveted his blood is. If Hemingway is really caught back, it is estimated that he will be a breeding machine for a lifetime. Then his descendants will become a tool for the nobles of the Star Luo to improve their bloodlines, and there will never be a day to turn back. Such a tragic life, even if he died, he would never accept it. Thinking about this, Hemingway must have his eyes on it. There is already a kind of determination in my heart to break the boat and sink the boat, prefer to break the jade, not to make it all. Along with it, the momentum of the whole body began to change. When seeing the grey-haired boy's overall momentum change, Hambas cried out in his heart as a failure. Unexpectedly, some persuasion, not only failed to achieve the goal, but was self-defeating. Let this young man strengthen the determination to resist. At this moment, wanting to catch him alive, it has become even more difficult. When the purple giant whale summoned them to round up Hemingway, they repeatedly stated that they must be caught alive. He must not be killed. Whether the brothers can eat and drink as a noble in the Xingluo Empire in the future depends on whether they can capture Dai Yuhao alive. Because of this, Hambas called the only sole emperor under him from the beginning, and used his whole soul power to use his sixth soul ability. The purpose is to ensure that Hemingway can be captured alive so that he cannot escape. Otherwise, if he just wants a corpse, why should he bother so much? You can directly turn on the martial spirit body, and you won't have to go up on the spot. Because you want to catch alive, you have to be careful. Superior. Hambas gestured to the 4 middle-aged people around him with his eyes. These 4 were the 4 strongest soul kings except the deputy commander, and they could be called the backbone of his hands. Let them try Hemingway's Jin Liang first. He himself temporarily watched from the sidelines, collecting information about him through battle for a while, and be sure to kill with 1 blow later. Capture him alive. Anyway, there are nets around him, he can't escape, and Hambas has time to play with him. Yes. The 4 soul kings took their orders and immediately activated the spirit of martial arts. I saw that their martial arts were turtles, dolphins, octopuses, and sea snakes. All are beast spirits. In addition, the spirit ring configuration is white, yellow, and purple. I have to say that the spirit ring configuration of these 4 soul kings is really rubbish. Basically, from the configuration of the spirit ring and the age of these 4 spirit kings, one can already see the potential of the spirit. After looking at the 4 spirit rings, there were more animal characteristics such as turtle shells and snake scales on his body. Hemingway was expressionless as he leaped towards the middle-aged man who struck him. Just coldly watching them gradually approaching themselves, at the moment when their spirit ring lights up and their spirit abilities are about to be released. Boom! There was an explosion on the spot. The whole ship was violently turbulent. Hemingway and others have disappeared in place. Seeing this, the 4 soul kings were taken aback. What happened? Why is the speed so fast? Where did that kid go? Hambas, who was observing in the distance, was also taken aback, even with his eyesight. I can barely see a faint shadow, as for how Hemingway disappeared in place. He was stunned but didn't see it. What's the matter? Is it some kind of spirit ability? He couldn't help muttering to himself. Next moment, Hanbuz couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Hemingway, who had disappeared in the same place, instantly appeared in front of one of the bald soul kings, as if suddenly flashed. Before the soul king who was in the air after the jump had time to react, the cold white-haired boy in front of him stretched out an index finger, disappeared. Boom! There seemed to be an explosion in his head. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. The last thing the bald soul king saw was the reappearance of the boy's finger, which was now covered with blood. Is this my blood? He finally realized this. Immediately, lost consciousness forever. At this time, the bald soul king's forehead was centered on the center of his eyebrows, and there was a blood hole. Having had previous experience dealing with the Soul King elders, Hemingway knew that the fatal injuries of ordinary people in cognition were not necessarily fatal to some people with special martial arts. So if you want to kill with 1 blow, a headshot with 1 finger is the most realistic. Because under normal circumstances, the head is always the greatest weakness of a person. Even if some people have special martial arts, if their heads are pierced, it is still a dead word. After all, there are only a handful of people who can survive if their heads are pierced. It belongs to the kind of perversion that is rare in thousands of years. At this moment, all the pirates on the scene were shocked by this sudden scene. A Soul King, just got his head pierced by a finger. Died so easily. Am I dreaming? And taking advantage of the stunned efforts of the pirates, Hemingway prevailed and pursued. Both feet volleyed and stepped on the void, and the whole person moved in the air abruptly, as if the ground under his feet was a solid ground. It's not like air without any help. This is the moon step, one of the 6 forms. Moon step application skills. Similar to the Wudang light work Tai Zong. Kicking in the air when jumping can change the trajectory of movement with the help of reverse thrust, so as to walk in the air. With this movement in the air, you can launch an attack from the air without leaving a dead angle. PS Ask for votes, ask for collection. Chapter 20, Kill 4 people in a row. With a flash, Hemingway quickly came to another Soul King with the help of moon steps that could walk in the air, looking at the middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He didn't use a finger gun, but directly raised his right hand and slashed his head with a knife from the side. Boom! A big head burst like a watermelon. The red blood and the white brain are mixed together. A large swath of red and white filthy things spilled at another thin Soul King not far away, splashing him all over. At this time, Hambas, who was still in a daze because his subordinates were suddenly killed, couldn't sit still. In the blink of an eye, his 4 generals lost too. You know this is his team. In the future, he will follow the boss Purple Whale to become a noble in the Douluo Empire. If there are not some subordinates to support the scene, won't you become a lonely family? Originally he wanted to come, there were 4 Soul Kings. So even if he couldn't defeat Hemingway alive, he could at least be in a stalemate with him. Hambas can also take the opportunity to observe his fighting style and look for opportunities to defeat the enemy with one blow. Catch him alive. As a result, I did not expect that the 4 Soul Kings under his hand would be killed by Hemingway in one face. It went beyond his expectation, and it almost made him feel bad. Are you Chinese cabbage as the Soul King? Do you know how difficult it is to recruit these Soul Kings? Stop it! Seeing that Hemingway was not satisfied with killing the 2 Soul Kings, he continued to rush towards the remaining 2 Soul Kings. Hambas shouted, and at the same time opened the spirit ring. I saw a huge white whale phantom emerging, and then merged into his body. Suddenly I saw that his already huge and strong body began to swell again. His already horrifying and strong muscles began to wriggle constantly. The veins were violent, and in the blink of an eye, the whole person became a little giant close to 5 meters tall. Soul Saint, Hambas. Wuhan, Great Beluga. Soul Ring configuration, white, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black and black. Although it is still not the best spirit ring configuration, it is definitely considered luxurious compared to the previous Soul Kings and Soul Emperors. After the martial spirit white whale was possessed, Hambas, who was transformed into a 5-meter-high giant, kicked his legs, and instantly the stern of the steel ship lifted up, and the bow sank severely. It was actually kicked by his legs that almost made the entire bow plunge directly into the sea. You can discover a fact by looking at the leopard. The power of the soul holy, terrifying. Boy, stop me! The little giant like Hambas soared into the sky and rushed toward Hemingway fiercely. And at this time, Hemingway had already used Moon Step again, volleyed to the side of the 3rd Soul King. Because of the lessons learned from the first 2 Soul Kings, this martial soul is the Soul King of the Sea Turtle, and he directly used his strongest defensive soul skill, the Turtle Shell Bodyguard. After the 5th purple 1000-year spirit ring lights up, I saw the small turtle shell behind him suddenly began to expand, and then his head and limbs began to retract, and finally completely retracted into the tortoise shell. Finally, the gap in the shell of the tortoise was closed, just like a real tortoise with its head shrunk. This is his strongest defensive skill. Even if the Soul Emperor wants to break its tortoise shell, it is not that simple. At the same time, this skill is also one of his most proud defensive skills. So when he wanted to come, he was absolutely safe. But unfortunately, he met the perverted Hemingway. Hey, do you think this will make you safe? Watch me break your tortoise shell. Looking at the tortoise shell in front of him, a cold light flashed in Hemingway's eyes. He raised his right hand and raised his index finger. Then a golden light appeared on the fingertips, only a short golden light from the fingertips. Armed color domineering. The index finger with the golden light pierced the tortoise shell fiercely, and then it popped, as if it was bursting a balloon. I saw the tortoise shell that even the Soul Emperor could not break for a while, under his golden fingers, it was instantly pierced like paper. What? A horrible cry came from the airtight shell of the tortoise. Then he stopped. Hemingway pulled out his index finger expressionlessly, only to see a small hole in the tortoise shell. But there were cracks around this small hole, and even the cracks were still expanding. Finally, the whole shell of the tortoise was filled with a bang. The seemingly indestructible shell of the tortoise was turned into fragments. A middle-aged man with curled-up limbs was exposed, but at this time there was a blood hole in his back, and the whole person had completely lost his breath. Kill with one blow. How can it be so simple to be armed and domineering? It can not only serve as armor defense, but also strengthen the user's offensive power. With the development of users, various changes can be formed. For example, after his finger pierced the tortoise shell, the remaining armed domineering power turned into concealed strength and penetrated into his body. Shattered his internal organs in an instant. So even though it seems that there is only one more blood hole on the surface, in fact all his internal organs have already become a pile of rotten meat. Damn! The strong wind came behind, and there was a roar of anger. The little giant like Hums had a hideous face, and his huge figure rushed towards him. The 5-meter-high body is extremely oppressive, and Hemingway has no doubt about the mighty power hidden in this body. But there are gains and losses, and strength is accompanied by clumsiness. Reading www.insufficient movement speed of UUGonshu.com. Uebu. Hemingway's legs volleyed and stepped on the void, and he was dangerously avoiding the huge figure he rushed on. Attack the last Soul King! At this moment, seeing the 3 colleagues who couldn't do anything under the hands of this white-haired boy, the last Soul King was completely shocked. The spirit ring on his body lit up one after another, and the whole person seemed to turn into a snake. The body twists and turns, but with this appearance, the speed is extremely fast. The last Soul King seemed to have lost all his bones, marching like a snake, then left the boat and rushed into the sea. Hemingway saw the cold light flashing in his eyes here, and he reached out his hand without thinking about it, and raised an index finger. The golden light appeared on the fingertips, then it exploded. Boom! The golden light from the fingertips seemed to turn into a bullet, and it pierced directly into the sea after crossing a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. Ignoring the resistance of the sea, hit the Soul King who had dived into the water and hadn't disappeared on the spot. Boom! A ball of water exploded on the sea. Some stumps and broken arms were scattered around the deck of the ship, accompanied by splashes of water. Many pirates who had been onlookers were covered with filth and blood. It also made these dragons who had been watching for a long time panicked. Seeing that his 4 powerful generals were killed by Hemingway like a chick. Hamba's eyes were red, and his mouth screamed incompetently and furiously. He couldn't think of it anyway. Just a blink of an eye, he lost 4 generals. You know, this is his team. It is not easy to cultivate such a Soul King. As a result, all 4 have been killed now. Chapter 21, the battle is about to begin. Looking at the 4 most powerful generals under his men, they died in a blink of an eye. At this time, Hambas regretted it. He knew that Dai Yuhao was so cruel, and he should be taken down directly from the beginning. He couldn't escape anyway with the sky and the earth. Can it be prudent to send 4 Soul Kings to test him? As a result, 4 powerful generals were lost at once. Loss, I'm dead. Hey, did you dive into the sea and hide it? Hemingway scanned the surroundings and found that the previous Soul Emperor who spread the net of heaven and earth had already disappeared at this time. Seeing and hearing the domineering scan of the cabins of the 2 ships, no one was found. Obviously, the Soul Emperor realized that it was not good, and took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the sea and hide in the early days. He was really very conscientious. But this is also normal. You must know that after exhausting all the soul power and using the net, the actual combat power of the Soul Emperor who does not have the slightest soul power is estimated to be even worse than the Soul Sovereign. After all, he is not a beast spirit, but a weapon spirit. So when you cultivate to this realm, Wuhan doesn't strengthen all aspects of your body much. His real power is still his spirit ability, but he needs spirit power to drive the spirit ability. So now that he has no spirit power, it is almost equivalent to being abolished. Hemingway wants to kill him, so easy. So the Soul Emperor hid with a foresight, and didn't know where he was hiding. In short, it is unrealistic to find that Soul Emperor in the sky and earth net covering a radius of 1 kilometer, and his sights, hearings, and colors cannot cover such a wide range. Unless diving into the water, use the ability of sea sensing. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to find him. However, the Soul Emperor is just an insignificant role. The current Hemingway's biggest opponent is the Soul Saint Han Ba. Hemingway turned around and looked at the 5-meter-tall little giant, although his anger was still difficult to hide, but his expression had calmed down. Looking at the 7 spirit rings floating around him, he finally started to get serious. The clearing is over. He looked at Hambas, with a slight smile on his stern face. Next is the real battle. On the endless sea. A large net is round, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. At this moment, within this big net, 2 ships, one large and one small, are facing each other far away. On the smaller wooden boat, 2 people are facing each other far away. One is 5 meters tall, full of muscles all over his body, and his face is full of flesh, just like a little giant with devil muscles. One was about 15 or 16 years old, with long hair that was snow white, with straight and supple hair dangled, accompanied by that exquisite and handsome face, a tall and slender body, and deep blue eyes like the sea. Really handsome to the extreme. On another big steel ship, there are about 20 or 30 pirates, but they dare not breathe. They look nervously at the 2 people on the wooden boat, as if they are about to witness something. At this time, Hambas has gradually recovered from the loss of the 4 generals, and his mind has returned to calm. He coldly looked at the opposite side, with long snow-white hair drifting away with the sea breeze, and his eyes were blue like the sea. He stood upright and unparalleled, and slowly said, "I admit, I underestimated you." He looked at the white-haired young man who had killed 4 of his own generals in a row and still did not blush or breathe, and said in awe, "It is indeed a twin martial soul that has been rare in 1,000 years. You just awakened a martial soul 6 years ago. In other words, you are only 12 years old this year. To be honest, just 6 years. Your growth really makes me feel incredible. If you give you time, let you continue to grow. I really can't imagine how your future will be. Vast." Facing the admiration of Hambas, Hemingway didn't change his face, but the spirit power in his body began to flow slowly. His body was ready to go. Ready to fight at any time. But that's it. Having said this, Hambas looked at him with a serious expression, and said, "Next, to show respect for the strong, I will use all my strength to deal with you. Let you understand how powerful the strength of the Soul Saint is. Wait and see." Hemingway couldn't comment, but just looked at him plainly. It seems that he is not worried about the battle that is about to begin next. Hambas, the martial spirit white whale, the 73-level battle Soul Saint. Hambas had a solemn face, and a phantom of a white whale appeared around his body and gradually disappeared. At the same time, the light of the 7 spirit rings surrounding him became more intense. And since the opponent is so solemn, then the loser does not lose. Hemingway was also full of seriousness, and for the first time revealed his martial soul before the world. Hemingway, martial spirit mermaid princess. 39th level battle spirit venerable. As his words fell, a huge phantom gradually emerged behind him. That is a mermaid about tens of meters high, with a graceful appearance. Quiet. The whole scene fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the huge figure tens of meters high. She is so gentle and beautiful, her sea blue eyes are as gentle as the mother of the sea, and her silky long pink curly hair is twisted into a noble flying fairy bun, and her perfect posture seems to be the most beautiful masterpiece of the sea. And around this figure, there are 3 huge spirit rings floating, exuding an incredible sense of existence. 2 purple and 1 black. Everyone couldn't help their open mouths in shock. www.readaloud.com and stared blankly at the 3 spirit rings floating around the giant mermaid's body. I just felt that the 3 views were subverted by these 3 spirit rings. How is this possible? How could someone have the first spirit ring of 1,000 years? And the 3rd spirit ring is still a 10,000-year spirit ring that only the Soul King can absorb. Hambas was also a little surprised, but he quickly reacted and said, "So, I forgot that you are twin spirits. You only need to cultivate one of the spirits to a very high level. When a spirit ring is attached to a martial soul that has not been attached, it can be attached to a spirit ring of extremely high age. Presumably this is how your 2 purple and 1 black spirit rings came from. You think so, so be it." Hemingway is non-committal. He didn't tell him that his other martial arts spirit was still a whiteboard now, and that he used his strength to forcibly absorb the ultra-high age spirit ring. Because this kind of thing is meaningless, why do you explain this to an enemy who is about to fight? It's better to remain mysterious, so that he can't figure out his martial spirit. Create a sense of fear. Maybe in the next battle, he could be surprised. Han Buzz frowned when he saw his posture. I was a little uncertain whether he had any whole cards at this time. In the Battle of the Soul Master, the level does not mean everything. Sometimes certain spirit masters possess some weird spirit abilities, which are enough to make people hard to guard against. So if you really think that relying on your high level, you can arbitrarily despise people whose level is lower than yourself, then you will suffer a big loss sooner or later. As a cautious pirate, Hambas was able to mix to the point where he is still alive. There is no doubt that his temperament is very cautious, which allows him to escape multiple life and death crises. So he was successfully fooled. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Chapter 22, Passionate. It doesn't matter, you will know what your whole cards are. Hambas reluctantly suppressed the fear in his heart, and began to burst out terrifying power fluctuations all over his body. With a kick on both legs, the huge body of 5 meters high in the state of possessed by the martial soul was wrapped in a huge impact, and it attacked Hemingway. Facing the menacing little giant ahead, Hemingway didn't hesitate at all, but he thought about it. The huge mermaid spirit behind him turned into a light and melted into his body, and his already powerful physical fitness was once again greatly improved. There are 2 modes for his mermaid spirit after possessing. One is transformation, that is, the whole person becomes a giant mermaid tens of meters high, that looks like a white star princess. Some are similar to Wuhan's real body. In this state, not only will his quality in all aspects be greatly improved, he will also be more handy in manipulating sea water. The disadvantage is that in this transformation state, the soul power is consumed very quickly. When the soul power is exhausted, it will exit the transformation state. And in this mermaid state, many physical skills can't be used. It is not convenient to move on land. Another mode of possessing a body, it just simply increases various qualities as it is now, without any changes in appearance. In contrast, there is no handy manipulation of the sea in the state of the White Star Princess, and the blessing of the sea. The advantage is that the consumption is relatively low, and the increase can be maintained. These 2 modes of possessing, there is no doubt that one is suitable for land conditions, and the other is suitable for fighting in the sea. If they are now in the ocean, Hemingway will undoubtedly transform into a giant mermaid mode immediately, but now it is a battle on a ship. Therefore, it is more cost-effective to use a simple amplification mode and save soul power. Drink. Facing the menacing little giant, he wanted to try the power gap between himself and the Soul Saint at this time. Hemingway did not dodge. He went straight up brazenly, raised his fist and swiped towards him. Arrogant. The menacing Hambas saw a hint of contempt and irritation flashing in his eyes, and faced his dignified attacking Soul Saint, he even dared to face him head-on. How to look down on him? Even though he was only in the state of possessing a martial soul at this time, he didn't even use his soul abilities. But with the strength of his soul saint level, coupled with his martial soul, he was the overlord of the sea with a huge body like a whale. It is conceivable that even if it is only possessed by a martial soul, the increase in physique is definitely not comparable to that of a mere soul. Damn boy, you will pay the price for your arrogance. The spirit power in Hambas was surging, and he slammed his big fist at him. Hemingway doesn't dodge or dodges, but also fights back. Boom! One big and one small, two punches collided with a huge difference. Hey! The terrifying wind burst out from the place where the two fists met. The surrounding sea seemed to be swept by a violent wind, and the waves were undulating. The big steel ship next to it was blown away, and even the wooden boat underneath the two of them sank sharply. Almost directly pressed into the sea, one can imagine how terrible the confrontation between the two is. After a punch, the little giant like Hambas unexpectedly started to fall back involuntarily, stepping on the deck with his feet, forming a cracked footprint. At the same time, his huge fist was also covered in flesh and blood, and he was obviously injured. In contrast, Hemingway was petite in comparison with his huge body, but he was motionless, with his feet firmly glued to the deck. Only the cracks around the feet showed that it was not easy for him to take the punch. I actually lost. Hambas looked at his bloodied fist, his face was full of disbelief from the sharp pain from his fist. With his physical strength alone, with the spirit power of his soul saint level, after his martial soul possessed his body, he still lost to this young man who seemed to have only 3 ring souls. What a terrible body! His eyes when looking at the grey-haired boy on the opposite side completely changed, as if he was looking at a real monster. How is it possible? The captain was forced to retreat. The pirates on the steel ship in the distance saw the battle that should have been tenable. In the end, it turned out that the leader of his own took a step back, and they were all a little unbelievable. The head of the soul saint level competed physically, but he lost to a soul saint. Is this a real genius? Monster! This is what these pirates knew about the white-haired boy at this moment. It seems that my physical fitness at this time is roughly at the level of soul sage after martial soul possesses. Slowly retracted his fist, feeling that he had just hit him with a punch, the kind of effort to parry. Hemingway suddenly understood that if he talked about physique alone, regardless of soul skills, he was roughly equivalent to the level of soul sage. Of course, this only refers to pure physical strength, and the factors of soul skills are not counted. So when it comes to fighting, it's really hard to say whether you can fight the soul sage. After all, unlike him, for ordinary spirit masters, the spirit abilities that each spirit ring brings are the fundamental. The increased physical fitness after the Wuhan possessed the body was only secondary, and did not represent all the strength. The reason why Hemingway was able to fight with the soul deity and the soul sage was mainly because his martial soul was very special. After obtaining the soul ring, the increase was only in physical fitness and domineering. It can be said that his situation is similar to a pure attribute soul master. So the combat power will naturally be much stronger than the general same level. But this also has a certain disadvantage, that is, single moves. When you meet someone with weird spirit abilities, you may fall into trouble. Good boy. I underestimated you, then I'm going to be serious. Hambas's face was stern, and then the first, second, and third spirit rings all over his body shone brightly. The first spirit ability, power increase. Second spirit ability, speed increase. The third spirit ability, suction traction. Hambatha's swollen body muscles skyrocketed again, reading www.yuyuganshu.com then suddenly contracted again, becoming firm and condensed. Obviously the first and second spirit abilities played a role. Boom! Hamba's huge body rushed away again, and the deck under his feet burst open. Hemingway, who watched the 5-meter-tall giant coming with an overwhelming aura and tested what he possessed, didn't want to confront him head-on, but he didn't expect that an invisible suction suddenly spread all over his body, terrifying. The suction caused his body to approach the little giant who was throwing around uncontrollably. Obviously his third spirit ability played a role. In order to prevent him from evading, this spirit ability made Hemingway unable to evade, so he could only fight face-to-face. Head-to-head with the Soul Saint. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Hemingway was also aroused by blood. Since there is no escape, let's fight. Boom. One big and one small two collide again. Hambaz raised his sturdy arm, clenched his fist and smashed his head. Howling wind, terrifying wind pressure. Hemingway had no doubt that if he was hit in the head by this punch, he would definitely burst his skull like the Soul King who was smashed to pieces with his own knife just now. Red and white splashed all over the place. So he raised his arm to fight back, and the two fists collided. Boom! Hemingway's complexion changed, only to feel that there was a strong force on the opponent's arm. This power is nearly 60% larger than the original one. How is it possible? The first spirit ability is only a 10-year spirit ring. How can it suddenly increase 60% of the power? Wait. Maybe this has something to do with the speed increase of his second spirit ability. He thought about it. I soon wanted to understand the connection between the two. Chapter 23, Men and Number 039, S Fight. Hambaz's first spirit ability power increase is definitely not so exaggerated as the increase of 60%. After all, this is only a 10-year spirit ring, and the maximum increase of 2 achievements is very good. The reason why he felt that he was nearly 60% stronger now was probably because of the speed increase of the second spirit ability. As the saying goes, speed is power. The increase in speed brings strong kinetic energy, which is the key to greatly increase his punch power. After thinking about this episode, Hemingway felt the severe pain in the fist of his arm, and finally stopped hesitating, and used his arm to look domineering. A touch of golden light instantly covered the fist, and then spread to the entire arm. It's like attaching a layer of armor to it, and its destructive power is greatly increased. Drink! Hemingway waved his golden right arm, but gave a slight shock. The power of horror erupted suddenly. Took Hambaz a step back on the spot. Hemingway won the power, and he covered his other hand with armed domineering, both hands turned into golden arms, and his power greatly increased. With both hands clenched into fists, he took the initiative to launch a fierce attack towards the 5-meter-high little giant. Punch left and right, the golden arm turned into an afterimage. Greeted the little giant crazily. With the blessing of armed and domineering, Hemingway not only increased his attack power, but also his defense power. This is just the most obvious application of armed colors. He hasn't shown the higher application yet. That was what he had left unexpectedly, and it was not in use yet. Hambaz is big, but big means clumsy and inflexible. So suddenly faced with such violent boxing, it is inevitable to be a little rushed. Even if he tried his best to block and evade, he would inevitably get a dozen punches abruptly. Fortunately, the body's defense power was greatly increased after the spirit was possessed, and the increase in 2 spirit abilities also made him not suffer much damage for a while. But if you get beaten like this, you don't have to. Therefore, a sharp light flashed in Hambaz's eyes, and the 4th and 5th spirit rings around his body were activated one after another. 4th spirit ability, King Kong transformation. 5th spirit ability, Blue Scale Bodyguard. Hambaz's huge body, 5 meters high, suddenly began to contract, and the swollen muscles became condensed, but the strength did not decrease but increased. At the same time, fish scales began to grow on his body, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. Those blue scales seemed to put him on a suit of armor. A breath of effort. The 5-meter-high little giant disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by a 2-meter-high, skinny weird man covered with blue fish scales. Boom! Boom! The two were fighting. Hemingway only felt that the pressure suddenly increased. The shrinking of the opponent's body not only did not weaken the strength, but also doubled the strength abruptly. Especially the reduction in size makes him more flexible. As for the blue scales growing on the body, the defense power is even more terrifying. No matter where he attacks, the feedback he receives will only be solid, as if hitting a copper wall. For a time, even if he was armed with an armed color, he couldn't help him with this appearance of Hambas. The soul sage is worthy of being a soul sage. There is nothing simple, even the martial soul body is useless, but the first 5 spirit rings are turned on, which makes me feel a little bit overwhelmed at this time. During the battle, Hemingway was deeply moved. Boom! At this time, Hambas's big hand covered with blue scales slapped his forehead fiercely. Fortunately, Hemingway covered his head in time with armed and domineering. This big hand slapped on the golden light, but he couldn't hurt him a bit. Don't ask Hemingway why he didn't cover his body with armed domineering. It should be understood that armed domineering is actually not something out of nothing, but a special power transformed by his soul power. Domineering is a very soul-consuming move, and the soul power needed to transform armed domineering is very scary. So he can save while saving, but he dare not do something that covers his whole body. Besides, covering the whole body is not very helpful to the battle, and it is not cost-effective in terms of consumption. The battle between the two continues. Fighting together, a battle between men and men is going on. The many pirates who were onlookers not far away were excited to watch. This is a fight to the flesh. Hemingway could not break the blue scaly defense that covered the whole body of Hambas, but on the other hand, he could not help the Hemingway with the golden armored protective body. The two sides are in a stalemate like this. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The battle between Hemingway and Hambas seemed to have completely hit the real fire, and the aftermath of the two battles gradually destroyed the wooden boat in riddles. The surrounding sea was also undulating because of the fighting between the two, attacking the escaping power, and the turbulent sea was rolling and turbulent. Finally, after another blow, the wooden boat at the feet of the two finally couldn't stand it, and fell apart in the aftermath of the easy power of the two. Turned into fragments of different sizes. And the two in the battle also naturally fell into the sea, making the anxious battle temporarily stop. Uebu! Hemingway kicked his legs and exploded a ball of water. The whole person stepped directly on the void and got out of the sea. Then he jumped onto a wrecked plank, breathing slightly. The heart is beating suddenly, blood is surging all over. On the other hand, Hambas sank into the sea for some reason and disappeared. Of course Hemingway would not think he was drowning, joking. Have you ever seen a whale drown? So he can conclude from this that the sinking of Hambas in the sea definitely had another plan. At this time, a deep voice came from the sea. 7th soul ability, Wuhan True Body. There is a huge energy wave in the sea. Hemingway's face changed drastically when he heard this, relying on his sense of danger. He directly kicked his legs and used shave to quickly leave the wooden plank he had stepped on. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. And he had just left 1 second before, and the next second was accompanied by the sound of breaking water. A huge mouthful of fangs appeared instantly, completely engulfing the area where the planks were. Immediately afterwards, a huge beluga whale's head protruded out of the sea, and the 7 spirit rings surrounding it indicated that it was not a sea spirit beast. It was the form changed by the Soul Master. Trouble! Seeing this huge white whale staring at him viciously and greedily, Hemingway couldn't help showing a wry smile. This is the real body of Wuhan. The 7th spirit ability of all spirit masters after reaching the 70th level is similar, that is the real body of Wuhan. Just as the 30th level is the bottleneck of the Soul Master, so is the 70th level. Especially the Beast Spirit Masters who possess the real form of Spirit, their strength will be greatly improved, and at the same time, this skill is also a magic weapon for them to desperately Hambas is using his 7th spirit ring skill, and it is also the most overbearing spirit ring skill with the strongest side effect Swahangenshi. Once the martial spirit body is used, it can use all spirit abilities below the 7th ring, except for the martial spirit body, for 30 minutes, and its power is 150% of the original. All aspects of quality will be greatly improved. Of course, there are gains and losses. After each use of the spirit body, the spirit master's own attributes will be weakened by 50%, and it will take 7 days to recover. Therefore, when it is not a last resort, a spirit master over 70 will never easily use his martial soul body. Now that Hambas has been forced to use the Wuhan real body, it is conceivable that he is also completely unable to use Hemingway, intending to make a desperate move. Take him down in one fell swoop. PS. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Chapter 24, Nemesis. Hey! You think you are the only one who has the real body of Wuhan? Hemingway thought about the huge body of the white whale. I felt that I would suffer too much if it were just a simple increase in power. Even though he was reluctant to use that form, he couldn't help it in this situation now. Transform. The white-haired boy burst into light, gradually covering his whole body. Then suddenly expanded. With a boom, a large splash of water exploded. A giant mermaid tens of meters high appeared on the surface of the sea and confronted the beluga whale not far away. Wuhan real body. How is it possible that you also have Wuhan real body? Could you be the soul sage? The beluga whale looked at not far away with a graceful posture, blue eyes high and deep, like the most beautiful creature in the sea, perfect yet an unusual mermaid. She couldn't help but screamed, and made a human voice. The giant mermaid incarnation of Hemingway didn't speak, because when he made a voice at this time, it would be a melodious ballad-like voice. This really makes people who think of themselves as masculine a little uncomfortable, and always feel that if they get used to it, they seem to be awakened to some incredible interest. No. This is not the real Wuhan. After feeling carefully, the beluga whale reacted suddenly. If it is a real Wuhan body, then the aura in his body should increase dramatically at this time. It will never be the same as before. So this should not be the real body of the martial soul, but just a unique state of possessing the martial soul. Or what spirit ability? But even so, when looking at the huge mermaid opposite, Hambas couldn't help but feel a little pressure. Although body shape does not represent strength, the strength of a big body is definitely not weak. He has now transformed into the real body of the white whale martial spirit, which is about 30 meters long. On the other hand, the mermaid incarnation of Hemingway on the opposite side is tens of meters tall. As far as body shape is concerned, Hambas has already lost. But the actual combat power is stronger and weaker, and you have to fight it before you know it. Han Base, who has experienced many battles, naturally understands this truth, and he will not be fooled by Hemingway's mermaid. So he brazenly took the lead in attacking. 6th soul ability, overturning the river and the sea. The 6th spirit ring of the huge white whale's whole body shines brightly. Suddenly, 1 kilometer of the sea within the sky and the earth began to roll. The surface of the sea began to be choppy, and with the white whale as the center, a terrifying vortex formed around it. Not far away, everyone on the pirate ship saw this place and hurriedly steered the ship away. They were very aware of the power of their captain's trick. The closer you get, the more dangerous. Finally, it seemed to be done with energy. The huge beluga whale raised its tail sideways, driving the whirlpool to form a horrible column of water, and attacking Hemingway overwhelmingly. The huge mermaid incarnation of Hemingway floats calmly on the sea. The fish tail of the lower body is immersed in the sea water, leaving only the graceful upper body of the human body on the sea. The turbulence of the surrounding sea can't affect her at all. Any turbulent waves will stop a few meters in front of her for no reason. The storm has stopped. This is the natural characteristic of mermaid Wuhan. The sea is her world. Facing the menacing water column, the huge and beautiful person raised his slender arms and padded forward gently. Boom! The incoming water column disintegrated, and water splashed all over the sky. How is this possible? Han Base was stunned when he saw this place, his long-awaited moves. So he was slapped and slapped casually like this. Did you guess wrong? Is he really Wuhan real body? Impossible. My induction is not wrong. Hambas, who doesn't believe in evil, once again mobilized his spirit power, and the sixth spirit ability turned the river to the sea, giving him the ability to manipulate the sea. It can control the sea and form various attacks. Even in the Soul Sage, his Soul Sage is also one of the best. Not the weak. The sea was tumbling and turbulent, and then turned into a snake like a living thing, tens of meters long. Snake vomited softly, and under the control of the beluga whale, he twisted his body and rushed towards the mermaid. Facing these snakes, what the giant mermaid still did was just lift up his slender hands and lightly photographed them. Bang! 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 The huge sea snake that seemed to be full of deterrence turned into sea water in a slap like this. I see. This time Hambas finally found the key point. He found that it was not that the opponent was really so strong, but that he was controlling the sea, and the opponent was far stronger than himself. So when his sea water creation faces her, it will be easily slapped away. In the past, after he opened the martial spirit real body, he cooperated with the sixth spirit ability to turn the river into the sea. In this sea, there are rare enemies in the Soul Sage level, even if it is a weaker Contra. Sometimes you may fall into trouble. Don't think that the ability to manipulate sea water is weak. Hambas just encountered Hemingway, a nemesis with a mermaid spirit, if he was replaced by someone else. Face all kinds of attacks formed by turbulent and endless sea water. It is impossible to be as easy as he is. The greatest possibility is to be defeated in the endless sea water attack. Hey! Since the sea is not good www.readaloud.com, then just head on. After figuring out the joints, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the huge beluga whale, and the turbulent sea water around him helped him. Then, with mouth full of fangs, he rushed towards the huge mermaid like a gallop. This is going to be a close hand-to-hand fight. Now that Wuhanzhen is turned on, not only can he use all his spirit abilities at will, and the attributes of the whole body have been greatly improved. Hambas didn't believe it, and he couldn't capture him yet. Little did he realize that Hemingway was not surprised but delighted when he watched the white whale attacking from a distance. Want to fight melee, right? Head-to-head combat is good, he is least afraid of hand-to-hand combat. Don't look at the posture that he is now incarnate as Princess White Star, with a soft and weak appearance. But do you really think that her tens of meters tall figure is not suitable for display? Anyone who is confused by Princess White Star's frail appearance and thinks she is a delicate woman is a big mistake. Boom! Bang! The huge white whale ran into the mermaid, but was blocked by its wave. The big beluga whale glowed all over, and a scaly blue scale instantly covered the whole body, greatly increasing its strength. Then the lightning probe opened its fangs, biting fiercely at the proud fullness of the mermaid's chest, without any scruples. The huge mermaid princess frowned subconsciously, but she didn't intend to be gnawed by the fangs. But it's too late to block with the hand, but fortunately there are armed colors that can be used. When the thought moved, a layer of golden light instantly covered the fullness of the chest. Boom! Click! The big beluga whale's big mouth full of fangs bit down, and even made a loud noise. It is conceivable how terrifying the lethality is. If it is bitten, the meat on the chest will get into its mouth. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle. The big white whale opened its mouth full of fangs and bit down. But fortunately, the golden-armed dominance came into play in time, a layer of golden light was covered, and the soft chest was covered with hard armor in an instant. The beluga whale bitten by one bite didn't feel any softness at all, only felt that what he had bitten was exactly one piece. Hard steel. Crack. The extremely hard-armed color even directly shattered the mouthful of the white whale's fangs. Roar. The beluga whale could not help but let out a roar, only to feel that with the broken teeth, there was not only severe pain. My mind is also buzzing because of the counter-shock force. It's now. A fierce light flashed in the sea-blue beautiful eyes of the giant mermaid, and the huge but slender right hand stretched out. 2 slender fingers among the 5 fingers showed golden light, and they pierced fiercely at the deflated nostrils above the whale's head. If it can be stabbed this time, the armed domineering attached to the kin penetrate directly into the body of the beluga whale from the vent hole, directly destroying its brain. One hit is fatal. Don't think about it. At this time, it seemed that a fatal crisis was sensed. The beluga whale almost instinctively gathered the soul power in the body, compressed and condensed crazily, and finally gathered in the vent hole on the top of the head and sprayed out. Boom! A water blue beam of light burst out from the vent hole in the head of the beluga whale. This blow brought together the highly compressed soul power in Hambas. Once it broke out, it even formed a terrifying shock wave, spreading in all directions. Before the fingers of the giant mermaid pierced the vent hole, they were shaken away by the sudden burst of water blue light. The shock wave that sprayed out immediately shook his huge body into the air. The beautiful pink fish tail came out of dehydration, and the entire huge beautiful body gracefully soared in the air, like a fish jumping out of the water. But although this picture is very beautiful, it is very unfriendly to Hemingway, because at this time he is in a mermaid state and has nowhere to take advantage of him in mid-air. Even if you want to use the moon step to move in the air, you can't do it. After all, there are no legs. This is one of the disadvantages of being a mermaid. Hey, there is no way. Looking at the vent of the white whale below, the light gathered again, and it was obvious that he had to give him another shot while he was in the air. Hemingway had no choice but to lift the transformation state. After all, he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be intact when he was hit by the water blue beam of light head-on. Even with an armed colored body, it feels choking. I saw the elegant mermaid soaring in the air bursting out like smoke instantly, transforming into the image of a white-haired boy again. Uebu. As soon as he recovered, Hemingway stepped on his feet repeatedly, trying to escape the danger. But it's a pity that at this time the power storage in the vent hole of the white whale below has reached its limit, and a beam of water blue light burst out. Boom! There was a loud thunderous noise. A beam of light a few meters thick rose into the sky, and the water blue light shone around and plunged into a bluish world, and at the same time the speed was too fast. The scope of the beam of light a few meters thick is too wide. Hemingway couldn't dodge at all, so he was rubbed by the beam of light. The horrible aqua blue beam of light soars into the sky. Is like a pillar of dingai that can pierce the sky. The net above couldn't stop it at all, and when it was rushed by the water blue beam of light, it was easy to break through. The heaven and earth nets that can block the soul sage can't even stop the blow of this blue water pillar. Hemingway was sweating all over his body, and he was very thankful that he hadn't held it up just now, otherwise he would even have an armed and domineering bodyguard. Being hit by this water blue beam of light head-on, I'm afraid I will be beaten to death. Especially now, even though he was not hit head-on. He just wiped a little edge, but the power of a little bit of leftover material from the blue light column of the water still shook his body overwhelmingly. A trace of blood couldn't help flowing from the corner of his mouth. With this blow alone, he suffered serious internal injuries. The power of the soul saint really is not something I can directly resist now. Once it becomes true, even if it just wipes the side, it almost hurts me. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the water blue on it. The color beam dissipated, and a huge hole appeared in the center of the net. There was a flash of joy in my eyes. It was God who helped me. Uebu. Hemingway's footsteps were repeated in the void, and the whole person quickly soared into the hole in the sky. At this time, he no longer had the mind to continue fighting, and it was indeed the best strategy to take a 36 plan. Want to escape? It's just a delusion. The beluga whale, who was a little tired from sending out 2 big moves in a row, saw the scene above, and a scorn flashed in his fierce eyes. I sneered in my heart, and I didn't even bother to stop it. Instead, Chu stayed on the spot and seized the time to restore the consumed spirit power. Over the sky. Seeing that the hole in the big net is getting closer and closer, Hemingway's footsteps are falsely stepped, and a trace of joy appears in his sea blue eyes. But at this moment, the huge snare made a jitter. Immediately, the net of dead objects seemed to have life, just when he was about to break through. The hollow area pierced by the blue water column, UU reading www.uuganshu.com's network cables are constantly squirming, and they are entangled in an instant. Repair the net that broke a big hole as before. Hemingway's eyes were splitting, and he could escape to heaven. As a result, at the last juncture, he was disturbed by the Soul Emperor who had been hiding in the dark. At this time, Hemingway regretted it very much. When he was in the sea just now, he didn't use the ability of sea sensing to find the Soul Emperor and kill him first. Otherwise, he would have escaped a long time ago. Land feet. With the last glimmer of hope in his arms, Hemingway lifted his foot and kicked in the air. A golden slash burst out of the air, slashing towards the indestructible net. Boom! The armed sword shot down on the net, causing it to ripple. But this thin, seemingly fragile net has always been extremely tough. There is no sign of being torn apart at all. Seeing this, Hemingway can even feel the water and blue light jets from Humbatha's move just now. How terrible the power is! If he hadn't rushed out of the transformation state just now, being hit by the water blue beam head-on would definitely be a serious injury and dying. Even if it is armed with color as an armor body, it is useless, because the level difference between the two of them is so huge. Hemingway is only a 39th level soul venerable now, able to use his physique to use the 6 navy styles and the uniqueness of the domineering armed color to force him out of the martial soul. It's already very valuable. If it hadn't been for the mermaid state to control the sea, and to wipe out Hamba's advantage of being in the sea and being able to manipulate the sea, the battle between the two would have ended when Hamba's became a martial spirit. PS collection is so small. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 26, Pretend. After working hard, he found that he could never break this layer of heaven and earth net. Hemingway also calmed down, and gradually realized that even if he could escape the net, it would be of no use. He was in the vast ocean. Even if he escapes, where can he escape? Escape into the sea? How long can the spirit possessing a martial arts support? What if these people catch up from behind? Can't hide. Can't hide. Hemingway found helplessly at this time, and in the end, he wanted to break the predicament he was facing at this time. The key lies in Hamba's. You must deal with him first before there is a possibility of escape. Fine, it's better to fight back than to escape now. Hemingway, who was in the air, cast his gaze at the beluga whale below, thinking about it. Seeing and hearing the domineering slowly unfolding is different from armed color, which consumes soul power. Seeing and hearing color consumes his mental power, and if it is just using the scanning function, without prying into the spirit of others, the consumption of mental power is not large. At this time, he started to see and hear and domineering, but he could only cover a mere 120 meters in radius. This is the limit he can achieve at this stage, and he wants to cover a wider range. It is necessary to make a breakthrough in the spirit power level to drive the improvement of spiritual power. Or maybe the soul has been promoted for some reason. Below. The beluga whale floating on the surface of the sea finally recovered slightly from the loss of successive magnifying moves, watching it step on in mid-air. Obviously, he didn't intend to transform into a white-haired boy who looked like a giant mermaid anymore, knowing that the opponent was scared by himself in the battle just now. Now it is estimated that I want to use the small size to attack myself remotely in mid-air. Hey! Ignorant kid! I thought it would be able to avoid my attack. Hambas sneered in his heart. Without any hesitation, the spirit power surged in his body. Suddenly the sea surface that had calmed down a little, began to be turbulent again. The ability to manipulate seawater is partly the function of the sixth spirit ability. But what is more is that his martial soul body itself also comes with some ability to manipulate seawater and turn rivers and seas into the sea. After all, he is the overlord whale in the sea. Although his martial arts are just ordinary whales, not high-level sea soul beasts like the deep-sea devil whale. But no matter what, he is also a whale, and he has too many advantages in the ocean. Boom! Boom boom boom! The tumbling sea suddenly burst, jetting out a stream of water, and it was overwhelmingly attacking Hemingway. Hemingway, who had expected him to do this a long time ago, didn't panic at all, but closed his eyes gently. Entrust the perception to the domineering of seeing, hearing and color, abandon the vision of the naked eye, and use this life and death crisis to hone your domineering of seeing, hearing and color. The domineering color of seeing and hearing covering a radius of 120 meters can clearly feel the trajectory of the water column, although the speed of the water is very fast. The angle of the attack even hindered the direction of his avoidance, but under the induction of the domineering and observant, it was not a problem. Hemingway closed his eyes, used the moon step to volley and stepped on the sky, constantly jumping from side to side in the air, and easily dodged the water column after another. Some really dense water jets can't escape, so I relax my body and display paper painting to make my body move with the wind like paper. Pass through the narrow gap of the water column. There is no drop of water that can get on his body. How is this possible? The Humbus below only found it unbelievable. How could anyone escape such an intensive attack? The most unbelievable thing is that this person seems to be so relaxed and unrestrained. Damn, I don't believe you can escape it all. The big beluga whale has a fierce face. Increasing the output of soul power in the body, and suddenly the surrounding sea is except for the continuously erupting water column. There are also more water snakes that are purely condensed from sea water. These water snakes seem to have their own lives. After breaking through the water, Fiteng entangled in mid-air, constantly attacking the grey-haired boy from tricky angles. But, it's useless. No matter how many water jets, no matter how many water snakes. All of them couldn't be contaminated on the white-haired boy with his eyes closed, and even a drop of water couldn't splash on him. Hambas looked crazy at this scene. I thought that with the strength of his soul sage, leading a group of subordinates to arrest a 12-year-old boy in a mere handful of things. I didn't expect to just play. The 4 Soul King's men were killed on the spot. The combat power of this boy who is only 12 years old is even more terrifying. At only level 39, he can get a tie with himself under normal conditions. It is a monster that has been rare for thousands of years. Then he didn't want to play anymore, he moved really. The Wuhan real body was launched. I thought I could win him this time. As a result, he became stronger, and his opponent also became stronger. It's like a slippery loach, you can't catch it at all. After a series of blows at this time, Hambas seemed to be a little bit red-eyed. Gradually, he no longer considers the issue of consumption. It seems that he just wants to do his best to catch this slippery little loach. Boom! Boom! Rumble! A column of water rose up into the sky. A water snake soars into the air. Even in the later period, there are all kinds of fish. www.readaloud.com. All kinds of fish. The ability of manipulating seawater is used by Hambas, and various seawater changes, and the water creations flying in the air form a visual feast. But even so, there is still nothing to do with the white-haired boy walking in the sky. Sometimes his body is fluttering like fallen leaves, sometimes like willow branches swaying in the wind. With a very strange body, he escaped the dense water creation attacks around him. Gradually, with the passing of time, there are fewer and fewer water creations around it, and it seems that the spirit power in Hambas is gradually weakening. Finally, the water creations of various marine animals disappeared. In the end, only pure water column bombardment is left. Hemingway, who closed his eyes tightly, dodged more easily, but Hums underneath seemed to lose his sanity at all, and was still crazy, controlling the water column to attack the person who could not be attacked at all. The aura of the beluga whale became weaker and weaker, and the fluctuation of soul power gradually became weaker. Obviously the spirit power in his body was about to bottom out. Looking at it like this, Hemingway seems to be able to drag all of his soul power into Hambas, and then calmly get rid of him. But, as a pirate who has been traversing the ocean for many years, how can Hambas be so easily influenced by angry emotions? As expected. Soon, when Hemingway jumped to a certain position because he avoided the water column, anomaly changes suddenly. Rumble. The seemingly calm sea around suddenly burst into blue light. Was accompanied by a loud bang. Countless small streams of water rose into the sky, intertwined, and the fusion, finally turned into a big net. In the net, one person is trapped. Chapter 27, Integration. Within the net of heaven and earth, the turbulent sea gradually calmed down. The water column that was still gushing out just now disappears and is replaced by a vast web. This net body is azure blue, and it looks like it is composed of pure water, but from the blue light that blooms on it, it can be seen that this net made of water is by no means an ordinary net. It's that simple. At this time, Hemingway was trapped in this big net. He has completely become a fish in the net. Ha 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 ha. The big white whale opened its huge mouth full of mutilated fangs and laughed, looking at the white-haired boy trapped in the water net, full of joy that finally got his wish. Is not easy. Is really not easy. In order to weave this big net, Hambas deliberately pretended to be irrational, constantly manipulating the sea water, and wasting his soul power. On the surface, it seems to be furious with incompetence, but in fact, every water creation that has been evaded did not disappear after falling into the water, but lurked in the sea and waited for his call. Countless water creations that fell into the water quietly formed a sturdy and terrible big net, waiting for the big fish Hemingway to enter the net. Ha ha ha! Run, go on! The beluga whale laughed wildly, slowly controlling the shrinkage of the big net, and saw the water net surrounding a radius of tens of meters began to shrink inward, constantly moving toward the white in the net. Fat boy is approaching, the more it shrinks, the deeper the color of the water net. This big net has condensed the vast majority of Hanbasi's previous soul power. As far as the degree of sturdiness is concerned, even the outermost net is far incomparable. After all, this is a condensate of a soul sage with half of the soul power, which is definitely not comparable to that of a soul emperor. Finally, the water net condenses into a round one-person high cage. Hambas controlled the net cage and slowly approached him, until he almost reached out to reach him before stopping. He looked at the white-haired young man in the cage who still had his eyes closed even in this field, mocking. Said, "Why, our Prince Dai was so scared that I didn't even dare to open his eyes. Aren't you quite capable before? Why are you dumb and deaf now?" Hambas unscrupulously vented his previous aggrievedness. For him, Hemingway at this time was already a fish in the net. He couldn't make any threat to himself at all, of course he had to show off his might and vent his anger. "I said it before." The white-haired boy finally reacted. He slowly opened his blue eyes like a sea, staring at the big white whale with two pairs of eyes fiercely, looking at his triumphant posture in scales and armor. In an unsentimental tone, he said, "Dai Yuhao is dead. My name is Hai Ming Wei." The words fall. He stretched out a finger gently. The golden fingertips seemed to be sick and slow, and slowly dotted on the forehead of the beluga whale through the gap of the cage. The ultimate profound meaning of 6 types 6 king spears. A kind of coldness deep in the bone marrow madly swept the soul. Hambas's 2 huge pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. I only felt that an unmatched sharpness flooded my mind from the fingertips on my forehead, deep into my soul. This moment, the memories of the past scenes of Hambas flashed across his mind like lightning. It was all the memories of his first half of his life. From the beginning of his life, he had to be a pirate in order to survive, and he couldn't bear to kill. Later, he became numb and got used to the blood. Constantly looting the passing merchant ships, looting the fishermen in the surrounding islands, murdering, robbery and rape, everything is done. If there really is such a thing as good and evil in this world, he really deserves death. There was a slight sound, as if a bubble burst. Hemingway slowly retracted his hand. The huge white whale in front of him looks intact, but the two huge eyes are gradually losing their looks. The light emitted from the water net cage that besieged him gradually dimmed, losing the control of the master's mind, and his spirit power began to dissipate and return to heaven and earth. These water nets naturally also gradually collapsed, and finally turned into ordinary sea water and fell back. The sea. With the sound of falling water at the end, the turbulent sea finally calmed down completely. In the distance, the edge of the sky and the earth. On that huge pirate ship, many pirates looked at the strangely calming sea, and their hearts were a little hairy. Especially seeing the huge beluga whale incarnate of his own boss still motionless, I felt a little flustered. There is an inexplicable ominous premonition. Shouldn't. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The head of is the soul saint. How could it be defeated by a mere soul deity? Absolutely impossible. The pirates subconsciously do not want to believe in such unthinkable things. Fighting is really the only way to improve your strength. Looking at the great white whale whose eyes had lost its luster in front of him, and its huge body was slowly disintegrating, Hemingway couldn't help feeling a little when he thought about what he had gained at this time. Not long ago, he was completely determined after the last battle. Close his eyes, and leave the perception to the domineering of seeing, hearing and color. In that constant avoidance, not only the use of seeing, hearing and color becomes more and more skillful. Even the Navy 6 styles, which are already well known, are constantly avoiding. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is gradually getting through. Gradually, his whole body and mind were immersed in that unique state, which was a state similar to epiphany. I just feel that what I have learned in the past is constantly innovating. Bring him all kinds of wonderful insights. In the end, not only did he see and hear that the domineering reached a new level, but he was able to vaguely predict the next move before the enemy's move, and even the Navy 6 styles were thoroughly integrated. Has derived the ultimate move of the 6 Navy fusions into one. 6 King's Spear. The so-called 6 King's Spear is a technique that uses all the power in the body. Ordinary people use only a small part of their physical power, and a large part of their power is left unused. The function of this trick is to guide this part of the force, remove the restriction of the body's instinct, and release the hidden energy in an instant. With this burst of power that is several times or even dozens of times more than usual. The previous light finger is not just a finger, it is actually the concentration of the whole body's strength, and the limit is compressed and condensed at the point of the fingertip. The power of horror erupted from this. The power contained in that finger, when it is touched on the forehead of the beluga whale, burst out instantly. That fierce and violent force formed a shock wave and penetrated through the body, instantly engulfing the whole body. Didn't give him half a chance to block, half a chance to react. Destroyed everything in his body in an instant. Cut off vitality. On the surface, the beluga whale incarnation of Hambas seems unscathed, but in fact, whether it is internal organs or bones, everything is between Hemingway's understatement of the finger, and it is quantified as flesh and blood residue by the frenzied violence contained in it. 6 King's Spear is such a domineering skill. Chapter 28, Speechless Tears 0 lines. The huge white whale gradually began to shrink, and finally changed back to the appearance of Hambas, but at this time, his eyes were furious, his expression seemed unbelievable, and it seemed to be relief. Looking at the appearance in front of him, it seemed unscathed, but in fact, it had already turned into a pool of rotten flesh in the soul sage corpse. Hemingway said with emotion, "At any rate, you are also a generation of soul sages. You are too lonely on Huangchuan Road. Let your subordinates accompany you on the road." The words fall, began to glow, and then turned into a beautiful mermaid princess Baxing. I saw the dark and shallow pink fishtail of her lower body immersed in the sea, silently, opening the sea's ability to sense. With her sea blue eyes, she looked at the big ship on the edge of the net in the distance, and looked at the young people on the pirate ship who had seen the boss turn back to humans and became a corpse floating on the sea. Slowly raised the huge pink fishtail in shades of shades, a series of water droplets flowed from the almost transparent tip of the tail. Gently flicked in the air. A wave of ocean waves accompanied by the fish tails, frantically sweeping away. Boom! The horrible tide drowned the pirate ship crazily. The terrifying impact contained in it directly shook everyone on board to death. This is the mermaid spirit's innate ability to manipulate sea water. Just gently shaking that beautiful fish tail can cause various sea disasters. Of course, no matter what talent ability is activated, it needs to consume soul power. It cannot be made out of nothing. The strength of all moves requires energy. The more energy that can be provided, the more terrifying and powerful the power is. Today's Hemingway's ability to manipulate sea water can only be limited to 1 acre 3/4 of land in this heavenly net. In the face of the vast sea, his current strength is still too small after all. Okay, Xiao Xiao is done cleaning. There is the last one left. Hemingway clapped his hands, and immediately under the effect of the ability that he had secretly activated. Somewhere in the distance, the sea suddenly began to spin, and then a cage made of water condensed slowly emerged, and an old man was trapped in it with his eyes closed. It was the old Soul Emperor who disappeared into the sea after activating the net of heaven and earth in the first place. I've eaten Hemingway who lost his life on the sea a long time ago, so the old man was left behind. It was just to let him guide his way in the sea. He was really fed up with not knowing the road and wandering in the sea casually. When he wanted to come, since the old Soul Emperor is the deputy head, he has been a pirate for a lifetime. Then he can definitely understand the chart and definitely point him in the right direction. What if he doesn't cooperate or deliberately points in the wrong direction? Hemingway said that under the influence of his domineering look, no one can pretend to be in front of him, stealthily, and slippery. If you want to yin him, it is millions of years too early. By the way, the boat should still be usable, right? Hemingway suddenly remembered something, and he thought. I saw the sea in the distance began to roll, and then a giant steel creature was pushed out by the sea. It was just now that he overturned the pirate ship by a wave. At this time, when the corpse on the pirate ship was still sinking in the sea, he had controlled the sea and swept it away. Therefore, the entire pirate ship is clean at this moment, except for some water stains, and all aspects are considered good. Hemingway exited the transformation state and gently jumped onto the pirate ship. Then the cage that imprisoned the old Soul Emperor began to deform and turned into a wave with a strong blow. Threw him directly onto the pirate ship. Boom! The old Soul Emperor smashed heavily on the deck of the pirate ship. The impact of the fall finally made him slowly wake up, slowly propped up with his hands, when he saw the empty pirate ship and the white-haired boy who was walking towards him. I understood everything at once. The entire Beluga pirate group, except for him, was defeated by this white-haired boy who was only 12 years old this year. Even the head of the Soul Saint died tragically at the hands of this white-haired boy. Want to die or to live? Hemingway walked to the old Soul Emperor and asked in a non-sentimental tone. The Soul Emperor old man looked at him and laughed instead, and laughed madly. Ha ha ha! Hemingway frowned, and said coldly, "What are you laughing at?" Ha ha, the old man laughed, "Laughing at your death, I don't know yet, ha ha." The old soul emperor laughed wildly. It's like a madman who doesn't care about life. Do you really think that we are the only one to catch you? Haha. The old soul emperor laughed out of breath, staring at him maliciously in his dim old eyes, and said gloomily, it's just the vanguard, there is a group of pirates who are not weaker than us right behind. Now, they should be coming soon. And Hemingway, who had always seen and heard the color enveloped the soul emperor old man, could clearly feel that this old man did not lie at all. There are really many chasing soldiers behind. Suddenly his face changed completely. Coincidentally, there was a loud noise suddenly outside the net at this moment. Boom! It was just a blow. www.readaloud.com. The net of heaven and earth covering the sea area of 1 kilometer in an instant collapsed into fragments, slowly dissipating between heaven and earth. Without the net of heaven and earth to block the line of sight, Hemingway could finally see in all directions the many pirate ships that were encircling him from a distance. There are at least a dozen pirate ships. The pirate flag hung on the top of each pirate ship is different. The only thing in common is that there is a wave of spirit power that is not weaker than Hambas spreads unscrupulously. This means that there is at least one soul saint on each of these dozen pirate ships. More than a dozen soul saints. Hemingway only felt his heart and liver tremble. Just solving a Hambas, it almost used all his skills. In the end, luck was overwhelming. Years of accumulation triggered a state of epiphany and realized a powerful trick. Only then was it possible to kill with one blow in the right time and place. To be honest, being able to kill Hambas was pure luck. It really took up too much luck, after all, if it weren't for his arrogance. I think I have the chance to win, and I won't let him have the opportunity to get close and get so close. As a result, the one-finger six-king spear that was caught off guard was killed instantly. Opportunities like this occupies too many factors of coincidence, and it is a situation that cannot be replicated. If there is another soul saint, he may not have been able to fight. What's more than a dozen soul saints will come together. The most excessive thing is that these soul saints also played gang fights. Oh my God! Hemingway only felt dizzy for a while. Could it be that heaven is going to kill me? Hemingway looked up at the sky, looked at the pure and flawless blue sky, and felt that at this moment there was an impulse for 1,000 words and tears. Uncomfortable. I want to cry. Chapter 29, My Life is Over. On the pirate ship. Looked at the grey-haired boy looking up at the sky without saying a word. The old soul emperor gradually stopped laughing wildly, and then asked a little curiously, "What are you thinking about? Do you want to catch it with your hands?" "I'm reminiscing about my life." Hemingway sighed with emotion, then turned his eyes to the old soul emperor, and slowly said, "Since you are destined to be unavoidable, then leave you useless," etc. The old soul emperor, who realized something, just started to say something. A flower exploded from the center of his eyebrows. The head was blown by a finger gun. Slowly retracted the blood-stained finger, and gently flicked away the blood and brains on the finger. Hemingway, who knew that he could not escape, was not hysterical at this time, but walked to the bow of the ship very calmly, just waiting for those silently. The pirate ship surrounding him approached, and the whole person was like a silent stone statue. The pirate ships surrounded from all sides gradually surrounded the pirate ships where Hemingway was in, forming a huge circle. At this moment, all directions were blocked by huge pirate ships, and the siege was airtight, and there was no way to escape. On a dozen or so huge pirate ships, those greedy eyes stared straight at the center. The white-haired young man standing on the bow seemed to want to swallow him directly. 00 total, there are hundreds of people on the scene. Each of these ships has a soul saint, a soul emperor, a number of soul kings, and many pirates. Being watched by those greedy eyes, everyone can get hairy. It seems that today is really my fate. Feeling the pressure from all directions, Hemingway was deeply moved. Unexpectedly, he was a dignified traveler who spent 6 years on the desert island. After going out to sea after a bit of self-preservation, it turned out that as soon as the game started, he was faced with a terrible scene of being surrounded by more than a dozen souls. This thief god is too unfriendly to his foreign visitors. I will receive a box lunch as soon as he comes out. He is probably the most unlucky traverser. By now. Hemingway calmed down on the contrary after knowing how bad things he estimated today. Because he knows that panic is useless at this time, the more critical the juncture, the more calm he must be. Only then can there be a ray of life. He began to think carefully about himself at this time. In addition to the armed color and the 6 navy styles, what other cards can deal with the current crisis? The ability of meatball fruit? No, this is useless. Although it claims to be able to bounce off everything, even concepts can bounce off, but this just means that the future potential can achieve this step. It's not that he can bounce everything right now, but that he is really so good. When fighting against Hambas, there was no need for danger. He directly slapped his martial arts souls out, and turned him from a soul master to a mortal on the spot. The reality is that the stronger the soul master's strength, the greater the resistance to his flesh ball fruit. Therefore, the meatball fruit ability at this stage can't be used to fight against strong enemies at all. Then, use the mermaid princess martial soul's ability to summon sea soul beasts to control a bunch of sea soul beasts to rescue? This is also not good, it is also restrictive. First of all, if you want to summon a sea soul beast, it must be within his sea sensing range before it will be controlled by him, which means that there is nothing outside the range. But now his ability to sense the sea can only cover the sea area of thousands of miles, which seems to be very vast on land. But as far as the sea is concerned, the sea area of thousands of miles is nothing more than a small place that can't even count as a chestnut in the sea. Therefore, if you are lucky, you may be able to happen to have a powerful soul beast within the scope of this 1,000-mile sea area. But it is more likely that they are weak soul beasts, and maybe even a little bit of exaggeration is not even a half-soul beast. Anyway, it all depends on luck. In addition to the limitation of distance, the age of the soul beast to be controlled is also limited. If the strength of the soul beast exceeds him too much, then it will not be controlled by him. Controlling the sea spirit beast does not mean that it can summon the sea spirit beast arbitrarily regardless of age and strength. Otherwise, Hemingway would not have to spend 6 years on a small island, and he would directly summon a bunch of 100,000-year-old, or even million-year-old soul beasts. Wouldn't it be beautiful to sweep the sea as soon as he appeared? The reality is that the level of the sea spirit beast that Hemingway can control cannot be too far from him. With his current level, he can only control sea spirit beasts for about 10,000 years at most, and there are still restrictions on the number. It is not that you can control as many as you want. With Hemingway's mental power at this time, it is the limit to control 10,000-year-old sea spirit beasts at once. Otherwise, how could he not know the reason why ants kill more elephants? Summon tens of thousands directly, no, hundreds of thousands of year-old sea spirit beasts are enough. If he can summon dozens of 10,000-year sea soul beasts, then these pirates in front of him are nothing to be afraid of. So regardless of the ability to control the sea soul beast, it seems invincible, but the specific power that it can have is tied to Hemingway's own strength. The higher the level, the higher the number of soul beasts that can be controlled, and the number will be more. And it also depends on luck. If there is no powerful soul beast within the sea's sensing range, then even if it can be controlled, it will be useless. After counting down the abilities he currently possesses, Hemingway reluctantly discovered that in the current situation, apart from fighting these pirates, there seems to be no second way to go. At this moment, the pirate ship surrounded by the front suddenly separated slowly to the two sides, and then a pirate ship, which could be called the largest pirate ship in the whole scene, slowly sailed in from the separated road. The pirate flag on the top of the ship was depicted with a head. The fierce deep-sea monster whale surrounds the scene of the skull. See this iconic pirate flag. Hemingway couldn't help but gasped. Because he knows so well what this pirate flag represents. Magic Whale Pirate Group. The most vicious and most powerful pirate group in the entire sea. At the same time, its leader is also the uncrowned king recognized by all the pirates in the entire sea. The Pirate King. Contra. Hemingway closed his eyes feebly, even if he didn't feel it carefully. He could also feel that with the approach of the big ship ahead, a surging and terrifying aura was overwhelmingly oppressed. This level of aura is far beyond the Soul Sage. Obviously it was definitely Contra. The current situation, the arrival of this Contra is undoubtedly even worse. A Contra, plus a dozen Soul Sages, plus a large number of Soul Emperors, and a number of Soul Kings. There are also the following small class Spirit Masters. Hemingway can tell. In order to catch him, these pirates are almost dispatched. The Douluo Empire has really lost its blood. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Hemingway's mouth. In order to catch his little soul sovereign, a 12-year-old boy. As for this, you guys. You pirates don't talk about martial arts. Purple Whale is very excited at this moment. Because the reward target is right in front of me. As long as the reward target in front of you is captured alive, hand it to the Douluo Empire. Not only can you obtain many soul bones and soul ring hunting opportunities, more importantly, you can also obtain the title of Douluo Empire. From then on, enjoy the shelter of the Douluo Empire and no longer need to be a precarious pirate. How can all this not excite him? How can he not make him ecstatic? The daughter Zi Genzu next to her saw her father's mouth cracking. She couldn't help but said silently, "Dad, didn't you just catch a 12-year-old kid? You laughed so disgustingly." The image of Contra is gone. "Girl, you are still young, you don't understand." The exaggerated smile on the purple giant whale's face eased slightly, but still smiled and said, "Being a pirate has no future, and it's precarious. Don't look at your dad now, who is very beautiful now, and you are still called the Pirate King. But you can't figure out what it is. At that time, it provokes unpleasant people, and it's not surprising to be hit by someone to kill. Pirates are not a good job after all." At the end of the day, he seemed to remember something in the past, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared, sighing. Scream. It's full of complex and unspeakable emotions. It can be seen that he is also a person with a story. So, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must not be missed. He said, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. There was a terrifying aura pervading his whole body. That is a brutal and iron-blooded power. Being able to mix to this point has become a Contra under the title. The experience of the purple giant whale is also legendary. If it is compiled into a novel, it is also a hot-blooded article. Each person's experience is unique. The world never revolves around one person, everyone is the protagonist in his own life. Yes, I don't understand. Purple Pearl rolled his beautiful eyes. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com puffed up his cheeks and muttered, "What's wrong with being a pirate? I think being a free pirate is also good. I really don't understand why you want to go so much. When you go there, you will be under the control of the Douluo Empire. Wherever we are happy in the sea and do whatever we want." Ugh! Hearing such innocent words from his daughter next to him, the giant purple whale couldn't help sighing and shook his head without saying a word. I wonder if I protected her too well? Did not make her aware of the sinister world. The sea is far less beautiful than she had imagined. A lot of dirty, sometimes it can destroy the three views of ordinary people. Purple whale for the only daughter, Purple Pearl, is simply a jewel in the palm to pet. Since she was a child, she has not suffered much, let alone any setbacks. She also didn't let her know about the dirty things in her pirate group. As a result, she became a small white flower. The mind is simple and does not know the world. Such an innocent girl. If you don't have the protection of your old father in the future, how can you survive on this cruel sea of cannibalism? Can she adapt to the truth and cruelty of the sea? The giant purple whale didn't dare to think about it. He thought it was good for his daughter. After this incident, she should really start to know the cruelty of reality. And let her understand that reality is far worse than she thought. The Soul Master realm is far from being so clean. The world is not as beautiful as she imagined. A good person is destined to not live long in this world where the strong are respected. P.S. There are more than 3,000 words in this chapter. Ask for votes, ask for collection. The data in the new book is poor. Chapter 30, it and number 039, s definitely not something in the pool. A vast expanse of sea. More than a dozen pirate ships form a circle, and a pirate ship is firmly enclosed in the center. At this time, the circle formed by numerous pirate ships made a gap. Immediately afterwards, a giant pirate ship that was much larger than the rest of the pirate ships on the scene slowly passed through the gap and drove into the circle. Head towards the pirate ship in the center. One big and one small, the distance between the two pirate ships keeps getting closer. The two people standing at the bow of the ship are gradually able to see each other more clearly. Hemingway stood on the bow like a javelin, his waist straight. Even in the face of today's desperate predicament, his face did not show the slightest timidity. If you lose, don't lose. Although he was indeed a little embarrassed in his heart, he knew better that no matter how pitiful he was, it would be of no avail to the status quo. These knives lick blood, and the fierce pirates will not look at you and let you go. So instead of showing weakness and losing the body of being a traverser, it is better to face your own destiny calmly. Hemingway looked at the big ship on the opposite side slowly approaching, and those standing on the bow became more and more obvious. Among them, the sturdy middle-aged man exuded a powerful aura. There is no doubt that it is the contra-purple giant whale who is known as the Pirate King. Is really strong. There is a kind of iron and blood exuding all over his body, and he is fierce and fierce. But at this time, Hemingway's attention was quickly attracted by the heroic girl with long purple hair beside the giant purple whale. Don't get me wrong, he didn't like the beauty of this girl. But because he saw a glimmer of life from this young girl. The relationship between these two people is father and daughter. Hemingway's domineering experience covering a radius of 120 meters can clearly sense the love and indulgence of the purple giant whale to the purple-haired girl next to him, this feeling. There is no doubt that it is the feelings of the father towards his daughter. Perhaps the breakthrough for his escape this time lies in this purple-haired girl. And when Hemingway was playing Xiaojuju in his heart, the distance between the two pirate ships was getting closer and closer, and finally stopped when they were about 10 meters apart. The giant purple whale and the others took a taller ship, so they stood at the bow of the ship in a condescending posture, looking down at the other ship, Hemingway standing on the bow. The two sides are facing each other far away. A member of the Magic Whale pirate group, except for the father and daughter of the giant purple whale on the bow. Behind him there are two Soul Saint deputies, as well as a number of Soul Emperors, and a number of Soul Kings. The manpower is extremely luxurious. Looking back at Hemingway, he was alone. The difference in the number of people on both sides is extremely huge. But Hemingway, who was at a disadvantage in every respect, stood alone at the bow of the ship, but he was indifferent. That handsome face was calm, and his whole body exuded an aura that was not weaker than that of everyone on the other side. One person can match thousands of troops. The aura of the Contra and the many Soul Emperors on the opposite side were suppressed. At this time, the two giant purple whales and purple pearl father and daughter on the pirate ship, accompanied by the approach of the ship, finally saw the true face of the white-haired figure standing on the bow of the ship. Only one look. The purple giant whale had an idea in his heart, this child is definitely not a thing in the pool. He has crossed the ocean for decades, and has never seen such a unique temperament. It's almost like a natural strong man, just standing there motionless like that. There is a mountain of indifference and resoluteness, like some squally rain, tornado, and tsunami. All can't shake his body. If this young man can escape this time, his future achievements are absolutely limitless. The giant purple whale clearly realized this when he saw Hemingway's figure clearly. As for the daughter Zi Genzu next to her, she was not as far away as her father thought. When she saw the white-haired figure standing on the bow of the ship, she had only one thought. That's so handsome. So manly. Even if Purple Pearl is not a nympho, it is not a superficial woman who only looks at her appearance. But when I saw the figure standing on the bow of the ship, I was inexplicably shocked. Facing the siege of many powerful people, even the Contra can stand proudly and unyieldingly in person. The self-confidence and strength of the powerful have deeply affected her. From childhood to adulthood, Purple Pearl was pampered and sheltered by her father as a Contra. All the men she faced had all flattered her. Over time, in Zi Genzu's heart, there was also some prejudice against men. Think of men, just like that, everything is a group of humbly soft-footed shrimps. Not as good as her woman. But until today, when she saw this man, all her past impressions about men were all broken. It turns out that this is the real man. A trace of blur flashed through the purple eyes of Purple Pearl, and only felt the heart beating slightly faster, and an unprecedented feeling filled the heart. This year is only 29 years old. The 18-year-old girl finally understood for the first time what it's like to be emotional. The two sides looked at each other for a long time. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. In the end, the giant purple whale couldn't bear it and spoke first. To be honest, you are very different from what I imagined. The giant purple whale stared at the proud and unyielding white-haired boy on the bow of the opposite ship, and a flash of admiration flashed in his eyes. Surprisingly, he said, I thought you would panic and run away in embarrassment when faced with this scene, but I didn't expect you to be so calm. It turned out that you were a hero. I didn't expect to catch a soul lord in my area, which could bother the famous pirate king. Presumably their rewards are of great significance to you. If not, you would never lead your men to go out. Hemingway's pair of azure blues, there was no shock in his eyes, and he said in a flat tone, but even so, it is absolutely impossible for me to get caught. Look at the traces around, Hambas has been killed by you. The giant purple whale looked at the numerous floating corpses on the surrounding sea, and a flash of horror flashed in his eyes. When he looked at the white-haired boy standing on the bow again, he was already looking at a real monster. Killing the soul saint with the strength of the soul lord, even if you may have tricks, it is enough to prove how terrifying your talent is. If you give you more than 10 years, I am afraid that even I may not be your opponent. The purple giant whale's gaze at Hemingway has completely changed at this time. There was also a heartfelt love for talents in my heart. If it wasn't that the title was too important to him, he might give up capturing him at this time and instead recruit him into his own pirate group. Even let him be his own son-in-law, the future successor may not be impossible. After all, Hemingway's record is really terrifying. As long as a genius like this gives him time to grow, his future achievements will be limitless. PS2 more. Ask for votes. Chapter 31, The Pedigree is Supreme. The purple giant whale looked at Hemingway, only feeling extremely sorry. It is a pity that such a genius who should have been as dazzling as the sun above him, but now he doesn't even have a chance to shine. Is about to fall. The glorious future has not yet begun, it is about to end. Oh, you look like you are destined to not be able to catch you with your hands. The giant purple whale looked at the white-haired young man with cold eyes and a calm temperament, and sighed, that's it. In that case, let me capture you. The old man's dignified contra is not considered to have insulted you. The purple whale intends to personally capture Hemingway. I was afraid that he would be caught at the last sight, it was a foregone conclusion, unbearable, and brazenly committing suicide. Was captured back to the Douluo Empire after all, thinking with his toes to know how miserable the end would be. Sometimes suicide is a relief. Secondly, the giant purple whale felt a little sorry for such a genius who should have been destined to be brilliant, and felt that he shouldn't just lose to a group of trash fish. And to end his future in the name of his own Contra, the Pirate King, is not insulting him. Hemingway was not surprised but delighted when he saw that the giant purple whale was going to capture himself by himself. Of course he knew that he was definitely not Contra's opponent, but had other plans. Facing the Soul Saint, he can barely contend 1 or 2, but facing the Contra, and he is still a Contra of the assault system, want to win? Are you kidding me? It's good to be able to block the next or 2 moves. The most important thing is that he now has the spirit power in his body that has already consumed most of it after the previous battle. The body is also a little tired, but fortunately, the exercise of adjusting gravity all year round makes Hemingway's endurance very good. He has no other advantages, but is long-lasting. At present, the body can stand up to it for the time being. But the consumption of soul power is gone. At this time, he estimated that the spirit power in his body was only about 20 to 30% of that in the heyday. Faced with Contra in this state, he himself didn't know how many tricks he could hold. He hoped that he would be defeated if he didn't meet him. Of course, Hemingway actually had other plans in his heart. The purple whale chose to take the shot himself, but it was in his arms. Let him have more confidence in the possibility of the success of his next plan. Boom! The purple giant whale jumped, straddling directly more than 10 meters, and jumped onto the ship where Hemingway was. The surrounding pirates saw that the boss was going to take action personally, and they didn't say anything, but silently drove the ship farther away, so as not to affect the battle. Did not stop until the ship was about tens of meters away from the center. The many pirates on the ship began to watch in silence. And Zai Genzu could not help but feel a little worried when she saw her father want to do it himself, and looked at the white-haired boy. I hope my father will act lightly later. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway turned around and looked at the tall and middle-aged man not far away. The spirit power that was already ready to go suddenly surged. A flow of air was stirred up all over the body, and the fluttering clothes looked extraordinarily compelling. Purple Giant Whale smiled at this, obviously not taking this duel seriously at all. However, out of respect for this young man, he chose to possess his martial spirit. I saw a huge whale phantom with a sapphire color all over his body, and then merged into his body. Suddenly, he saw his muscles swell in an instant, and his whole body abruptly reached a height of 3 meters, and his skin turned blue. The aura that he exudes is far from that not long ago. The martial soul was also the soul sage of whales. Hambas can compare. Because the spirit of the purple giant whale is not an ordinary whale, but the noble among the whales, the deep-sea magic whale. The name of the magic whale pirate group comes from this. With this super-sea soul beast as a martial soul, it is no wonder that the purple giant whale can have the achievements it is now. In this world where pedigree talent is especially valued, the quality of Wuhan determines a person's future achievements. Douluo continent is a world where blood is supreme, and I have never heard that the waste martial arts soul can be counterattacked by the grassroots. Such things can only appear in dreams. At the same time, the 8 soul rings of white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black appeared around the purple giant whale, and a terrifying sense of oppression came upon you. Hemingway felt the terrifying pressure coming, and he couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. The strength of Contra is really terrifying. I hope he won't survive a few rounds later, otherwise he would be too sad. Ha ha ha, if you can fight the Contra, even if you lose, you will still be proud of defeat. Hemingway, who was playing a small 9 in his heart, let out a long smile on the surface, showing the man's free and unrestrained heroic aura. The pirates around him couldn't help but look at him with a little admiration, and they could be so free and easy in the face of Contra. Don't say anything else, just this mentality. It's enough to make people look stunned. As for Zai Genzu's gaze, it was even more blurred, and at the same time, he made a decision quietly in his heart. She planned to wait for Hemingway to be caught, and find a chance to secretly let him go. Such a man should not become a breeding tool in an aggrieved way. Come on. Please enlighten me. Behind Hemingway, a huge mermaid phantom appeared and disappeared, and he was possessed by a martial soul in an instant. The 3 spirit rings that should have appeared all over his body did not appear under his intentional control. And then he slammed under his feet www.readaloud.com, even ignoring the difference in strength, took the lead in charging. Let me see how powerful Contra is. The purple giant whale looked at the boy who rushed towards him, and couldn't help but flashed a touch of appreciation in his eyes. He muttered to himself, not to mention the strength, this courage is commendable. Of course I think so, but he has no intention of being merciful. Facing the menacing white-haired boy, the purple giant whale didn't directly use his soul skills to magnify his moves to subdue him. Instead, he wanted to see how he could kill the soul sage with the strength of the soul sovereign. Ignoring such a huge level gap, could it be that soul bones were fused on the body? Considering Hemingway's noble status as a collection of the royal blood of the 2 countries, the purple whale felt that it was not impossible for him to have soul bones in his background. Hemingway rushed in front of him, golden light on his right arm. Armed color domineering covering the arm, directly hit the purple giant whale's chest with a fierce punch. This punch has no reservations, and he has used his maximum output power. Feeling that his fist was violent, the purple giant whale relied on being a contra, and it didn't even dodge. Just like that, he was punched in the chest abruptly. Boom! That fist, like a gold cast, blasted against the strong chest fiercely. Boom! Where the fist meets the chest, a fierce wind erupts. The deck under which the purple giant whale stood on both feet exploded, and the entire ship sank suddenly. Almost all of it was sinking to the bottom of the sea, and a large piece of sea water poured into the deck from the edge, but fortunately, it seemed that the whole ship was going to sink to the bottom of the sea. Hemingway regained his strength in time, and suddenly recovered his fist, and his whole body instantly retreated several meters. Losing the weight of power, the ship that was about to sink into the sea suddenly floated again. Chapter 32, Unequal Fighting. Yes, even if this punch is an ordinary soul sage, it is not easy to receive it. The purple giant whale patted the slightly wrinkled clothes on the chest as if it were a human being. This kind of power wants to kill Hanba's assault system soul saint, but it is far from qualified. Is there any trick to use it, otherwise you will have no chance? So strong. Even if he had expected it, but seeing that he had added an armed and domineering full blow, he couldn't even make him retreat half a step. Hemingway couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of Contra. Is this Contra? Sure enough, and Soul Saint is not the same level. Even with the mere possession of the martial soul, he could easily block his full blow. Seeing the unaffected appearance of the giant purple whale that had been punched with all his strength, Hemingway couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of the Contra. There is no doubt that Hemingway is absolutely unable to beat the giant purple whale now, but in his current situation, if you can't beat it, you have to beat it. It is absolutely impossible to catch it with one's hands. So even if his hard punch was taken lightly, Hemingway still did not give up. The armed color domineering once again covered the upper body, and launched an offensive brazenly. Boom! This time the purple giant whale stood and was beaten, facing Hemingway's punch to his abdomen, and directly reached out to block it. Then he punched him in the chest with the other hand, directly smashing him into the air. Even if he was armed and domineering to protect his chest in time, Contra's powerful punch still made Hemingway's chest tight, and his lungs were aching due to the shock of the terrifying power. It's just that the spirit abilities have not been used, and the punch of the spirit of the martial arts is simply added. Contra's strength is evident from this. In Hemingway's view, the strength of this pirate king is not simple. He is definitely not as simple as an ordinary Contra. Hemingway was absolutely sure that if the purple giant whale had a geographical advantage in the sea, it might be able to rival an ordinary land titled Douluo. Because his martial soul is the noble among the whales, the deep-sea devil whale. This kind of sea soul beast itself is a kind of existence of the overlord of the sea, and now it has become a human spirit. It is conceivable that the strength of a spirit master with this kind of spirit is definitely far stronger than that of an ordinary soul master. In this world where Wuhan decides everything, have a good Wuhan. It really determines their future achievements and the upper limit that can be achieved. Blood is everything. Hey, after receiving a punch from me, it's okay? What is that golden light? Is it a special spirit ability? Or is it a skill attached to a spirit bone? And why doesn't his spirit ring appear after his martial spirit is possessed? The giant whale saw that he was hit in the chest with a punch by himself, but it looked like a okay person, and then the white-haired boy who charged at him was surprised that ordinary people did not know. Just as Hemingway guessed, as the best in Contra, his strength is not measurable by ordinary Contras. He bears a super martial soul deep-sea demon whale. If the firepower is full, his hard power can even compete with ordinary title Douluo. If it weren't for the many life and death crises when you were young, in order to improve your strength as soon as possible, you had no choice but to absorb the soul ring that was not very old. In addition, the hidden injuries accumulated over the years and years of battle damaged the body, resulting in a great decline in talent, and there is no hope of title in this life. He is probably already a titled Douluo now, so why did he come to catch such a young man with great fanfare for a title? Boom boom. 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 Hemingway continuously launched attacks on the purple giant whale, and between his fists and feet, the accompanying golden-armed color tore the air, and the howling energy fell into the surrounding sea, provoking a series of explosions. Facing his fierce offensive, the purple giant whale's performance was still such an understatement, waving his hands and feet easily blocked his fists and feet. Even the spirit abilities were not used, but the simple possession of the martial spirit blocked all his attacks. The pirates on the ship watched the battle attentively, and they were only indifferent to the white-haired boy. As a result, as the battle progressed, watching the fist-to-fight battle, I couldn't help being aroused in my heart. Many people even clenched their fists, staring at the white-haired boy in the field, silently cheering on him. This is an unequal battle. But Hemingway's perseverance, who dared to punch the strong and knew that he was invincible, still decided to fight to the last minute, couldn't help but infect everyone around him. Purple Pearl's beautiful purple eyes stared anxiously at the white-haired boy who was gradually bleeding from his body and bleeding from the corners of his mouth following the battle. Anxiously shouted in his heart, "Don't fight anymore. Even if you are caught, I will let you go. If you continue to fight, you may really die." It's just that Hemingway couldn't hear her at all at this time. He was still like a tireless machine, madly attacking the giant purple whale. Even if his attack is blocked lightly every time, even if he hits it, it won't hurt him at all. Boom! Bang! As always, blocked a punch, and then slapped him back casually. The purple giant whale's mood also became a little impatient, and he played with him for so long. He didn't want to play anymore and decided to end the battle directly. And Hemingway, who was always surrounded by the sights and smells, naturally noticed that the purple whale was planning to use soul skills, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com directly solved the battle. He was overjoyed, knowing that the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. "Boy, I'm going to be serious next. If there is any trick, please use it quickly, or you won't have a chance," the purple giant whale said, and his expression gradually became serious, and then the white, yellow, purple, and purple floating around the body high haze 8 spirit rings became more and more clear. Obviously it is a sign that the spirit ability is about to be activated. "I have one last resort." Hemingway's face also became serious. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. Even though he was embarrassed and bruised, he still calmly said, "This trick is called the Six Kings Spear. It gathers all the power of my body and is infinitely powerful. Kill a soul saint, you dare to take it? Oh, it seems that Hambas was killed by you. The giant purple whale said with great interest, the old man is going to see it. In his opinion, Hemingway at this time is completely dying. There will be no resistance. This should be his last fight. It was also the last glory before the scene ended. Therefore, the giant purple whale decided to generously satisfy his desire, not to dodge his move, and then to end this unequal battle. The surrounding pirates also hurriedly cheered up when they saw this place, watching the battle in the field nervously. They all knew that after the blow, it was time to end. Purple Pearl clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, as if praying. Those purple eyes staring closely at the white-haired boy's back is not a broad back, and his performance is no different from that of a girl who is worried about his lover. However, the eyes of the people around were attracted by the field at this time, so no one noticed her abnormal performance. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. The data is so bad, the code words are out of motivation. Chapter 33, The Real Purpose. Hey! The white-haired boy closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, and then stood upright, but the whole person relaxed. But then the muscles on the body surface began to swell, and the blood flow gradually boiled. The only remaining soul power began to run wild. Fierce vigor continuously leaked from the whole body, making the place seem to be a small whirlwind. The purple giant whale on the opposite side saw this place with a little solemnity. Among the 8 spirit rings floating all over, the 6th black spirit ring burst into light, finally releasing its spirit ability. Of course, he said that he would take it, and he would never take the lead in attacking. Therefore this spirit ability is a defensive spirit ability. With his contra-level strength, martial soul is even a super martial soul deep-sea demon whale, once he gets serious. Even the defensive spirit skills that were displayed were definitely not something that a mere soul deity could break. Even if this soul sovereign had killed a soul saint in a very unbelievable way, it would never be possible to break his defense. This is the self-confidence of the purple whale as a strong man and the intuition he has cultivated through many years of pirate career. He can feel that although the power brewing in the white-haired boy not far away is very amazing, once it breaks out, I am afraid it can really kill Soul Saint. But it is absolutely impossible to break one's own defense. Absolutely impossible. If it can really be broken, then he doesn't have to be a pirate king, so let's go home and farm as soon as possible. Don't be embarrassed here. At this time, whether it is pure flesh and blood power, or soul power, or armed color, all the power in Hemingway's body is constantly reconciling and condensing together under the Hone 6 forms of fire and fire. Converge on the right arm. Hemingway's right arm has been completely shrouded in blooming golden light. In the end, it seemed to have reached a peak. The dazzling golden light on the right arm began to converge, and then the whole arm turned into a real golden hand. The accumulated power reaches its peak. The white-haired boy opened his eyes, like a flash of lightning in a thunderstorm night, illuminating the entire world. The sharpness in that eye, even if it is tens of meters away, still makes the eyes of those around him who always pay attention to him slightly hurt, and subconsciously avoids his gaze. I only feel amazed in my heart. The face of the purple giant whale opposite also gradually became dignified, and the original inattentive standing posture was also subconsciously adjusted to be able to meet the upcoming terrifying impact. He had a hunch that the next blow of the boy was definitely a blow that exceeded his expectations. If you don't concentrate anymore, I'm afraid you will really suffer a little bit. Underestimate the enemy, but taboo on the battlefield. 6 types of ultimate profound meaning. 6 King's Spear Change. The white-haired young man slowly raised his golden right hand without making a fist. Instead, he stretched out his 5 fingers and made palms together. He pointed his palms towards the purple giant whale in the distance, seemingly intending to use the palm of his hand to display the 6 kings. Gun! Boom! Burst in place, and a big hole broke through the deck. The white-haired boy disappeared in place. Shave! When he reappeared, he had already stretched out his golden right palm and pushed it toward the little blue giant who was 3 meters tall. The purple giant whale's pupils shrank, because he felt strange at this time, and the palm of the young man in front of him couldn't pose any threat to him at all. It's as if this palm is just a blindfold, and the real ultimate move is yet to come. Drink! The giant purple whale, who didn't dare to be negligent, let out a low growl, and a water blue mask appeared on the periphery of the body, which firmly surrounded and protected the body. Hemingway pressed a palm on the mask. Ming Ming didn't touch the body of the giant purple whale at all, but he could feel a surging force penetrating the protective shield, bombarding his chest like an overwhelming mountain. Humph! The purple giant whale that had received this blow abruptly couldn't help but snorted, feeling that this force had penetrated the protective shield and then directly damaged its own organs. Fortunately, Contra's physical fitness is not covered. Even if it receives this blow, it is only a slight injury to the lungs. This injury relied on his own resilience, and it only took a few breaths to recover as before. It can be said that there is no impact at all. But, although the injury is minimal. But, with the strength of Soul Venerable, you can hurt a Contra with defensive spirit ability. You are proud enough, said the boy whose gold faded back to flesh-colored palms on the protective cover. Really, Contra is really terrifying. Unexpectedly, he saw his full blow, which only caused a slight impact on him, but Hemingway's face did not lose the slightest bit. Instead, he laughed. However, my goal has never been to beat you. What's the meaning? The purple giant whale's face changed, and he felt bad instinctively. There is a feeling that the most cherished treasure is threatened. Boom! I saw Hemingway's palm that was pressed against the palm of the protective cover. At this time, a cat-like pad was suddenly bulged. This is a sign that the fruit of the flesh ball is about to start. There was a muffled noise wherever his palm was pressed. www.readaloud.com. The blue protective cover started to shake violently. Before the giant purple whale had time to respond, only the gray-haired boy in front of him was seen, and he disappeared instantly. Ran. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. The next moment, the surrounding pirates made a noise, telling him where Hemingway had gone. Dare you, kid? Let go of our young leader. I didn't expect you to be so mean. Boy, let go of our young leader quickly. Otherwise, you must die without a burial place. The purple giant whale looked up into the distance by mistake. Dozens of meters away, the white-haired boy who had disappeared on the big ship he was riding in, somehow pinched his baby girl's neck, and looked at him coldly. For a while, the purple giant whale was stunned. The feeling of purple pearl at this time is very daunting. The white-haired boy who was still tens of meters away a second ago, covered in blood and fighting with his father. He appeared in front of him in the next second, and stretched out his hand to pinch his neck in an unusually indifferent manner. His goal from the beginning was himself. Looking at the indifferent gaze of the white-haired boy who was close at hand, Purple Pearl understood everything at once. Suddenly, he felt as if he had knocked over the 5-flavored bottle, and the ups and downs filled his mind. There is also a sense of loss like an idol. The person I love is a hero, and as a result. You are so mean. The beautiful girl with purple hair and purple eyes bit her red lips and stared at him extremely disappointed. Chapter 34, You Shouldn't and number 039, To be such a person. You are so mean. I didn't think you would be such a person. Looked at the disappointed look in the eyes of the purple-haired girl in front of her. Hemingway somehow felt ashamed. I just feel like the disgusting villain in the novel now. When did I become such a person? What is the difference between doing this by myself now and those pirates? It's so mean and insignificant, it's no wonder that you can't awaken the Overlord's look. Only, although my heart was slightly shaken by the words of the purple-haired girl. But the current situation does not allow Hemingway to think about it. Because reason told him that he wanted to escape. The current plan of taking hostages is the best choice. Therefore, if you lose, you don't lose, in order to cheer yourself up, so that your emotions will not affect your judgment. Hemingway unceremoniously began to fight back. Am I mean? Hemingway said with an unbelievable appearance, and said with an annoyed smile, then you pirates who are shameless to round up me are not despicable? A contra plus a dozen soul saints, plus dozens of soul emperors. Isn't it mean for so many people to besiege a soul lord in our district? Thank you for speaking out. I'm telling you pirates, do you need to talk about ethics? The more he said, the more Hemingway felt reasonable. I almost convinced myself. Yes, it is moral to talk to these pirates. It doesn't matter what is mean or not mean. He just wants to survive. Since he came into this world, he has never hurt anyone. But unfortunately, one after another, the mother was killed and the Emperor Lao Tzu ignored him. Living in the sea, helpless. If it is not the awakening plug-in, restore the memories of previous lives. Based on his original 6-year-old thinking, how could he survive on that desert island? After every major change, his mother died tragically in front of him, from a pampered prince to a lonely family, and then living on a desert island. How traumatized would a 6-year-old child's heart be? In such a situation, if you hadn't awakened the memory of your previous life, you might have committed suicide with a nervous breakdown. Who did he provoke? The boy asked sharply in front of him, causing Zi Zhenzi to open her red lips, but she was a little speechless. Although the truth is indeed the truth, she always feels something is wrong. As if he shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be so insidious, it should be the kind of true man who is firm in his heart and does not correct these conspiracies and tricks. To put it simply, Hemingway's appearance is too deceptive. From the outside, he didn't seem to be someone who would take hostages. Because of this, the purple giant whale and the surrounding pirates were completely unprepared for him, and as a result, he caught the hostage by surprise. So caught off guard, Hemingway did such a violation of personality, making the girl's heart of Purple Pearl unacceptable emotionally. You shouldn't be like this. Purple Pearl muttered in a depressed mood, as if she had suffered a major blow. Sorry, maybe my appearance has caused you some misunderstanding. But you need to understand that longing is the farthest feeling from understanding. Hemingway felt that, and his eyes on the girl gradually became indifferent, and said calmly, judging people by their appearance is the most superficial behavior. When both sides lack understanding, the feelings you produce are nothing more than pure for my body. After saying this, Zi Zhou's face flushed, and her heart was ashamed. I want to refute loudly and say no, I am not such a superficial woman. But I don't know why, the rebuttal can't be said anyhow. Boy, let go of my daughter. At this time, the giant purple whale came aggressively from a distance. Seeing the appearance of my baby girl being held hostage, my lungs are almost exploding. I missed my eyes, I missed my eyes. At this time, the giant purple whale regretted not back then, never expected to fly wild geese all day long, but today was pecked by the wild geese. He had to admit that he was deceived by Hemingway's appearance, that he didn't look like he would do such a thing. Unexpectedly, even he was guilty of judging people by appearance. If you knew that this kid would be so despicable, you should use thunder means from the beginning to take this kid directly on the spot. Made my daughter a hostage now. Makes the arrest that was originally tenable, full of uncertainty. The giant purple whale regrets very much at this moment, and the whole body exudes a terrifying aura. Far from being able to compare with Hemingway before, it is obvious that he is really angry at this moment. It's already ready to move. Under his pressure, the surrounding seas began to be turbulent, and even the air became extremely heavy. A phantom of a terrifying deep-sea monster whale appeared above the giant purple whale, suppressing all the pirates around him, involuntarily bending down slightly. This is the suppression of Wuhan level. The only people on the scene who can be immune to this coercion are Hemingway and the purple pearl held by him. The former is because the spirit level is much higher than that of the deep-sea monster whale, and the latter is because it is his daughter, and the purple giant whale deliberately suppresses the coercion facing her. Is too much affected. Let her go? Yes. At this time, Hemingway was expressionless, blocking Purple Pearl in front of him, pinching her beautiful jade neck with his right hand, and using her as a shield. Prepare a boat for me. When I get to a safe place, I will naturally let her go. Boy, don't go too far. The purple giant whale's face became gloomy. The coercion that was overflowing all over his body became more and more terrifying, and it seemed that something thunder was brewing. Excessive? No, this request is not excessive at all. Hemingway stared at him tightly, and said coldly, I'm just trying to protect myself. It is you who are really going too far. If it weren't for you to arrest I am not going to do such things that violate principles. This is what you asked for. I'll ask you again. Don't let anyone go. The gloomy face of the giant purple whale became more and more terrifying, with substantial coercion pervading it, and even more subtle cracks appeared on the surrounding ship. Hemingway was secretly shocked by his strength, and at the same time he felt more and more that the decision to take the hostages was right. In front of such a strong man, there is definitely no way to escape. There is only one way to take hostages and let him throw a rat. Don't let go. Blurted out without even thinking about it. At this time, Hemingway felt a sense of crisis inexplicably. He always felt that if he procrastinated, some unexpected accident might happen. So he said straightforwardly, if you want her to live, just do what I say. Otherwise, if I shake my hand, her neck may be crushed by me. Then you will wait for her to collect the body. The face of the purple giant whale was uncertain, as if weighing the pros and cons in his mind. But in fact, Chapter 35, it end number 039, too early to be happy. Hemingway stared fiercely at his face, as if he was weighing whether it was worth giving up catching the purple giant whale for this daughter. He was a little strange. Because according to his earlier use of experience and color, shouldn't the purple giant whale be entangled for such a long time when the baby girl is held hostage? How can I look at him as if he was deliberately acting to delay time? Etc. Procrastinating. Not good. When Hemingway thought of this, his whole body's hairs exploded in an instant. But it was too late. Boom. Like a bomb exploding in his head, Hemingway only felt that everything in front of him had become distorted, and the whole person felt that the sky was spinning, and the hand that held Zizu's neck tightly was also slightly loosened. Oops! It's a mental attack. To the effect. The dizzy-headed Hemingway only felt as if someone was holding an electric drill, borne on his own heavenly spirit cover, and the twisted pain seemed to penetrate into his soul. He patronizes the purple giant whale, but ignores the large number of soul saints around him, and he is not careful. It was actually overcast. OM. Before he could react, the second wave of attacks came again. There was a weird trembling. Puff. Hemingway only felt that his internal organs were trembling crazily, and then he couldn't help but spout a mouthful of blood. This made him immediately understand that this was a sonic attack. Unlike the previous mental attack, it can penetrate the human body and directly damage the internal organs. Damn it! Hemingway finally reacted, and the only soul power in his body unreservedly urged, transformed into armed domineering. I saw a thin layer of Jinhui suddenly covering the whole body, turning the whole person into a little golden figure. Compared with before, this golden light is very dim. It can be seen how reluctant he has transformed this armed look domineering. Clang! 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 3 consecutive sonic attacks killed him, but this time he attacked him, but was blocked by the golden armed color. As a result, his body surface made a sound like the humming of iron and steel, and even the subsequent silent mental attack hit his head, it was unable to penetrate this thin layer of armed color. I have to say that armed domineering is really a very magical force, capable of offensive and defensive. If you want to break this layer of armed color, unless the strength is so strong that it exceeds the upper limit of Hemingway's tolerance, it is absolutely impossible to break the armed color's defense. Obviously, the person who shot secretly, although the attack is very strange, even the ordinary soul sage might be caught. But the destructive power is not strong, and encountering Hemingway is considered a nemesis. What else can you do? Use it all. Hemingway tightly pinched Purple Pearl's neck with one hand, and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth with the other. It seemed that the previous 2 waves of attacks did not have much impact on him, and he looked easy. I look down upon you. The purple giant whale was still pretending to be uncertain, but seeing the secret attack at this moment did not seem to have much effect on him, and he returned to his normal look. Looking at him, it was like looking at a monster. There were actually 2 people who secretly attacked before, and they were both in the Soul Emperor stage. Although the strength is only the Soul Emperor, the spirit abilities of the 2 are very weird. One is a mental attack, which is impossible to guard against. One is a sonic attack, silently. The 2 people joined forces, and even the Soul Sage had to be caught off guard. It was absolutely impossible to be as okay as Hemingway is now, especially after being covered with that strange golden light. It seemed that he was completely immune to the attacks of these 2 people, which really shocked him. What kind of monster is this? What is that golden light? It can be offensive and defensive, and it can also defend against mental and sonic attacks. It is really terrifying. The giant purple whale felt that the white-haired teenager was covered in a layer of mist. How? Are you thinking about it? Do you want your daughter's life, or are you determined to come and arrest me? Hemingway said impatiently when he saw the long-lasting silence of the purple giant whale. I don't have the time to talk to you. Procrastinate any longer. I will die with you if I don't decide, and I will pull your daughter as a backstop before I die. The sequelae of mental attack made Hemingway a headache at the moment. But he had to reluctantly make a look like nothing happened, and he couldn't let these pirates know that he was at the end of the battle at this time, but he was just holding on. Otherwise, it would take some twists and turns to flee while holding the hostages. I hope you can abide by the agreement. Faced with his urging, the purple giant whale's face was gloomy, and despite her unwillingness, she was still eager for her. With a wave of his right hand, a few people immediately opened the spirit ring not far away, and together they moved out of the cabin a slightly smaller ship, 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. The whole body is made of steel and is a small boat in the form of a sailboat. Boom! The big ship made of steel was severely thrown down by several people and hit the sea heavily. It didn't sink, but instead floated steadily on the surface of the sea. Obviously this ship is not as simple as it seems on the surface, it must have shipbuilding technology that belongs to this world. Otherwise, if a ship of such a heavy weight is thrown down on the earth, it will definitely sink to the bottom of the sea without discussing it. Boy! The ship is ready for you, so don't let anyone go. The giant purple whale said coldly, if you dare to hurt my daughter's hair, you will die without a place to bury you. Hemingway rolled his eyes. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Now let them go, you treat me as stupid. It's easy to discuss the release, but now I have to bother this eldest lady to come with me. When I get rid of you, I will naturally let her go. He tightly pinched Zi Genzu's neck, the road without a smile. While holding the hostages, he slowly walked towards the side of the ship, seeing and hearing all the time on the way, in case someone makes another moth to attack him. The surrounding pirates wanted to rush to see this place, but they were stopped by the wave of the giant purple whale. The name of the pirate king is still very useful, and all the pirates on the scene stopped their actions obediently. Just like this, he watched Hemingway narrowly holding the purple pearl to the side of the boat, and then led him to jumped onto the smaller boat below. Boom! When the feet really stepped onto the deck of the boat, Hemingway secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He procrastinated for a while, and he was about to reveal himself. Reluctantly, Hemingway walked into the cockpit of the cabin with Purple Pearl, and then closed the door so that people outside could no longer see the situation inside. After a while, the small iron sailboat moved slowly. At this time, there was wind on the sea. As the sails adjusted, the small sailboat began to move slowly and gradually walked out of the encirclement of more than a dozen large ships. Then speed up suddenly. Ride the wind and waves. More than a dozen giant pirate ships staying in place did not catch up, so they watched the small sailing ship go further and further away. Hey! Do you think you can escape this way? The purple giant whale pushed aside the crowd and came to the bow, looking at the boat that had gradually lost its shadow in front of him. His eyes flickered with cold light. He didn't even run away because he took the hostages. Chapter 36, The Limit of Fleshy Fruit. No matter where Hemingway escapes, as long as he still carries the soul guide conch, the purple giant whale can locate and capture his location at any time. So I don't worry about the purple giant whale that he ran away. What I care most about now is the safety of his daughter. Captain, the ship is almost out of sight, do you want to catch up? At this time, a soul sage came up and asked in a low voice, or we hang far behind and consume him. No need. Wait a minute, he can't escape. The giant purple whale looked at the boat shadow that was almost invisible in the distance, and said coldly, let him be proud for a few days first, relax his vigilance, and wait until my daughter is safe, that's when this kid pays the bill. For the safety of his daughter, he can only hope that Hemingway can keep his promise now. On the endless blue ocean, a small sailing boat rides the wind and waves, against the wind. Cabin cockpit. The pale Hemingway looked through the window, checking the direction of the wind while adjusting the canvas. Fortunately, this boat is not difficult to maneuver, otherwise he will face the embarrassing situation of having an empty boat but not being able to drive. At this time, the hostage Purple Pearl had passed out in a coma, and he was thrown into the corner of the cockpit casually. As early as when he set foot on this ship, to be on the safe side, he had knocked her out. So as not to get in the way. 2 hours have passed since he escaped by boat. Hemingway found that the pirates did not catch up, obviously he was afraid of hostages in his hand. But he didn't care about it. Instead, he fled for 2 hours in a boat, and only now finally felt relieved. Because at such a distance for a while, the pirates couldn't catch up. He can relax a little bit. It was just a moment of relaxation, and the injury that had been under pressure for 2 hours finally couldn't be restrained, and he spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Obviously, the injury to the lungs by the sound waves before is not as easy as it seems on the surface. But what made him feel the hardest was the pain of an electric drill in his head. If not for 6 years of hard work on the desert island, he has tempered his will and physique. As early as when he was accidentally attacked, he was probably in a coma. Fortunately, the years of gravitational exercise have made him amazing endurance, and his biggest advantage is that it is long-lasting. Whether it is mentally or physically. But he is holding on now, and he is about to reach his limit. Along with the severe pain was a deep sense of tiredness, and he wanted to fall asleep now. Repair your mental damage in your sleep. But no. I can't fall into a coma. I haven't gotten out of danger yet, and I must recover as soon as possible. Hemingway opened a pair of bloodshot pupils, scanned the Purple Pearl in a coma next to him, and managed to cheer up and relax. Turn on the rudder and sit down on the spot. Force yourself into a state of meditation. It's just maybe because of the trauma of the spirit, the efficiency of meditation is very low, intermittent. But it took half an hour to stumble, and Hemingway still recovered 2/10 of his spirit power. This speed is very fast. The better the martial spirit quality, the higher the level of innate spirit power. Then the faster the recovery of soul power will be, and all aspects will have an advantage. So this is a world destined to be born. Hemingway opened his eyes and exited the meditation state. Then he raised his right hand and puffed up a cat-like pad on his palm. I want to use the power of the fruit of the flesh ball to release the trauma I have suffered. Focusing hard. The whole world turned into a bright color in his eyes. I hope it can be done. After turning on the experience of seeing and hearing, I observed myself with God's vision, and successfully found the concept of trauma in my brain. Then gently pat on the forehead. He wants to pop up the concept of this trauma. Boom. Slapped his forehead gently. The soft pad of the palm flicked on the forehead, like a massage. It was quite comfortable. But it's useless. The concept of trauma can't be popped up at all. Sure enough. Hemingway sighed when he saw this. He knew it was not that simple. Although he can see all kinds of concepts, he can even simply pop up tired concepts. But there are differences between concepts, and there are low-end and high-end points. He can see those high-end concepts, but it does not mean that he can pop up these high-end concepts. At this stage, the development of his fruit ability is too simple, and there are even many more advanced concepts that you can't see. Not to mention, popping up these concepts. In the 6 years of Desert Island, in his spare time, he also specially exercised the ability of meatball fruit, but the effect was very little. This ability is still too advanced for him at this stage, and he can't master it by training at all. He must become stronger before he can use this ability as he wants. Those concepts of aging and death are too high-end for him at this stage, and they are not something he can dream of. And to use the fruit ability, it also needs to consume soul power. The more high-end concepts pop up, the more terrifying the soul power consumed. Any ability to activate www.readaloud.com cannot be made out of nothing. Must consume its own energy. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable if it could be used without restrictions. So to sum up, although Flesh Ball Fruit ability is very invincible, but at this stage, he has not developed this ability to the extreme. So when it is used in battle, it can only be abused. Fighting with real masters is beyond expectation. If you want to really swing the fruit of the flesh ball like an arm, Hemingway estimates that when he becomes a god, he may be able to use it reluctantly. After all, the fruit's ability itself is very high-end. It is conceivable that to reach high depths, the energy required to activate is massive. It is definitely not something that an ordinary soul master can afford. Forget it, since the injury cannot be recovered for the time being. Then let this woman be dealt with first. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to keep this woman. Hemingway sighed, then resisted the severe pain of the internal organs and stood slowly. Get up. Staggering, the woman who was lying on the ground in a coma walked to the corner. The sight and smell spread out and enveloped the surroundings of the entire ship, so he could feel that the woman was still in a coma at the moment, and did not pretend to be coma. Came to Zi Genzu and knelt down gently. He stretched out his hand, a golden light glowed from his palm, slowly pressed it on her forehead. Closed his eyes gently. A little soul power was restored in the body, continuously transformed into armed domineering. Wisps of golden light constantly invaded her body, wandering through her meridians wantonly, blocking her meridians and blocking her acupuncture orifices, and finally flowing through the body. Afterwards, the remaining golden light gathered at the pubic area of the abdomen and turned into a big net, confining all its soul power firmly. Chapter 37, Holy Land Poseidon Island. That's it. Hemingway opened his eyes and released the hand that was pressing on Purple Pearl's forehead. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face was pale. Just now 2/10 of his soul power has been restored, and it has already been exhausted at this moment. There is really no drop left. Hemingway had just transformed his soul power into a golden armed color domineering, invaded Purple Pearl's body, blocked her meridians and acupuncture points, and completely sealed her soul power in her dantian. This is when Hemingway has exercised his arrogance on a desert island in the past 6 years. He had a whim. According to the acupuncture point and meridian theory in martial arts novels, the method of sealing experimented on sea spirit beasts can seal the spirit power of the spirit master. And a part of physical power. Of course, the reason why he was able to invent this ban was not how genius he was. The key lies in the domineering armed color. Armed domineering is a very magical power, with various uses, similar to soul power, but far more changeable than soul power. It can be said that after the current purple pearl has been sealed with soul power, the soul ability cannot be displayed at all, and even the physique is greatly weakened due to the blocking of the meridians and acupuncture points. Now she has completely become a weak woman. He couldn't break the seal with his soul power at all, because armed domineering was a kind of power that was completely different from soul power. It was transformed from soul power, but it was even more weird and changeable. Even if it is the purple whale coming, it is probably not a good way to face this banning method formed by armed and domineering. Because this unique power is beyond his cognition. Purple Pearl woke up from a coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was sitting cross-legged not far away, as if he was a white-haired boy meditating and practicing. Yes, I was held hostage by him. When Zai Zhenzu saw Hemingway, the memory of her unconsciousness instantly came to her mind. Her confused eyes condensed in an instant, and her body subconsciously wanted to get up. But suddenly felt a sense of tightness. Looking down, I saw that my hands and feet were like pigs firmly by a thick rope. Seeing here, Purple Pearl subconsciously wanted to break free, but found that her body was sore and weak, and she couldn't use her strength. In the past, a small rope like this could be broken with the strength of her soul sovereign, but now it can't be used at all. It seems to have become an ordinary person without spirit power. No. Even ordinary people are inferior. Zai Zhenzu felt a little panicked. She was afraid that her spirit power would be abolished by this man. Fortunately, after some careful induction, she found that her spirit power was still there. Just don't know why. The spirit power in the body at this time is like a pool of stagnant water. No matter how she drives it, she can't stand the slightest ripple, as if these spirit powers are no longer hers. It's him. Purple Pearl immediately understood that the abnormality of her body was definitely related to Hemingway. At this time, she seemed to be disturbed by her movement. The white-haired young man with closed eyes meditating slowly opened his eyes, and his azure eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. It's as if I haven't slept for several days and nights. He looks bad. Is he injured? Although she is now in a state of being hijacked, Zai Zhenzu is not too alarmed by accident. Hemingway looked at Purple Pearl quietly, without speaking. Just got up and adjusted the rudder. Observe the wind direction by the way. There was silence in the cabin. Neither of them spoke. After a while, Hemingway, who was at the helm, suddenly asked, "Do you know where Sea God Island is?" Purple Pearl was taken aback at first, and waited until he had digested the meaning of his words. His face changed a little, and he couldn't help asking, "Do you want to go to Sea God Island? That place is very dangerous, and foreign soul masters are not welcome." Sea God Island, as the holy land in the minds of all sea spirit masters, how can we not know the belief of all sea spirit masters as a Purple Pearl? Just know that Gui knows, but she doesn't know the specific location of Sea God Island. After all, the reason why the Holy Land is a holy land is that not everyone can go on a pilgrimage. So if it weren't from Sea God Island, then the sea spirit masters from the outside could know that there were only a handful of Sea God Island's specific locations. And Purple Pearl is obviously not in this list. Maybe her father knows it. But she didn't tell her daughter, so Zizou could only regret to tell Hemingway that she didn't know. Hemingway heard Zai Zhenzu's answer that he didn't know the location of Poseidon Island. A flash of disappointment flashed in Hemingway's eyes. Those pirate threats still haven't disappeared, and I don't know how they locked his position, which is really strange. The reason why he wants to go to Sea God Island now is to get rid of these pirates. As long as he goes to Poseidon Island and participates in the test, he will be able to obtain the shelter of Poseidon Island. Those pirates would definitely not dare to come to the sacred land of the Shanghai Spirit Master, and then he could develop silently on Sea God Island. Especially the various environments there are very suitable for cultivation. Can make him stronger in a short time. So I went to Poseidon Island, reading www.uuganshu.com is his best choice to get rid of the current embarrassing situation. With his aptitude, he can get a black level assessment, or even a red level assessment. After all, he has twin spirits, one is the white star of the mermaid princess who is known as the Sea King, and the other is the white tiger of the Land King who can spread his wings to the sky. The two martial spirits completely dominated the land, sea, and air. Such terrifying qualifications, if it were not for the vastness of the sea, he believed that even if it were the sea god's 9 tests, it might not be impossible to obtain it. Even compared to the original Tang San, his mermaid spirit characteristics are more suitable for the position of the sea god. But unfortunately, the current situation he is facing is that he doesn't know the way to Poseidon Island. Ugh! Sighed, Hemingway knew that now he could only try his luck and wander around the sea casually. See if you are lucky enough to meet the trail of Poseidon Island, or find a human island. After all, it's not a problem to always drift on the sea. Some time passed. The sky is getting faint. Goo! At this time, an abdominal cry suddenly sounded. Hemingway was taken aback, turned his head and looked at the girl whose pretty face had turned extremely red, and then said nothing. He just turned and walked out of the cabin, not knowing what to do. Why is it called this time? Purple Pearl lowered his head slightly, only to feel an unspeakable sense of shame in his heart. Obviously, she is not so easy to be shy, but she doesn't know why when facing Hemingway, she always unconsciously wants to behave better. Let his image be better in his eyes. Maybe this is love? P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Almost to Poseidon Island. Chapter 38, The String, Broken. After a while, the door of the cabin opened, and Hemingway held a tray in his hand on which was placed a piece of smoked fish and a small bowl of fresh water for soup. Let's eat. Putting the tray on the table next to Purple Pearl, Hemingway squatted down and untied the rope tied to her hand so that she could eat by herself. Then he took out the flint and lighted the oil lamp in the cabin. The cabin that has become dim, this is an extra ray of light. On the ship that the two of them are currently riding on, apart from the necessary living equipment, there is nothing to eat. Fortunately, when Hemingway left the deserted island, just in case, he stored a large amount of smoked fish and most importantly fresh water in the soul guidance device. It's considered crooked and straight. Of course, even if the fish and fresh water are not stored in advance, Hemingway can go directly into the sea to catch fish and eat them. As for the fresh water, he can use the ability of the flesh ball fruit to eject the salt in the sea. It's just a little troublesome to do so. And the Purple Pearl with his hands untied remained silent, just rubbing the place where he was tightly bound by the rope, and then moving his still bound feet, sitting on the chair obediently, looking at the crude smoked fish on the tray. And that small bowl of fresh water. I feel a little disgusted. When has she ever eaten this kind of thing? But there is no way. Now that he is a prisoner, it would be nice to have food. Purple Pearl knew very well that this was not a place where she could play Missy's temper. This man was not as gentle as he thought, and he really annoyed him, and he didn't know what he would do. And seeing Purple Pearl honestly grabbed the big piece of fish and nibbled it in small bites. The unusually cooperative appearance made Hemingway, who thought it would take a lot of effort to force her to eat it, felt a little surprised. This woman is kind of interesting. Slowly found a place to sit down in the cabin, Hemingway closed his eyes, and silently began to meditate. To be honest, he is in a very bad state now, his mind was injured, and his internal organs were also severely shaken. The state can be said to be extremely bad. The best thing he should do now is to go to sleep and slowly recover from his mental trauma in his sleep, but now that he is chasing soldiers, Hemingway doesn't dare to fall asleep at all. I was afraid that I was asleep, and when I woke up again, I found that I was by the big 5 flowers and locked in a cage. This is something he cannot tolerate, so before he can be sure of his own safety, how can Hemingway dare to sleep? At most, closing your eyes and restoring your spirits, or restoring your spirit power with the help of meditation. The whole person is just relying on the tyrannical physique to hold on. The 6 years of gravitational training on the desert island not only tempered Hemingway's will, but also gave him a tough body with amazing endurance. Purple Pearl nibbled at the fish, while secretly observing the white-haired young man with his eyes closed not far away. He became more and more curious about this man full of secrets in his heart. After a while, I finally finished eating the fish seasoned with just a little salt. She gently covered her small mouth, feeling a little nauseous. He was taken care of by his father as a pirate king since he was a child. Where did Purple Pearl ever eat such a crude thing? It's just forcing myself to eat it. Realizing that she is a little nauseous, Zhen hurriedly picked up the small bowl and drank the fresh water in it. The clear spring entered his throat, finally suppressing the vomit. Hey! With a long exhalation, Zhen quietly glanced at the white-haired young man who was still closing his eyes and rested, then looked at the rope tied to his feet, and hesitated. In the end, he didn't move the rope, but moved his steps hard, slowly approaching a small bed not far away. Then he sat down and glanced at Hemingway quietly again. Then he lay down on his side, making a look like he was going to sleep. The white-haired boy is still sitting cross-legged, silent. It was like falling into a deep-level cultivation state. This time seemed to be the best time to sneak attack or escape. But Zhen would not think that young people would be so careless, and now that her soul power is sealed, she is a weak woman who is not as good as ordinary people. In this vast sea, where can she escape? Thinking of this, Zhen sighed. Then slowly closed his eyes, immersed his mind in his body, and began to try to mobilize his soul power to break through the seal set by Hemingway. Purple Pearl's small movements were captured by Hemingway, who turned on his domineering look and feel, but he didn't reveal it. Instead, pretending to be ignorant, let her work hard. Anyway, with her strength, no matter what, it is impossible to break the seal formed by the armed color. It's better to give her a little hope, let her work slowly, don't make trouble for herself and Hemingway will burn the incense. After all, his current state is really not good, he doesn't have too much energy, so he should always beware of her. Time, so quietly passing. Half a month has passed. In these days, Hemingway needs to get up to adjust the direction of the sails every day because of the changes in the wind direction. The rest of the time is either closing his eyes and restoring his mind, or he is meditating on running his soul power and repairing physical injuries. He didn't even dare to sleep, for fear that he would fall asleep, and when he woke up again, he would have lost his personal freedom. Compared with this, the hostage Purple Pearl has been very moist these days. It is time to eat and sleep. He cooperated very much and didn't make any drastic actions. Except for the occasional need to go to the toilet on the ship to solve physical problems, he has to blush and let him untie the ropes of his hands and feet. The remaining time is to meditate hard, trying to break the seal in the body. But no matter what she does, can't shake the golden light in the body all the time. And the appearance of Purple Pearl's unusual cooperation, after a few days, Hemingway gradually let go of a little wariness. Later, I thought that she was sealed with spirit power and could not escape in this vast sea. He simply untied the ropes of her hands and feet, allowing her to move freely on the boat. It has been half a month now. Hemingway was not afraid that she would jump off the boat and escape, because even though he seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed most of the day, in fact, there was always a small part of what he saw and heard, locked on her. So once Zhen had the thought of running away, he could feel it immediately, and rushed over to subdue her instantly. Fortunately, perhaps because she knew that she couldn't escape, Zhen didn't want to escape, she was always safe and sound, and acted as a hostage honestly. This day, after half a month of recuperation, Hemingway finally repaired the internal organs that were damaged by the sound waves, and there was no major physical problem. It's just the mental aspect. Not only did it not get better, it seemed to be worse. This is normal, after all, his spirit has been tight for more than half a month. I haven't even slept before, at most I closed my eyes and calmed my mind, even because I was afraid that I would fall asleep accidentally, I didn't even dare to keep my eyes closed for too long. In such a state, it is no wonder that the mental trauma can be healed. No deterioration is already burning high incense. He can insist on not going to sleep for half a month, but it's just a force of will. Now that the physical trauma has been repaired, www.readaloud.com, coupled with the calmness that has not been chasing soldiers for nearly half a month, and the appearance of the abnormal cooperation of the Purple Pearl as a hostage. After all, let him have the present in his heart and be safe for the time being. The thought that you can rest for a while. With the rise of this thought, it suddenly seemed to cause a chain reaction. The tight string in my mind seemed to break completely. At this moment, Hemingway only felt a sense of tiredness coming over. Sleep for a while. I will sleep for a while. When I regain some energy, I will get up immediately. When I find a safe place, I can rest as much as I can. Hold on again, and you must wake up later, you must wake up. In a daze, Hemingway maintained the posture of sitting and meditating like this, and his spirit fell into a deep sleep. Hemingway, who was only going to sleep for a short while, obviously overestimated his willpower. Mental trauma, coupled with the exhaustion of not sleeping for half a month. Once you fall asleep, how can you get up? This kind of turbulent sleepiness cannot be countered by will. Persisted for half a month, but Hemingway still couldn't hold on anymore after all. The whole person fell into a deep, almost coma sleep. At this time, even if someone tied his 5 flowers together, beat gongs and drums in his ears, or even stabbed him dozens of times with a knife, cutting off his limbs, he will never wake up, because this kind of sleep is not normal sleep. But the spirit reaches its limit and faints involuntarily. He has lost consciousness. Now he can only be slaughtered. Chapter 39, Coma. In the cabin. Boom. The sound of a heavy object landing awakened the meditating Purple Pearl. She opened her lustrous purple eyes vigilantly, quickly looked at the source of the sound, and suddenly opened her red mouth in astonishment. It's like seeing something incredible. I saw the white-haired young man who had been meditating every day for nearly half a month. He maintained a cross-sitting posture. The whole person was facing down, tilted to the left, and his forehead was heavily knocked on the deck. The long white hair fell down to cover his profile, and he couldn't see his face, but the whole person seemed to lose his voice. "Hey!" Purple Pearl screamed tentatively. She suspected that this was Hemingway's fishing law enforcement. Deliberately pretending to be in a coma, the purpose is to lure himself into the bait, once he has thoughts against him. I am afraid that the one who greets me is extremely terrifying punishment. The white-haired boy who fell to the ground did not move, still maintaining that posture, like a dead body without a soul. Purple Pearl frowned her beautiful brows, her teeth bit her red lips, her beautiful purple eyes struggled and hesitated. In the end he hesitated for a while, but quietly stood up. Moving in small steps, slowly approaching, the white-haired boy who fell to the ground. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked tentatively. While talking, he stretched out his fingers and gently poked the back of his head. The tentacles only felt that his hair was extraordinarily soft, so he couldn't help covering the entire palm of his hand, smoothing the hair gently and quickly withdrew his hand. Watch his reaction carefully. Really, there is no reaction at all. Zhigenzu's scruples disappeared, and she covered his head with her hand again and rubbed it vigorously. The pretty and charming face showed a relaxed look. The pressure of the last few days, accompanied by rubbing the head of the culprit, gradually dissipated. This feeling is really indescribable and refreshing, as if this man has surrendered under his skirt. I feel that life has reached its peak. "Hey! Tell you to bully me, deserve it. She patted the man on the back of the head like revenge, showing a vengeful smile on Xiao Qiao's face. Just quickly, when she turned the white-haired boy over, she was shocked. The pale and weak face and the frowning brows in his sleep made the pride in Zi Zhenzu's heart disappear. It was replaced by nervousness and panic. What's the matter? Why is his face so ugly? Is it because of a sudden illness? Purple Pearl hurriedly lifted up the sleeping Hemingway, with the delicate body, bearing his heavy weight. One step at a time, he slowly helped him to sit down on the edge of the bed. Then he put his body in a lying position, and just let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the young boy's still painful expression in his sleep, and her heart tugged along with it. Although Purple Pearl was hijacked by Hemingway, apart from being somewhat unacceptable at the beginning, she gradually figured it out. From a rational point of view, Hemingway held himself hostage. It was indeed the best way to get out at the time. Even if she could not accept it, it was as if she had been deceived. But, this does not mean that she wants to see him in pain. As if in a vortex under the sea. Hemingway in a coma just felt that his whole body was spinning around, and his body couldn't stop sinking with the whirlpool, it would never reach the bottom. Can only accompany the whirlpool, sinking into the bottomless abyss. I don't know how long has passed. Boom. A certain moment. The body seemed to have finally fallen to the bottom. Mind takes over the body again. Hemingway opened his eyes slowly, his eyes blurred. The eyes that hadn't been opened for a long time were hurt by the light source in front of them. My eyes closed again subconsciously, I just felt that my body was unable to exert strength, my mind was also dizzy. Where am I? What happened? The brain is like a machine that hasn't been used for a long time. At this moment, Hemingway's thinking is extremely slow at this moment, and he can't recall what happened before the coma. In a state of half asleep and half awake. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps in my ears. Who is it? Hemingway closing his eyes feebly, his whole body couldn't help himself. Even opening his eyelids became extremely strenuous. I can only vaguely see through my hearing, and hear a heavy object placed next to my ear. Followed by the sound of water wringing out something, and then a cold and moist object was placed on his forehead, sending a hint of coolness. Let the groggy brain feel much better. After a while, Hemingway fell asleep again. When I wake up again, Hemingway only felt as if there was a fire burning in his body. There seems to be an active volcano about to erupt. Sweat can't stop flowing, but still can't dissipate much heat. He wants to control his body to find a cool place, but he feels that his body is not his own. Although he has consciousness, he can't move at all. Even the eyes cannot be opened at this moment. If this continues, maybe he will be burned to death, right? Fortunately, at this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps. And then, Hemingway could feel his upper body being lifted up, and his clothes were taken off one by one. Then, a cold and moist towel was put on his body, and the sweat was gently wiped off, with a hint of coolness pouring into his body. Extinguish the flame. Again and again. Every part of his body has been wiped, and the flame in his body is also gently wiped. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com began to gradually dim, and finally extinguished completely. Hemingway frowned subconsciously, slowly relaxing. Fell asleep again groggy. That's all. As I wake up again and again, go to sleep again and again. The dull brain gradually recovered. Finally. Someday. Hemingway slowly opened his sea blue eyes, but he was pained by the light in the cabin. He closed it again quickly, but he was completely awake at this time. Although his body was still a bit numb, he could barely control his hands and feet. At this time, the cabin was opened, and a familiar sound of gentle footsteps came. Hemingway, with his eyes closed, seemed to be still asleep, but in fact, he was already fully awake at this time. It's just that a certain girl with a basin of water didn't know. So, next. The white-haired boy's clothes were taken off one by one. The purple-haired girl wrung out the towel and gently wiped his body as usual, the pretty blushing face, even though this kind of thing has been repeated many times. But every time I see his strong and perfect body, I still can't help blushing and heartbeat. The body of the opposite sex, especially a body of the opposite with a good impression. This is really exciting for her big girl. Therefore, Zai Zhen could only force herself not to think about this aspect of things, and treated his body as a fragile porcelain. I wiped it carefully in this way, until I met a pair of sea blue eyes. Zai Zhen's hand stiffened, and the hand holding the towel was still pressing on his strong chest. A man and a woman, sea blue and purple eyes staring at each other, time seems to stop completely at this moment. PS has reached the key plot and is sorting out. Chapter 40, Ken and number 039, T get married. In the cabin. At this time, the air seemed to freeze, and the two boys and girls looked at each other without saying a word for a long time. Finally, Purple Pearl's beautiful purple eyes moved away first, and then as if he hadn't noticed that he was awake, his hands continued to move, just like the past 10 days, gently helping him wipe his body. Hemingway, who was still unable to move at this time, had a complicated look in his eyes. In these days when he was in a coma, he was not completely unconscious. Every time I wake up for a short time, I can feel that she has taken care of myself. Logically he should be grateful to this woman. But don't forget that the reason why he has fallen to this point is also closely related to this woman. After all, it was her father who brought people to arrest him, and he caused him to suffer from a lot of hard work and wounds, and almost lost his combat effectiveness. I hurt myself, but saved myself. How should it be counted now? The more he thought about it, the more Hemingway felt his brain hurt, and finally he closed his eyes. I don't care if I pretend to be an ostrich. I can't move it anyway. What do you like? At this time, the Purple Pearl is like a little wife, holding a wet towel and gently rubbing him all over his body, even the private parts are not let go. Although Jiao's face was flushed, her hands were still meticulous. Looking at this proficiency, it is obvious that this is not done once or twice. Hemingway, who closed his eyes and pretended to be an ostrich, now has a different taste. Feeling the moist towel across his body, the gentle and soothing movements were just right, he was almost going to sleep, almost comfortable. But other than that, it's more embarrassing. Being so carefully taken care of by an unfamiliar young woman, revealing her body unreservedly in front of him. Hemingway felt that he had no secrets in front of this woman. It was. He didn't know how to describe this feeling, he only knew that if his body could move freely at this time, he would definitely put on his clothes and wrap himself tightly. For the first time, he felt that human beings have clothes to wear. How happy it is! The mental trauma is far more serious than he imagined. The brain, as the core of the human body, controls everything in the body. Therefore, his mentally wounded, even his dominance over the body is also affected. It was clear that his physical injury had healed a long time ago, but he couldn't get any strength. As if this body is not his. Due to mental trauma, the control of the body has dropped to an extreme. At most I can barely move my fingers, and I can't do more. Goo. At this time, there was a rumbling of belly. Hemingway felt a sense of hunger. At this time, Purple Pearl also happened to help him scrub his whole body, and then raised the basin and walked out of the cabin. His beautiful face looked unusually calm. It's just that the seemingly peaceful footsteps are a little more flustered than before. Obviously, this girl is not as calm and composed as she seems on the surface. Very hungry. Feeling the hunger in his belly, Hemingway suddenly thought of a key question. That's how did he eat during these days when he was in a coma? According to Hemingway's estimation, he was in a coma for at least 10 days. And if he didn't eat or drink for more than 10 days, his current state would never be so good. Even if he has spirit power in his body, it is estimated that he is hungry and thin, and is dying. How could it just feel hungry? Unless... Hemingway just thought of this when the cabin door was opened again. I saw Purple Pearl walking slowly with a bowl of steaming millet porridge in his hand. Even if he is far away, he can smell the aroma in that bowl. Okay, the case is solved. Hemingway knows his state. Why is it so good now? Are you able to move now? Zai Zhenzu walked to him and squatted gently, and asked softly. Hemingway did not speak. In fact, even though he can't control his body and limbs now, he can do it by twisting his head and talking. He just doesn't know how to face this woman. I don't know how to treat her. Is it as indifferent as before? Still smiling? Seeing that he didn't speak, those beautiful sea blue eyes were complicated and difficult to understand. Purple Pearl seemed to understand something, and nodded gently. Then temporarily put down the bowl in his hand, stretched out his hands to gently lift his still naked body, and leaned his upper body on the cabin wall. Then picked up the bowl on the side, scooped up a spoonful of millet porridge, gently brought it to the red lips and blew it, and then handed it to Hemingway's mouth. Looking at the spoonful of millet porridge close at hand, after Hemingway hesitated for a while, he finally opened his mouth slowly and ate it in one bite. Hemingway, who had eaten fish every day on the desert island for a few years, had not eaten normal food for a long time, when he ate this normal bite of millet porridge. I only felt that this bite of porridge was unexpectedly sweet. Even made him have the urge to cry. But, where did the millet porridge come from on this boat? Hemingway was a little bit puzzled after that. He remembered that the boat was empty, and he didn't prepare any ingredients at all, and even if there were ingredients. So what utensil does she cook with? But when Hemingway saw the spoon passed by the girl again, his eyes shifted to the delicate bracelet on the wrist. It suddenly dawned on me, because this bracelet was obviously a soul guide for storage. It is estimated that these things are all her own. It's just that it hasn't been taken out before. One bite after another. As the luscious millet porridge entered his stomach, Hemingway's noisy stomach gradually calmed down. When he finished drinking a bowl of millet porridge, he felt that his mental state was better. It's just a pity that he still can't control his body now. So in the next few days, Hemingway is still lying motionless on the bed like a paralyzed patient. Purple Pearl is still like a hard-working little wife, scrubbing his body every day, and then cooking and feeding him. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Even when he wanted to go to the toilet to solve his physical problems, she still helped him over. It's like a virtuous little wife who takes care of her paralyzed husband. At first, when Zai Zhenzu wanted to help him to the toilet to solve his physiological problems, Hemingway refused. Because this is too shameful. He is a big man who even needs a woman to help him go to the bathroom. What is this like? It's just that even if he resists anymore, the reality will not change in the slightest because of his resistance. Feeling that his patience has reached his limit, between peeing his pants and being helped by him, finally, he still succumbed. He closed his eyes, like a puppet, allowed her to hold his body to the toilet, and then untied his pants. Hello. Why are you so skilled? Hemingway suddenly realized this. Not good. Looking at this woman's so skilled appearance, shouldn't she be in a coma for more than 10 days? Sometimes the more you think about certain things, the more you can feel that you can't bear to look directly at it. Hemingway suddenly realized a very critical issue. That is, how did you eat and drink in the past 10 days? Just take a spoon, can you just open your mouth and pour it in? And the food is not easy to digest without chewing. After eating something, it must be excreted. He is still a mortal body now, so this vulgarity is naturally inevitable. So since he has eaten in the past 10 days, he must have a normal metabolism. So what has this woman done to her body these days? Hemingway suddenly had the urge to cover his face, and it was over. Completely finished, he is not pure anymore. I can't marry later. Chapter 41, Filial Piety. When supported by Purple Pearl, after solving the physiological problem. Hemingway was already numb, like a puppet with his soul lost. Let her support her body and return to the cabin. Lying on the bed like a dead body, Hemingway's gaze was dull, and he stared at the ceiling of Funikara blankly. The strong sense of shame made him feel that his life had lost its meaning. The whole person has been completely salted. Anyway, it's been done like that, you love it. Time just passed quietly. After a few days of treatment for the paralyzed, Hemingway finally gradually recovered his body's consciousness. The brain redominated the body. From barely moving my fingers, to now I can stand up by myself, take my own bowl to eat, and go to the bathroom by myself. It's just that the movements are still somewhat inconvenient and seemingly slow. It's as if a heavy load is attached to his body, and things are always a little slow. Fortunately, he finally didn't have to bear it. He was fed every day like a baby, and peeing. What a blessing in misfortune! These days, the relationship between Hemingway and Purple Pearl has become extremely awkward. There was very little dialogue between the two, except that they had to talk because they were three anxious. Hemingway never took the initiative to talk to Purple Pearl, and he didn't even know the name of Purple Pearl. I don't know that this woman actually appeared in Douluo's original work, a well-known supporting actress who is not low in popularity. Nearly 10 days have passed. Hemingway finally recovered his health completely. It has been a month and a half since he held the Purple Pearl and drifted into the sea. In the first half-month of the beginning, Hemingway only managed to escape by boat, and fell into a coma for the second half of the month. After waking up for a few days with mobility problems, it took about 10 days to finally regain the strength of the heyday. A month and a half. This period of 1.5 months is anxious and boring for the purple giant whale as a father. It is clear that there is a conch who can locate the kid who is holding his daughter at any time, but he is afraid of taking hostages in his hands. So he dared not come forward to round up, so he could only hang behind him and wait for the opportunity to rescue his daughter. Originally, according to the idea of the giant purple whale, he planned to wait for Hemingway's ship to arrive on a large island with rich trade. He thought that he might release his daughter when it was safe. Even if you don't let go, you can lead your subordinates to the island quietly. Then he rescued his daughter secretly, and then he could capture the kid alive without any scruples. According to his estimation, according to Hemingway's ship speed, it takes about half a month to reach the big island. It turned out that Hemingway's boat drifted on the sea for a full month and a half without encountering an island. It was a coincidence that he passed by the many large and inhabited islands he had expected, and drove in a more remote direction. This completely disrupted his initial plan. Why is this so? Logically speaking, according to the positioning of Hemingway's ship, there is more than one big island with rich trade in the direction of their ship. As long as Hemingway stops the boat, and then hides on the island. If the conch is not located, even if it is a giant purple whale, don't even think about finding him on the island easily. In any case, it is better than drifting on the sea. But why did Hemingway turn a blind eye to the big islands passing by? Could it be that the kid knew that he had a positioning device on his body, so he didn't go to the island? But it is impossible. Really knowing the positioning device on his body, he directly threw the conch. Wouldn't it be easier? Why bother to bypass the island deliberately? Can't figure it out, can't figure it out. Why is it? Purple giant whale wants to break his head but can't think of it. But the answer is actually very simple. All this is just because Hemingway passed away because he was so sleepy before he even touched the island. After that, the person who sailed the boat became his precious daughter, Purple Pearl. Soon after Hemingway fell into a coma, Zizyazu began to steer the helm. As a result, he soon saw a huge island in front of him. Looking at the bustling pier not far away, Zizyazu knew that if he had brought him in a coma like this, if he goes to the island, then within 2 days, his father will catch up. At that time, all the efforts of this man will be vanished, and he will be imprisoned in the Douluo Empire as a stallion for the rest of his life. Therefore, from the bottom of my heart, I didn't want this man to be caught as the purple pearl of the breeding machine. The ghost turned a blind eye to this big island. In this way, he turned the bow of the ship and floated in the other direction, deviated from the original orbital course. She rebelled against her father for the first time for a man who didn't even know the name. Is really a filial daughter. If the purple giant whale knew of his daughter's sorrow operation, I am afraid that he would definitely have to vomit blood for 3 liters. At this moment, watching a chart in his luxurious cabin, and real-time monitoring of the direction of the vessel Hemingway is driving, the giant purple whale is holding a conch in his hand. This conch looks very magical. Because it exudes dim light, these lights gather together, and then form a reduced version of the 3D map. In it, a small red dot is constantly moving, revealing its own sense of existence. The purple whale frowned tightly, watching the map generated on the conch and comparing the sea line map hanging in the cabin to guess the location of Hemingway. The more the result is the contrast, the more ugly the complexion is, and in the end it will even be gloomy as if dripping water. Not good. That kid is fine if he deviates from the course. But he is still gradually approaching that sinister sea area. www.readaloud.com. It's really looking for death. If you die, forget it, but don't hurt my daughter. Zi the giant whale was almost mad with anger. We must know that apart from the harsh storm weather environment on the sea, those sea spirit beasts that can be said to be ubiquitous are the real enemies of sea spirit masters. Among them, especially some sea soul beasts with extremely high ages, they have designated a certain sea area as their own territory. Any ship passing there will be attacked mercilessly. As a result, people living on the sea have also summarized several restricted areas. These forbidden areas are basically the sites of some powerful soul beasts, so they are forbidden areas for humans. No ship dared to pass there, except for some special circumstances. No one would step into the waters of those restricted areas. Because once you step in there, the chance of surviving will be very low. Coincidentally, according to the location of the conch display, the purple giant whale discovered that the kid who had held his own daughter was gradually advancing towards a very dangerous forbidden area. Now he can't sit still at all. Everyone listens to my orders. The giant purple whale picked up the communication conch, and spit out roared, according to the route map I sent you, go ahead at full speed. Be sure to stop the ship before it enters the restricted area. At the same moment, all the captains of the subgroup with conch, listened to the voice of the boss from the conch in their hands. Looking at the chart floating above the conch, I didn't dare to neglect, and quickly ordered his men to move forward at full speed. One time, more than a dozen giant pirate ships spread their huge sails, going crazy in a certain direction. Even seemingly too slow, some crew members jumped into the sea, using their soul skills to push the ship forward. All went crazy, rushing in a certain direction. Chapter 42, The Old Father Saved Himself. Where are we now? Hemingway stood on the bow, looking at the calm sea around him. There was a faint anxiety in my heart. Instinctively alert to danger, he turned his head and asked the purple pearl who had just walked out of the cabin. I don't know. Zi Zhenzu shook her head blankly. Although she can read charts, she is not a professional navigator. How can it be possible to determine where you are based on just a chart? So where they are drifting now, their eyes are dark. What's the matter? Why do you suddenly ask? She asked in confusion. I didn't even realize that the two of them might have strayed into the restricted area of the sea. Since childhood, Purple Pearl has been protected by her father Purple Giant Whale so well that she has hardly been involved in any danger. So for the so-called dangerous zone in the restricted area of the sea, she has only heard the name, and has never really involved. Therefore, it is so dull for the possibility of entering the restricted area by mistake. It's nothing, it's just that there is an ominous premonition suddenly, as if there is some inexplicable danger hidden in this sea area. Hemingway shook his head and said solemnly. Danger. Purple Pearl looked serious after hearing the words. At this time, she suddenly thought of the restricted area of the sea. Should they not, they have strayed into the penalty area now, right? Quick! Speed up! Speed up for me! More than a dozen giant pirate ships galloped against the wind, and at the forefront was the largest ship. The pirate flag on it was painted with a deep-sea magic whale. In the cabin. At this time, more than a dozen heads of the Demon Whale Pirate Group's subgroup are all gathered here, and their strength is in the Soul Saints stage. Was called here by the purple giant whale to discuss countermeasures. While viewing the real-time positioning displayed on the conch, the purple giant whale compared the sea line map and watched the small red dot located on the 3D map gradually approach the restricted area, and then looked at the distance between himself and the other person and the small red dot. The whole person's face was completely gloomy. That's too late. The Soul Saints around were also watching the chart. When they saw that the red dot on the conch was about to step into that area, they immediately shook their heads in unison. Because according to the current situation of that ship, they can no longer intercept them before the ship enters the restricted area. Is over, everything is over. Boom! The conch that had been tightly held in his hand loosened, allowing it to fall to the ground. The giant purple whale regrets so much at this moment, regretting why he wants to covet the title of the Douluo Empire, and regret not having taken the brat right from the beginning. But now it's too late to regret. Now the purple giant whale can only pray that when the two step into the restricted area, they will not alarm the monster in the restricted area. Otherwise, I guess he can't even collect his daughter's body. No. It's not time to give up yet. The purple giant whale was fidgeting back and forth, his face was very gloomy, and the whole body was extremely depressing. The dozen or so soul sages around him almost couldn't breathe, and they didn't dare to say much. This is the only way to watch the boss make the final decision. That's it. The giant purple whale suddenly slapped on the table, as if finally made up some determination. After all, he was still worried about his daughter. As a pirate who pinned his life on his belt, the old lady, Zizyazu, was his only weakness. Now that his daughter is in a dangerous situation, how can this make him stay here, resigning to fate? Putting the life and death of a daughter on illusory luck is something that the purple giant whale as a father cannot tolerate. So for the sake of his daughter, he decided to fight it. Team leader, it seems that they are already destined to enter the restricted area. Do they want to continue to catch up? At this time, a soul sage suddenly asked. Chasing. Of course I want to chase. The giant purple whale gritted his teeth, he had decided to follow and stepped into the restricted area together. If he is there, even if the daughter encounters any danger, there is still a possibility of escape. For the sake of his daughter, he can say that he has sacrificed his life. Only the purple giant whale can save its life for the purple pearl because that is his only daughter, the pearl in the palm. However, the dozen or so group leaders in the cabin were not related to her. How can you put yourself in danger for an outsider? Therefore, after these more than a dozen soul sages looked at each other, they were finally represented by a middle-aged soul sage with a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek. He stepped forward and said, Head, the pearl niece is now in a dangerous situation, and those of us who are uncles are also in danger. Anxious. It's just that the forbidden area is extremely dangerous. Even if we are all on it, we may not be able to withstand a wave of waves. Look, do you think about it again? The whales go to die together. Do you think so too? After hearing the words of the middle-aged soul sage, the purple giant whale looked around a dozen soul sages around him, and said blankly, You are all my friends who have been born and died with me for more than 30 years. They are all my own brothers, don't want to I won't be forced to go. If anyone doesn't want to go, just sit down. Upon hearing the words of the boss, the surrounding dozens of soul saints immediately exploded, rushing to the dozens of chairs placed around them, each of them occupied a chair. No one chose to stand. And seeing this scene, the purple giant whale couldn't hide the disappointment in her heart. Not surprisingly, he didn't expect these plastic brothers to be able to commit a risk for his daughter. Although they are commensurate with brothers, even though these people are under their own control and name. But this is only because he is the strongest, and can't count on how loyal these people are. Because I came to be a pirate, there are no good people. There is no such thing as loyalty and honesty. What they believe is that people are not for themselves, and the heavens are destroyed. So it's no surprise that these men didn't plan to go with them to rescue their daughter. www.readaloud.com Purple Whale. He just nodded his head blankly and said, "Well, since you don't want to go, I won't force it. Just wait for me here first, and I will go alone." Hearing this, dozens of soul sages breathed a sigh of relief. I shouted luck in my heart, and got my life back. In fact, if the giant purple whale insists on forcing these people to go together, these soul saints will ultimately be unable to refuse. It's just that the so-called twisted melon is not sweet, and it really forces these people to go together. At that time, it will inevitably be delayed. And it is even possible that these people will turn their faces on the spot and want to die with him. After all, if you go there, you will die, but if a dozen of the big guys go together and kill the giant purple whale, you will still have a chance to survive. Don't underestimate the madness of pirates. This group of desperados will do everything once their lives are threatened. Next to the huge pirate ship, a small ship hung a rope and slowly lowered it onto the sea. The giant purple whale was standing on this small boat at this time. He looked at his subordinates on the upper deck, and finally decided to go there alone, without even a small one. Anyway, if even he can't handle it, then it's useless to have more of these men. Turned around, the spirit power in his body was released, and the small ship under his feet was like an arrow from the string. It dragged a long splash and shot it in a certain direction in front of it. If I can't come back afterwards, the magic whale pirate group will disband. The pirates standing on the bow deck could only hear a looming voice from the small boat in front of which no shadow can be seen. Her complexion suddenly became extremely complicated. Chapter 43, Invincible. A small boat is like an off-string arrow, madly flying across the vast and boundless sea, arousing a burst of high waves. The giant purple whale was standing on the boat, holding the conch in one hand and looking at the floating location map to confirm the direction. At the same time, there were 8 spirit rings floating around the body, and one of them was emitting light. The spirit ability of this spirit ring is very simple. It only has the function of rushing on the road. You can find a carrier at random, whether it is a boat or just a piece of wood, as long as it can float on the water. Then you can let the things under your feet swift, and it's not a matter of thousands of miles. Of course it's just an exaggeration, but the speed is really fast. When he was young, he relied on this ability to escape, not knowing how many life and death crises he had avoided. Hurry up, hurry up! Looking at the floating red dots on the conch, the purple giant whale's face was solemn, and the spirit power in the body was released without reservation. Suddenly the speed of the boat under his feet increased a little again. Visible to the naked eye, it can be seen that the distance between him and the red dot on the floating pattern is rapidly shortening. It's just too late now, because according to the display on the map, at this time the daughter and the others have entered the restricted area, and now he can only hope that they will not disturb the monster and can cross the sea without any problems. The Forbidden Sea area where Hemingway strayed into it is called the Magic Whale Sea area. It is said that it is the deepest place nearby, and there is a trench up to 1,000 meters deep under the water. Therefore, if a flying soul master looks from the sky, he can find that the sea there is the darkest place. The reason why there is the name Demon Whale Sea area, as the name suggests, is because there is a deep-sea demon whale living in the trench below that sea area. As mentioned earlier, the whale itself is an extremely powerful sea soul beast, especially the deep-sea magic whale, which is the best among the whales. The nobleman among the whales. And this deep-sea magic whale living in this sea area is not as simple as an ordinary deep-sea magic whale. It is called the overlord of the sea. It is 100,000-year level existence. 100,000-year soul beast. It is conservatively estimated that they are all of tidal Douluo level, although the purple giant whale can rival ordinary tidal Douluo. But in the face of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, he still felt his heart and liver tremble. Especially this 100,000-year soul beast, is still a deep-sea demon whale like his martial soul. No one can know how terrifying this deep-sea monster whale is better than him. Fortunately, the sky is endless. Even if someone strays into the magic whale waters, there is not necessarily a silver lining. Because of this deep-sea monster whale that lives in this sea area, its left eye is blind. And in the 4 seasons of the year, spring and autumn, its head faces east, while summer and winter head towards the west. In this way, even if it is a ship passing through the waters of the devil whale, it only needs to navigate in the direction in which it is blind, and it will not easily offend him. The most important thing is that this deep-sea magic whale is lazy by nature. Generally speaking, it only lurks on the bottom of the sea, then opens its big mouth and devours sea creatures. It does not take the initiative to attack, and does not include enemies who invade its territory. So the purple giant whale at this time can only pray to their daughters and them, that they are sailing in the blind direction of the deep-sea demon whale, and can cross the demon whale sea safely and unharmed. Something's wrong. Standing on the bow of the ship, Hemingway looked at the calm and strange sea around him, and couldn't help but shed a cold sweat on his forehead. "What's wrong?" the purple pearl next to him asked suspiciously. "It's so peaceful." Hemingway's face was very solemn. He looked carefully at the surrounding seas, and said in a low voice, "Don't you think this sea seems too calm from just now? Obviously the sea breeze is blowing at this moment, but look at this sea." Purple Pearl cast his gaze to the surface of the sea upon hearing the words, and observed it carefully. Suddenly the beautiful purple eyes shrank, because at this moment the sea is without waves, and it is clear that there are sea breeze blowing by, but the sea around it is so calm and scary. "What's the matter? Did we stray into the restricted area?" Zai Zhenzu's pretty face turned pale. She couldn't help muttering to herself. "Forbidden area." Hemingway is a little confused. But before Zai Zhenzu could tell him in detail, the surrounding air was strangely distorted, and a violent shock suddenly came from under his feet. Accompanied by the loud noise that made the two of them temporarily deaf, they brought their bodies together with the boat, fiercely thrown into the air. The whole body is purely made of steel, and the nearly 30-meter-long hull turned into fragments in an instant under the violent impact. The most terrifying thing is that under the strong shock, both of them fell into a state of vertigo. Was thrown high to a height of 100 meters. The originally calm sea water churned violently, and the waves were raging. A thick water column with a diameter of 15 meters rose into the sky, and the twisted air became the chief culprit in destroying the steel boat. As the steel boat shattered, a huge body like an island slowly floated from the water. All the surrounding sea water has a thick layer of blue brilliance. At this moment, it seems that the sky is the ground, and the sea has become a blue sky. A low muffled roar sounded, and a huge sound wave burst into waves. Hemingway and Purple Pearl hadn't awakened from the dizziness caused by the previous violent shock, they fell into a deeper dizziness under the action of the huge sound wave. Reading www.youkansha.com. I saw that the huge body that floated from under the sea was more than 200 meters in length. The whole body was sapphire-like color. There were 2 huge eyes on the head, but the eye on the left did not exist. There was only a black hole. Obviously blind. The huge size makes this giant creature's eyes all 3 meters in diameter. Its only right eye pierced the air with a cold gaze. Saw its body move slightly, and a huge tail has been raised from behind, with a twisted blue light, slapped heavily on the sea. Hundreds of millions of water droplets rose into the sky, and each drop was like a sharp arrow. In mid-air, a strange water curtain illuminates the sky with blue brilliance, and the huge water curtain is covering the broken steel boat and the 2 people flying in the sky. The first thing I touched was the scattered debris. If they were still fragments in the previous moment, then in the next moment they have turned into powder. This is the real power of the 100,000 years soul beast, even more terrifying than titled Douluo. Especially the fate of angering 100,000 year soul beast in the sea, there is only destruction. In mid-air, Hemingway was the first to wake up, not only because of his strong physique, but most importantly, his mental power was stronger than Purple Pearl. The moment he was sober, it happened to be the moment when the tail of the 100,000-year-old magic whale splashed on the sea and splashed thousands of drops of water. In a short time, Hemingway's heart beats like crazy. Because he clearly saw the horrible scene of the sturdy steel boat being pierced by water droplets. He clearly understands that the water curtain turned into a drop of water in front of him is definitely not something his current strength can resist. Absolutely cannot carry it hard. PS Ask for votes, ask for collection. Chapter 44, 36 counts as the best. Uebu. At this critical juncture of life and death, regardless of consumption, the spirit power in his body was madly transformed into armed domineering. I saw the dazzling golden light burst out from his body, covering his whole body into a golden body. Under the blessing of being armed and domineering and covering the whole body regardless of consumption, Hemingway's attributes have been greatly doubled at this moment. Both feet volleyed and stepped on the void, and the whole person instantly turned into a golden light. Flashing across the air like lightning, took the still dizzy Purple Pearl into his arms, and then stepped on the sky again. Casting the moon step, finally escaped the overwhelming rain of water and rain among the lightning and flint. If you don't really face it, you will never experience the horror of 100,000-year soul beast. Hemingway walked into the sky repeatedly, holding a Purple Pearl with some deliriousness in his arms, and constantly traveling to the sky. The golden light covering the whole body quickly dissipated, but just covering the whole body just now consumed 1/20 of his soul power. It can be seen that although the armed color is strong and domineering, the consumption of soul power is also very scary. Hemingway, who was in the air, stared closely at the huge whale below, especially the one-eyed opponent, which made the corners of his mouth twitch. It's hard to say anything in my heart. Such a huge size, and this iconic one-eyed. Isn't he the devil whale king of the deep sea? Douluo is a super soul beast that is close to 1,000,000 years old. What kind of luck is this? Hemingway was almost crying, drifting casually on the sea. As a result, he unexpectedly drifted to the sea of demon whale. His luck was too bad, right? Could it be that God is going to kill me? The demon whale king of the deep sea below saw that these two little bugs had escaped his own attack, and seemed to be irritated. A huge blue light with a diameter of more than 5 meters condensed on the top of his mountain-like head, extremely terrifying blue. The light only condensed for a moment, and then it was sprayed out in the next moment, heading straight to Hemingway, who was holding the Purple Pearl. Hemingway could clearly feel that this blue light was the attack method used to rush up from the water before destroying the steel ship. Compared with the light rain just now, this is the real attack method of the deep-sea magic whale. The surrounding space suddenly became strange, and Hemingway clearly felt that although he was in the air at this moment, he seemed to be in the sea. The surrounding air showed a strange rippling state, and the invisible resistance made him seem to be immersed in the sea. In the deep sea. But the sea made up of air has stronger resistance, even more irresistible resistance. Realm, only realm power can control the entire sky on such a large area. This is the realm of soul beasts, the king of deep-sea demon whales, for nearly 1,000,000 years. Even if Hemingway possesses a moon step, he can walk in the air. But he was in the realm, but he couldn't leave quickly. There is no possibility of dodge or gasp, the extremely terrifying blue light has soared into the sky. It's over, my life is over. Hemingway watched the overwhelming blue light, the soul power in his body was constantly transformed into armed domineering, golden light covered his whole body, trying to break free from the shackles of the domain. It was found to be futile, and the gap between strengths was too huge. How can a soul veneer of more than 30 ranks in another area confront a super soul beast that is nearly 1,000,000 years old and can almost be called a demigod? Especially this super soul beast is still in the ocean. Occupying the geographical advantage, the power of the field has been brought into full play. All kinds of disadvantages made Hemingway have no resistance at all to face the demon whale king of the deep sea. Even if his martial spirit is the mermaid princess known as the Sea King Poseidon, he can give orders to the sea spirit beast. But under the absolute power gap, how can an ant command an elephant? If Hemingway is stronger today, title Douluo dare not think. Contra is enough. If his current strength is contra, once the ability to control the sea spirit beast is activated, even if it cannot control the actions of the deep sea demon whale king, it can at least eliminate its hostility. Let this grumpy monster let them go. Will never be like this, commanding the sea spirit beast to have no ability. It simply insulted the name of that sea king. That's it, is it over? Fettered by the realm, Hemingway, immobile, watched the bashing face, and almost lost the blue light of destruction in the surrounding area. Unexpectedly, his heart was very calm. In his perception at this moment, time seems to gradually become extremely slow. Puff. Puff. The surrounding sounds seem to fade away. At this time, Hemingway clearly heard the sound of his heartbeat, which was gradually accelerating, and the blood flow around his body was also driven to accelerate. It's as if the blood is gradually starting to boil. Puff. 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 The heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Hemingway only felt that there was something in his body, as if the seeds lurking in the soil, germinating, were about to emerge from the ground. Seeing the destruction blue light getting closer and closer. Puff. 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 The heartbeat is getting faster and faster, faster and faster. Staring at the blue light ahead, Hemingway only felt that something was recovering in his body. Is awakening. Just when he is about to reach the tipping point. Roar. A violent and crazy roar www.readaloud.com suddenly interrupted his strange state. Hemingway was taken aback, his beating heart instantly calmed down. It was as if the previous feeling that something was about to recover was just an illusion. It made him feel a little stunned, and always felt that he had missed some great opportunities. Next moment, there were 8 spirit rings around his body, and a deep-sea monster whale about tens of meters long appeared in front of him fiercely, blocking the blue light of destruction. Boom! The terrifying blue light of destruction bombarded this small deep-sea monster whale, causing it to subconsciously let out a wailing and painful roar. This is Wuhan True Body. Hemingway was taken aback when he saw this place, and when he looked at the 8 spirit rings surrounding this small deep-sea monster whale, he always felt that this configuration seemed to have been seen before. Correct. Isn't the pirate leader's spirit ring configuration like this? And his spirit is also a deep-sea demon whale, and sure enough, this small deep-sea demon whale is the pirate leader. Hemingway quickly reacted to the identity of the small deep-sea magic whale in front of him. The kid takes my daughter and go. A voice reached Hemingway's ear. Immediately after, Hemingway saw the small deep-sea monster whale in front of him suddenly burst into a terrifying blue light, and the raging spirit power fluctuations disturbed the surrounding domain. The heavy burden on him disappeared instantly. Hemingway did not hesitate, covered his whole body with golden light, and then he held the purple pearl that was gradually recovering from the dizziness, and stepped on the void with his feet, turning the whole person into a golden light and fleeing away. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. The data in the new book is poor. Chapter 45, Something Missing. In the case of using armed color domineering to increase itself regardless of cost, Hemingway's moonstep is incredibly fast. The whole person turned into a golden light and fled a long distance in an instant. At this time, the purple pearl in his arms was completely awake from his dizziness. She looked at the small deep-sea monster whale that was fighting with a supergiant deep-sea monster in the distance, and exclaimed, Dad said it was a battle, but in fact it was still upholding the giant purple whale. In front of the 200-meter-long deep-sea demon whale king, the martial soul of the purple giant whale is simply a baby. Any of his attacks would be painless to the devil whale king of the deep sea. On the other hand, the devil whale king of the deep sea flicked his tail casually, and the splash was enough to slap him far away. The devil whale king of the deep sea is actually playing. It is quite interesting looking at the small deep sea devil whale incarnate in front of the giant purple whale. So temporarily accompany him to play for fun. If you really want his life, just one blow is enough. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too huge. Purple giant whale can naturally feel this clearly, but he doesn't care. As long as she can delay time for her daughter, she can escape. What if he saves his life? Let me down. I'm going to help Dad. Looking at the small deep-sea monster whale that was being played with by the deep-sea monster whale for fun, the purple pearl held in Hemingway's arms struggled vigorously, trying to get out of his embrace. You calm down. Hemingway hugged her soft body tightly, frowning and said, that is the devil whale king of the deep sea, a super soul beast that is almost a half-god of 1,000,000 years. We are definitely not an enemy, even if your father adds us, it's definitely a praying man's arm to block the car. Don't do stupid things. Purple Pearl's struggling body stiffened, as if he was surprised by his words. My God! 1,000,000-year soul beast! What is that concept? Purple Pearl didn't know that even the 100,000-year soul beast was a legendary existence to her. Not to mention the so-called 1,000,000-year-old soul beast. Just, so what? Is this the reason she left her father to escape? Let me go. Purple Pearl's voice was indifferent, and there was a deep disappointment in his heart for this man. Don't do stupid things. Hemingway stopped his fast pace for a while, still slowly volleyed under his feet, keeping him in midair without falling. Looking at the girl in her arms, she sternly scolded, Do you want to make your father's sacrifice in vain? Let me go down. Purple Pearl didn't move Yao because of his words, her purple eyes contained determination and determination. Hemingway stared at her for a moment, and from these eyes, he saw something that he would rather die than abandon. It seems that my current self lacks such things. I see. Hemingway somehow did not persuade her anymore, and slowly let go of her. One hand was still around her waist, and the other hand was pressed on her shoulder. The spirit power in the body intruded in without reservation. It would block her meridians and dissolve the golden-armed color that had sealed her Danshan spirit power. With a bang, the spirit power of the tortoise shrouded in the Danshan exploded, instantly surging all over the limbs. Feel the surging soul power in the body and the long-lost sense of power in the body. Purple Pearl's beautiful eyes were in a trance, but they reacted quickly. Staring closely at his sea blue eyes, as if to engrave his shadow in the bottom of my heart forever. Thank you. Purple Pearl broke away from his hand after speaking, and the whole person fell into the sea. At the same time, 3 spirit rings around his body began to appear, and the phantom of a sea snake appeared and quickly merged into his body. The body was slightly distorted, and the whole person appeared soft, and there was a bit of cold air in his eyes, and a layer of grey-blue fine scales appeared on the surface of the skin. Go away. It's dangerous here. I'm sorry that my father caught you. But, I can't just leave my dad and escape alone. Purple Pearl didn't look back at him again, and fell into the sea. The whole person twisted his waist, and a faint light emerged from his body, and then he seemed to really become a sea snake, swimming quickly to the battlefield ahead. Hemingway gritted his teeth while looking at her figure swimming in the distance. Turn around and continue to use the moon step to escape. But for some reason, there seems to be a fire burning in my heart. Obviously, he had made the most correct decision at this moment, and ran away as soon as the deep-sea demon whale king was blocked by the pirate leader. After all, he and the pirate father and daughter are not relatives, on the contrary, they insist on having enemies. It is not guilty to take risks for these 2 people. And even if he goes back, nothing can be changed at all. It's just that one more person will die. He is a traverser. There is a glorious and beautiful future, and there is a sea of blood and deep vengeance that has not been reported. How can you die here just like this? Let's run. Run away quickly. Like a coward. Boom. The fast pace stopped abruptly. Hemingway stood in mid-air, slowly raised his head to look up at the blue sky, and began to replay scenes of the world in his mind, recalling the sleepless care of Purple Pearl when he was in a coma. Fists slowly clenched. Boom. The large flying drops of water slammed on the purple giant whale mercilessly www.readaloud.com, leaving his tens of meters long body bruised all over. At this time, in the one-eyed one left of the deep-sea demon whale king, the little deep-sea demon whale who was jokingly looking at the incarnation of the purple giant whale was like looking at a toy for fun. As for Hemingway and Purple Pearl who ran away, it didn't care at all. They couldn't escape anyway. Waiting for it to play with this toy later, they got up and chased them, and they could catch up soon. In this vast sea, how far can those two escape? No one has ever escaped its pursuit in the sea, except for the kid who held the trident and later became the sea god. Thinking of this, a cloud of haze appeared in the only one eye of the deep-sea demon whale king. Many thousands of years have passed since the boy named Poseidon became the of the sea. The time it has stayed here is too long, and the god realm has eliminated the qualification of the soul beast to become a god. So that it is clear that its cultivation base has reached 1,000,000 years, and it has long been qualified to become a god. But it was still unable to make that last step, it was always so insignificant. But it's just this insignificant point, but it's a difference between heaven and earth. The difference between Fan and God. No matter how hard it tries, it will never become a god. Over time, the demon whale king of the deep sea was also a little frustrated and decadent. On weekdays, it is boring enough to sink to sleep on the bottom of the sea to pass the time. Was woken up by 2 little bugs today, it was going to kill it directly. As a result, he didn't expect that a bigger bug appeared again soon, and he came forward to be beaten by himself, which made him somewhat interested. So I played with him and passed the time. Chapter 46, Incredible. On the blue sea. One large and one small 2 deep-sea magic whales stirred the surging sea. But it is obvious that the big deep-sea magic whale is purely playing with the small deep-sea magic whale, as if it were a toy. And the giant purple whale can only resist as hard as possible, facing the teasing of the deep-sea monster whale in front of him. It is dangerous and dangerous. He knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the super soul beast in front of him, and he knew that waiting for the soul beast to play enough was his own time of death. But he doesn't care, as long as he can buy more time for his daughter to escape. Be teased if you are teased. Could this be retribution? The purple giant whale smiled bitterly. He had been traversing the ocean for decades, and he couldn't think that today was the time of death. Maybe there are good and evil retributions in the dark. He is retribution. That's it. The giant purple whale sighed, and it was a great blessing to him to let his daughter escape. What else can you ask for? The top priority now is to delay a little longer so that my daughter can run farther. It was only very fast, but the pleasant female voice from a distance completely disturbed his heart. Dad. The purple giant whale was in a mess, and only felt an indescribable panic rushing into his heart. Why are you back again? Didn't you let that kid take her away? Damn it! The purple whale felt that he had made a mistake. I didn't expect the kid to be so unreliable and asked him to take his daughter away. As a result, what are you doing back? Hurry up! While trying to resist the juggling of the demon whale king of the deep sea, the giant purple whale let out a low growl from its throat. I do not. Zai Zhenzu shook his head fiercely. Now it is her fault that her father will fall to this point. So if she ran away like this, she would not be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. She knows the consequences of her return, and she also knows that the wisest choice is to run away immediately. But the reason why people are human is that they have emotions and emotions. It is not a machine that only measures the gains and losses of profits. For Purple Pearl, it is compared to fleeing and surviving. She would rather fight alongside her father here. What if it's dead? Sometimes death is not the most terrifying, there are things in the world that are more terrifying than death. You just want to me off. Looking at the arrogant daughter, the giant purple whale almost got a heart attack. In order to save you, don't even stay behind. As a result, you stupid girl ran back. Are you trying to me off you? Go. Go. The spirit power in the purple giant whale burst out, and then began to stir the surrounding sea. The waves were undulating and turbulent, waves rushing to the surrounding frantically, pushing the purple pearl that was swimming from a distance back again and again. Prevent her from approaching here. But the girl who made up her mind, still tried her best to swim here. This made the purple giant whale feel distressed and helpless, but thought that this might be retribution. God's retribution to him is only late now. The demon whale king of the deep sea looked at the interaction between the father and daughter with interest, and then flicked his tail. The terrifying tide is accompanied by bullet-like drops of water, surging across the sky and the earth. Seems to want to use this trick to take the father and daughter away in one wave. Damn it! The purple giant whale sees here and knows that this deep sea monster whale seems to be a little tired of playing. Where can I dare to keep my hands and delay the time? Directly used one of his most powerful soul skills. The 8th spirit ring shined brightly. The 8th spirit ability, Frozen Miles. The little deep-sea monster whale incarnate as a giant purple whale took a deep breath, and the entire abdomen instantly swelled like a ball. Then he opened his big mouth non-stop, and a blue light emerged from his throat, and then it broke out. Boom! A terrifying cold current spouted from the big purple whale's mouth. Where the cold current passes, whether it was the surrounding waves or the incoming bomb rain drops, everything was frozen into ice in an instant. As for the demon whale king of the deep sea facing this cold current, the huge body over 200 meters long was instantly covered with a layer of frost. Kung fu in the blink of an eye. The surface of the sea with a radius of more than 1,000 meters was frozen into ice. Except for the purple giant whale, which is the release of the spirit ability, the purple pearl did not face the cold current directly, and the distance was too far, so it was only affected by the impact, and was not frozen in the ice. Block. The sea under her feet also turned into a thick layer of ice, but fortunately, she jumped up in time and was not wrapped underneath. After releasing this big move, the giant purple whale also completely exhausted all its soul power, emitting a faint light from all over its body, and then its huge body gradually shrank, and finally changed from the spirit of Wuhan back to the posture of a human. Hey! Stepping on the frozen sea surface, the embarrassed middle-aged man panted quickly, looking at the deep-sea magic whale that was frozen in the ice not far in front of him, and said to himself crumblingly, "Did you make it?" Looked at the rejoicing of the rest of his life, even he himself felt incredible, the one move he tried his best, actually iced this 100,000-year-old soul beast. But I don't know how long the ice can last, I still need to escape quickly. The purple giant whale always feels something is wrong in his heart. As the super soul beast in the rumored area, the lord of the forbidden zone, how could he be so easily caught by himself frozen? But he didn't bother to think so much at this time, or he didn't dare to think about it. In any case, reading www.yuyuganshu.com is now the top priority is to leave here quickly. Fear of reality will change. Dad. At this time, Purple Pearl finally ran here from a distance. At this time, the sea surface within 1,000 meters range turned into an ice layer, at least more than 10 meters thick, so that she could walk on the ice. You stupid girl! The purple giant whale looked helplessly at the daughter who was flying towards him. But after all, he stretched out his hands spoilingly and caught his baby girl. Bumped his head into his arms, and the giant purple whale's tall body couldn't help taking 2 steps back, which shows how weak he is now. Feeling the slightly trembling body of the daughter in her arms, the giant purple whale is a little trance. How long has he not hugged his daughter? It seems that since the age of 10, her daughter has never been so coquettish to him like this. Hey, isn't it okay, Dad? Lightly hugged her daughter, which is very petite body compared to her. After experiencing this life and death crisis, the giant purple whale suddenly got tired of life on the sea. He found that the fame and fortune he pursued were nothing but nothing in the end. Might as well retreat back to the fields and take her daughter out of the sinister sea. Go to the mainland to find a quiet place and start a new life. Although they are sea spirit masters, their strength on the mainland will be discounted to a certain extent. But no matter what, he is also a Contra, and his strength is enough to protect his daughter through life safely. You don't need to deliberately pursue any title. If you have strength in this world, you can have everything. With his strength, no matter where he goes, he is enough to make the father and daughter live well. Purple giant whale finally figured it out. Is just a touching moment when the father and daughter are reunited for the rest of their lives. There was a bang, interrupting everything. Chapter 47, This Kid and number 039, S brain is broken. Boom. The ice layer burst, and the deep-sea monster whale king that was frozen in the sea moved slightly, and the ice covering his whole body was torn apart. The ice layer covering the devil whale king of the deep sea is more than 5 meters thick, but for it, as the overlord of the sea, the 5 meters thick ice layer does not seem to exist at all. Just gently moving the body, the ice layer of the frozen body was shattered. The two fathers and daughters, Purple Giant Whale and Purple Pearl, were dumbfounded. Who could have thought that they were frozen in the ice just a moment ago, and it seemed that the crisis had been lifted. In the next second, everything returned to the original point. The fatal crisis is still close at hand. Sure enough. I knew it wasn't that easy. The giant purple whale shook his head and smiled bitterly, actually facing the situation in front of him. He himself had expected it a long time ago. After all, he had only used his 8th spirit ability to break the boat. With the idea that there might be a miracle, it is desperate. As for the idea of defeating the demon whale king of the deep sea or temporarily freezing it, I didn't even think about it. Because of this, the purple whale felt that everything was a little dreamy and unreal when I saw it was frozen in ice before. So now for the deep sea monster whale king to get out of trouble, the purple giant whale is not too surprised. It's just that the child has suffered. He was still so young, and he was going to be buried in this sea with his old fellow. Looking at Fenghua Zhenmao's daughter, the giant purple whale couldn't help feeling a little sad. It's just that when his soul power is exhausted at this time, he is also powerless to do something. The demon whale king of the deep sea looked at this pair of human fathers and daughters who hadn't resisted the slightest bit, and a trace of boredom appeared in the only one left. It's tired of playing, it's time to solve these two little bugs. Then go after the little bug that escaped. The huge whale's mouth slowly opened, and you can see that the blue light began to converge in the throat. At first glance, it looked very similar to the cold breath that the giant purple whale had just issued. The only difference is that this breath does not contain the meaning of freezing, and some are only mixed with the destructive power of soul power and water. The previous big move of the purple giant whale's full blow, the surface of the ice covering more than 1,000 meters made the deep-sea monster whale feel very uncomfortable, so I decided to put a big move to remove the obstructive things around in one fell swoop. The purple giant whale and the purple pearl father and daughter were only accompanied by small bugs that were crushed to death. OM. The energy condensed in his wide-open mouth, making a buzzing sound of concussive air. Finally, the energy gathered in the mouth of the demon whale king of the deep sea has reached its limit and can no longer condense. So the abdomen threw up vigorously. Woo! The air whizzed. A blue beam of light spouted from the mouth of the demon whale king of the deep sea, arbitrarily venting the surrounding air, with an unrivaled aura. Devil whale breath. As the parties facing this breath directly, the purple whale and purple pearl only felt that their eyes were occupied by blue light, and the beam of light had not yet arrived. The horrible sense of oppression has permeated all sides. The father and daughter can't do anything, the only thing they can do is to stand there and wait for death silently. This moment, looking at the aqua-blue beam of light that almost occupied the entire line of sight, Purple Pearl couldn't help closing his eyes in fear, waiting for her own end. The 18-year life experience in her mind flashed across like a lightning. It was just beyond her expectation that in the short life, the most impressive thing was the white-haired boy. Those clear and deep-sea blue eyes seemed to contain an infinite story, waiting for people to explore. It's a pity that she has no chance. Am I going to die? How could it be him? So I treated him. I hope he can escape in the end. At the last moment before he died, Zai Zhenzu completely understood what he wanted. It turned out that the white-haired teenager who had only been together for less than 2 months gave her such a deep and unforgettable impression. It's a shame. I won't see him anymore, right? I really want to fall in love. I want to be by his side. This is what they always say, do you like the feeling of a man? Recalling the time she spent with the boy, Zai Zhenzu couldn't help but show a smile. A long time. Purple Pearl suddenly felt something wrong. Why did the horrible oppression that pervaded the surrounding disappear? Could it be that she is actually dead now, but that breath is too destructive? So she didn't feel any pain at all. Actually, she is already in the afterlife world now? Holding such doubts, Purple Pearl slowly opened his eyes. First of all, light, dazzling white light. The dazzling light made her eyes closed again subconsciously, but she was a little strange. Isn't the light of breath blue? Where did this white light come from? Could it be that she is really in the world after death now? Purple Pearl, who was very confused in his heart, quietly opened his eyes again, squinting only a gap between his eyes, carefully looking at the source of the white light in front of him, trying hard to see what the white light was. That seems to be a fuzzy back. A pair of beautiful and holy white wings stretched out behind. Is this an angel? Purple Pearl can't help but think of it when I see this. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com only gradually adjusted to the light, and the blurred back in front of her eyes became clearer and clearer. Her squinted eyes gradually opened, and in the end they opened wider and wider, until she stood still on the spot. Purple Pearl stared blankly at the familiar figure ahead, the figure that should have gone away, and would never return. I just feel that my heart is filled with some kind of warmth, and an uncontrollable curve of the corner of my mouth can't help but emerge. It's him. It is he who is back. Purple Pearl couldn't help cheering in her heart, as if her dead heart was rain-fused with life. An unspeakable sense of security came to my heart. Told her sensibly that the boy had only returned to death with their father and daughter. But when this young man stood in front of her without hesitation at this most dangerous moment, Purple Pearl is still happily forgetting about it. It seems as long as he is there, all difficulties are no longer difficulties. The fear of death in my heart has long been filled with another emotion. This kid is back again. The giant purple whale looked at the white-haired boy who was blocking the front and stretched out his hands to resist the breath of the deep-sea demon whale king in disbelief. He just found it difficult to understand him. Brain circuit. Logically speaking, he would definitely take the opportunity to run away. Why come back to die again? Could it be? The purple giant whale glanced at the beautiful purple eyes next to it, blurred, and was looking at his baby girl obsessively. Was it because this kid fell in love with my daughter? It's just that this kid is not smart enough. What use is it for you to run back at this time? With your strength, it's just one more person to die. The more I thought about it, the more the purple whale felt that this kid had a broken head in 80%. Chapter 48, Finally Awakened. Overlord. A pair of swan-like snow-white wings grew from the back of the white-haired boy, and the whole body exudes a warm white light. This is the state of the ghost of the white tiger possessing the body. At this time, Hemingway was stretching out his hands, with a small cat-like pad in his palm. With his tiny body, he firmly blocked the water-blue breath with a diameter of 10 meters. The abilities of Fleshball Fruit finally came into play at this moment. Firmly blocked the oncoming horror breath, making it impossible to move forward for half a minute. If he was strong enough, he could easily bounce back this breath. It's a pity that he is limited by his own strength. Just maintaining such a stalemate, he has almost exhausted all his strength. What? The deep-sea demon whale king, who was opening his mouth wide and exhaling the aura of destruction, looked at the little figure in front of him that stood in front of his breath, and a hint of surprise flashed in the only one eye left. Weird, so weird. It is reasonable to say that the breath it exhaled is composed of energy mixed with pure water essence. Even if it is blocked by someone, the remaining energy will start to splash in all directions. How could it be so stalemate? It was as if this breath had become a physical thing. It's really weird. What makes this breath, with such a change? The demon whale king of the deep sea became a little interested, and began to slowly increase the energy of the breath, only to see the power of the breath gradually increase. It wanted to see how long this self-defeating little bug could resist. I am absolutely crazy. At this time, Hemingway, who was struggling to resist the more terrifying breath of the demon whale king of the deep sea, had only this thought in his mind, and he became more sure that there was definitely something wrong with his head. Otherwise, why would you be so stupid, running over as if you were ignorant and blocking the fatal blow for this pirate father and daughter? There is no reason at all. He and the father and daughter are not relatives, on the contrary, they have enemies. Seeing that the father and daughter were about to die under the breath of the devil whale, they should have been watching with cold eyes, and even clapping their hands in applause was not an exaggeration. As a result, she stupidly came to block the fatal blow for the father and daughter. To be honest, Hemingway himself didn't know what he thought. Why did you come back to die? He only knew his own heart and couldn't just watch this girl come to death like this. I took the opportunity to escape. Human is an extremely impulsive creature. Is often driven by 7 emotions and 6 desires to do all kinds of things that usually seem extremely irrational. There is no doubt that Hemingway's self-esteem as a man prevents him from just watching his pretty affectionate girl go to death alone. I spent more than a month together day and night, and the meticulous care of Purple Pearl when he was in a coma. In fact, Hemingway had already had such a good feeling between men and women. Up? Is this still a man? If he just abandons her and runs away alone, he might look down upon himself. There will be pimple in my heart all my life. Turned into his eternal demon. So he came. Stop worrying about the ones that are not, and follow the guidance of your heart. Stood in front of Purple Pearl without hesitation, and blocked her breath that could destroy everything. Boom! The horrible aqua blue breath, the color is getting deeper and deeper. Hemingway, who was stretching out his hands to block it, could clearly feel the power of his breath is gradually strengthening, his body's bones were creaking, and it was obvious that the force of his breath was slowly exceeding his own limit. Once he couldn't bear it, the result was obvious. Everything will be wiped out in this ruinous breath. To be honest, I feel that the power is getting stronger and stronger in this way, and I gradually can't bear it, and death is gradually coming. It's really terrible. The psychological endurance is a little bit weak. I am afraid that it has been broken by this time. Just give up resistance and die. But Hemingway's brain is now sober and calm like never before. He didn't have the slightest fear of the impending death. On the contrary, there was a faint relief. It's over. Is this my end? Unexpectedly, in the end, you turned out to end my life. He looked forward quietly, his eyes seemed to penetrate the aqua blue breath, and he saw the one-eyed deep-sea demon whale king with a joke. Slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, all the memories of the past and present are like slides, appearing in his brain. The previous life was mediocre and unaccompanied. I was born in a distinguished life and has a mother who loves me the most. Unfortunately, all the good things disappeared because of the destruction of others. I also live on the deserted island from the prince who is rich in clothes and jade food. Hesitation, helplessness, confusion. Hemingway once again tasted the loneliness of his previous life. Is just this time the blow is far greater than in the previous life. After all, I never got it in my previous life, so how can I lose it? But in this life he has gained and lost, unaccompanied, on a desert island, he can't feel any warmth in this world. Really feel his own powerlessness and cruelty in the world. Hatred. He hated the Queen Star Luo who was jealous of his talent, and hated the ruthless Emperor Lao Tzu even more. But what I hate most is still that weak self. Suddenly, Hemingway opened his eyes, as if there was an invisible power awakening in his body. This strength supported him, made him forget the fear www.readaloud.com forget about death, and gave him unparalleled confidence and courage. Yes. He felt it. That power is actually hidden in the heart from beginning to end, it is the light that belongs to the soul. But because he came to this strange world, he was living on a deserted island, unaccompanied, hesitant and helpless, his inner confusion covered his soul with a thick layer of dust, which obscured the light. But at this moment, under the great horror of life and death, a faint light finally pierced the dust, and gradually bloomed a little bit of brilliance. How can I stop here? A little red light, shining from his blue eyes, those beautiful sea-like eyes, gradually covered with a layer of blood. The original clear and beautiful eyes turned into a dark and vicious ominous. A beast, is also worthy to end me. He didn't take revenge. How can you die here just like that? I traveled through this world, but my own light hadn't even bloomed yet, so I was about to die in this poor country like this aggrieved. Like an ant, I can't surprise a wave in this world. I am not convinced by Hemingway. Rumble. There seemed to be an invisible roar in his ears. Hemingway looked forward, as if there was something in his body that shattered at this moment, and turbulent and endless power poured out of his body. A ray of light pierced the dust that blinded the soul, and the heart seemed to break free at this moment. A kind of natural and invigorating. The unfettered beauty is moved to my heart. I have a pearl. Was locked in the dust for a long time. Now the dust is all gone. Photo breaks through the mountains and rivers Douluo. Chapter 49, Reborn. Rumble. The blue sky was suddenly dimmed with a sound like the sky collapsed. The terrifying coercion spread wildly in all directions. The turbulent sea that had been turbulent at all times fell silent at this moment, and the entire magic whale sea area suddenly became quiet. Is like falling into eternal silence. The demon whale king of the deep sea stood still, and in the one eye that was left, there was an indescribable horror. The purple giant whale and the purple pearl father and daughter were also shocked. Looking at the gaze from the back, it was like seeing the true descending. As the culprit responsible for all these visions. Hemingway's eyes were calm, and the blood in those dark and ominous eyes gradually faded, and turned into the blue beauty of the original sea. His eyes penetrated the water-blue breath without the slightest emotion, and looked straight at the deep-sea magic whale. King. Only one glance. An unspeakable panic surged in the heart of the demon whale king of the deep sea. There seems to be a pair of indifferent and merciless gazes betting on it, like the gaze of a god. This reminded the demon whale king of the deep sea of the sea god thousands of years ago. The blind eye was dull and painful. No. The feeling the human in front of it gave it was even more terrifying than the feeling the sea god gave it back then. It feels like a small fish on a chopping board. There is an unspeakable stalwart god, slowly raising the magic knife in his hand and slashing it towards him. No. I want to escape. I can't stay here anymore. The instinct to survive dominates all thinking, and the demon whale king of the deep sea was completely scared at this time. He didn't dare to stay here any longer, closed his open mouth, interrupted the supply of energy to his breath, and flicked his tail. The huge body was immediately accompanied by a crash, smashing the ice and diving into the sea. Without the devil whale king of the deep sea, the continuous supply of energy and increased pressure, Hemingway only felt that his whole body suddenly loosened, like a spring that had been charged for a long time, and the huge breath that was touched by his palms was bounced back by his palms. Boom! The bounced breath shot into the distance, and an explosion occurred at a very far distance. The explosion immediately caused the entire sea surface to become choppy again, and there were constant gusts of energy blowing in. The fierce wind blew his long white hair, but he couldn't shake his body. On the contrary, the two purple whales and the purple pearl father and daughter behind, were blown back by the strong wind. After the oncoming wind stopped, the father and daughter looked forward again. But only the godlike figure was seen, and he fell to the ground at this moment. Unexpectedly, this time I could even get a life back. A small boat without a cabin is drifting on the sea. The giant purple whale stood on the bow, comparing the map and watching the wind direction around it. At this time they had left the magic whale sea area and came to a safe sea area. My heart is filled with a kind of rejoicing for the rest of my life. But this time, thanks to that kid. Recalling that figure like the presence of a god, the giant purple whale still feels full of awe. At this moment in my heart, I can no longer bear the slightest maliciousness towards that young man. He didn't even have the thought to fight against it. Such a person is destined not to be able to provoke him. Turned his head, looked at the white-haired boy lying on the boat, and looked at the daughter who was resting on her knees and was always taking care of him. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. The purple whale knows the heart of his baby girl. He was completely hooked away by this kid. When Hemingway woke up from his coma, it was already 3 days later. With this, he was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. But in these 3 days of being in a coma, the spirit of his whole person was quietly undergoing a reborn transformation. Opened his eyes. Hemingway looks very different in this world. The anxiety and hesitation hidden deep in my heart, the confusion and fear of the future. Everything disappeared. He is no longer what he used to be. Where am I? Hemingway slowly propped up his body, his blue eyes scanned the surroundings calmly, and found that this was a beautifully decorated room. Obviously at this time his treatment was not a prisoner. On the contrary, it seems to be a guest. He remembered that he deterred the demon whale king of the deep sea with his domineering look and made the beast run away in panic. It was because of the first time that the overlord color was turned on, which caused the heart to be consumed too much and passed out in a coma. Before he passed out, he thought he would be in a cage when he woke up again. Or maybe in a prison somewhere. As a result, it seems that the pirate father and daughter did not take advantage of him to coma and have no plans to disadvantage him. Crack! The door of the room was suddenly opened. A girl with long purple hair and beautiful purple eyes, white as jade, and beautiful face came in with a basin of water, when she saw the teenager sitting on the bed watching her. The basin in his hand couldn't help but loosen it, letting it fall, making a humming sound, and the water splashed all over the floor. You woke up. Zai Zhenzu looked at him excitedly. Since that day, he has been in a coma for 3 days. He seems to have a long sleepless posture. She was so scared that she thought he would never wake up. Where is this? Hemingway slowly opened the quilt www.readaloud.com and stood up. At this time, he was only wearing a pair of square shorts, and his sturdy body was unreservedly exposed. This is Magic Whale Island, my house. Zai Zhenzu looked at his unabashedly exposed body, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Subconsciously looked away, and whispered, "You have been in a coma for 3 days." Yes. Hemingway was not surprised to hear that he had been in a coma for 3 days. He just looked at her strangely and said, "But you are beyond my expectation. While I was in a coma, you didn't have the power to resist. Send it to receive the reward." You. Listening to his ridiculous words, Zai Zhenzu couldn't help but puff her cheeks slightly, and said annoyedly, "Although we are pirates, we will not avenge our lives. You saved our lives, no matter what, we demon the whale pirate group will never be against you anymore. The pirates even said this? What are you doing with me? Hemingway thought for a while, looking at this simple and somewhat excessive purple-haired girl, but still did not say the above words. After all, this is really hurting. He could see that the girl in front of her had already had some good feelings between men and women, facing such a girl. He didn't have the heart to break her worldview and let her understand the sinister world and the ugliness of human nature. Sometimes life is alive, it's rare to be confused. So, Hemingway changed the subject and said, by the way, I have known each other for so long, I still don't know your name. Hearing the words, the purple-haired girl opened her purple eyes and looked at him with a complicated look. Purple Pearl, my name. You remembered it for this lady. Never forget it. Chapter 50, The King Awakens. Purple Pearl. Hemingway was finally a little surprised when he heard the name of the girl in front of him. He carefully looked at the girl in front of him, looked at her beautiful and exquisite face, heroic and charming temperament, and couldn't help asking, your name is Purple Pearl? What is your martial soul? Isn't the Purple Pearl the same female pirate Tang San encountered when they came to the sea to participate in the 9 tests of the sea god in the original work? The Purple Pearl was also in his 30s when he appeared on the stage, according to the current timeline. The girl in front of me might really be the female pirate named Purple Pearl in the original work. It just doesn't make sense. If the girl in front of me is really the Purple Pearl in the original, there is a contra-level dad, why would he be so miserable afterwards? The daughter of the dignified pirate king, later she could only occupy a small island and be a little pirate making trouble? There is no way, it is all over the sea. How did she fall to that point? Hey? Yes, my name is Zi Gensu. As for Wuhan, it is a sea snake, inheriting my mother's Wuhan. Zi Gensu looked at his surprised eyes, a little unclear. As for you, so surprised? Is there a problem with my name? Okay, really hammered. This woman must be the Purple Pearl in the original book. Hemingway understood after receiving her affirmative confirmation. This woman is definitely the Purple Pearl in the original book. After all, Wuhan still has such a similar age, and coupled with his appearance, no one believes that it is a coincidence. As for why she later became a little pirate in the original book, Hemingway guessed that something might have happened to her dad and there was no backing. Will it be reduced to such a poverty level? After all, if she was still the daughter of the pirate king, how could she be reduced to occupying an island and becoming an ordinary little pirate? Among other things, it is absolutely impossible to be silent in the original work just by her father's name. A slightly dim meeting room. The giant purple whale sits above the top, and there are only a few shiny gems on the surrounding walls, exuding a soft light. Let this conference room not fall into darkness completely. Below there are more than a dozen seats, with men and women sitting on each of them. The youngest is a strong middle-aged man, and the oldest is a wicked old man. These people are without exception, their strength is in the soul holy stage. Is the leader of many subgroups under the Demon Whale Pirate group. Among them, only the head of the subgroup at the Soul Saint level was qualified to sit here. The group leaders below the Soul Sage are not qualified to sit in this conference room. Head, since we have caught Dai Yuhao, when shall we hand him over to the Star Luo Empire? A middle-aged Soul Sage showed a trace of greed in his eyes, and asked extremely eagerly. He didn't dare to think about the Spirit Bone Spirit Ring, but when the group leader handed over Dai Yuhao, they could follow the boss to the Star Luo Empire to be a nobleman and enjoy the blessings. Yes, it's been 3 days since the head of the group. It's time to hand over Dai Yuhao to the Star Luo Empire. If you drag it on, you may change after a while, said a middle-aged man with a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek. He can't wait to go to the Star Luo Empire to enjoy the blessing. Whoever loves to be a pirate, he does not want to be a pirate anyway. The leader. The leader. The rest of the Soul Saints also uttered one after another, and the greed in their eyes was obvious. The purple giant whale sitting in the upper position closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Regarding the discussion of many of my subordinates below, I did not participate in and did not speak. After the soul saints felt bored, they slowly stopped talking. The purple giant whale slowly opened his eyes, and the very oppressive eyes scanned the many soul saints below, making some people who were still a little cautious, startled in their hearts. Everyone dared not speak anymore, but they all stared at the boss like this, waiting for his words. It was only then that they remembered the name of the boss Pirate King, not by flattery, but by real swords and guns. I have my own plans for Dai Yu Hao. The purple giant whale watched everyone around him, and finally spoke slowly. Who knows that upon hearing this, many soul saints suddenly became calm. Boss, do you want to swallow it alone? I don't know which soul sage said this sentence. Suddenly, the whole meeting room fell silent. There were a lot of soul sages' eyes flashing suddenly, obviously making some crooked ideas. The purple giant whale's face sank, and a ghost of a deep-sea monster whale appeared behind him. The 8 spirit rings all over his body appeared, and the terrifying pressure immediately condensed in the entire conference room, making the hearts of many soul sages who had blinking eyes chilled. At this time, they remembered the immediate boss in front of them. The title of the Pirate King is not a boast, but a real sword and a real shot. Then it was recommended and recognized by all pirates. Its strength is beyond doubt. At this time, the purple giant whale looked at the twinkling eyes of these subordinates, wondering where these people already had 2 hearts, if they insisted not to hand over Dai Yu Hao to the Douluo Empire. I'm afraid these people absolutely don't mind telling the news, and then work with the Douluo Empire to deal with themselves. He never thought how good the morals of these men were. I came to be a pirate, where are there any good people? Betrayal, gratitude, and revenge are commonplace. The purple giant whale was able to subdue these desperados with his own power, mainly because of his excellent strength. Once he showed a bit of decline, or some signs of weakness. These seemingly loyal brothers will never show mercy when they fall into trouble. He looks calm and graceful on the surface now, but in fact he has a headache in his heart. I had known that he would not return to Demon Whale Island, otherwise the news that Dai Yu Hao was in his hands would not be leaked out. This is all right, a large group of brothers are besieged here. Ask him to hand over Dai Yu Hao to the Douluo Empire, and you read www.yuyugonshu.com in exchange for benefits, but he was unwilling to hand him over. After all, let's not mention that Hemingway scared away the demon whale king of the deep sea at the last minute and saved the lives of both of them. Just saying that my daughter now has a deep love for that kid, I know that this kid is absolutely unmovable. If she does move, she won't be able to turn her face with him. Of course, in addition to the above reasons. The most important reason is that the giant purple whale was really frightened by Hemingway. The aura as if the true descended, let him deeply understand. This young man is definitely not immortal, if he is an enemy of him. I'm afraid the end will never be good. Anyone who has never seen that scene can never imagine how terrifying the boy's aura is. Even the devil whale king of the deep sea was frightened and fled in embarrassment. Anyway, as long as the purple giant whale thinks of Hemingway, he can't even think of being an enemy in his mind. That man is terrible. Just when the scene was in a stalemate, the door of the meeting room was suddenly opened slowly from the outside. Suddenly, the faces of everyone on the scene showed anger subconsciously, and they glared fiercely at the gate. Want to see which thing is not long-sighted, dare to interrupt their meeting. Didn't you explain it long ago that they are in a meeting and shouldn't bother you no matter what happens? The door was slowly opened. The dazzling sunlight came in, causing everyone who had adapted to the dimness of the meeting room to subconsciously squint their eyes. Only through the shining of light, I could vaguely see the figure from the gate. And when everyone finally adjusted to the light, they clearly saw the people coming. Gasped one after another. Chapter 51, Harvest. Embark on the Road of Kings. There is a kind of person who seems to be born with the word powerful carved on his face. There is a kind of person who seems to be a natural king. As long as you look at this domineering face, you can feel the inexplicable shock. There is a kind of person who obviously doesn't do anything. Just standing like this, but exuding an earth-shaking aura all the time. After finally seeing the person who opened the door, the entire conference room became audible. Everyone fell silent, looking at the figure that appeared at the gate with shock. Almost lost the ability to speak. After Hemingway opened the door, he opened the door and walked in. Looking at the dull and shocking faces in the conference room, the azure eyes are as calm as water, and it seems that they are not surprised by the performance of these people. As if these people behaved like this is a matter of course. I heard that you are discussing how to deal with me. He looked around and said in a flat tone. Even if he was facing a dozen soul sages and a contra who was temporarily unclear about his own good and evil, Hemingway's expression was still very calm. There is no panic at all, and the performance is calm and calm. After awakening the Overlord's domineering, his mentality has completely changed. If he was originally just an ordinary person with empty power, then at this moment, he really has the heart of a strong man. A kind of kingly spirit who looks down on the situation and overlooks all living beings. Originally, he just had an empty shell, but in fact it was empty inside, as if virtue was not coordinated. But at this moment, he has awakened the domineering look of the Overlord, and he has only just let him truly look the same. Every action, cannot fail to show the majestic atmosphere. With the aura alone, it will overwhelm the aura of the soul saints present. Even if the purple giant whale looked at the white-haired boy at this time, he was inexplicably shocked. He could feel that the boy at this time was no longer the boy before. The power of the king. Yes, it is the king. It's not simply a strong man's aura oppressing something so superficial, but a kind of inborn nobility, the inborn solemnity of a superior. The kind of majesty that belongs to the king alone, the boldness of not anger, makes the purple whale feel that facing a teenager who is only 12 years old, it is like meeting the supreme true king. There was an impulse to kneel down immediately and worship. Boom! A soul saint suddenly fainted to the ground without warning. Followed. It seemed that a chain reaction had happened. Boom! 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 The soul saints who were still clamoring at the scene rolled their eyes, one of them counted as one, and they fainted directly to the ground. What's the matter? What did he do? Seeing no sign around, the subordinates who suddenly fainted, the purple giant whale, who was struggling to restrain the urge to kneel, suddenly looked surprised. As if seeing something incredible. I'm sorry, the momentum is slightly confiscated. Looking at the purple giant whale that was still struggling to support, the white-haired boy smiled indifferently. The tone was calm, and he said calmly, "It seems that your subordinates don't have enough psychological quality." Now that he has awakened his domineering look, Hemingway has become a man who exudes domineering aura in a real sense. Just now these soul sages were shocked by his natural aura, and their spirits were greatly stimulated. Suddenly I couldn't bear it, so I passed out. This has nothing to do with strength, but with human will and spirit. Even the deep-sea demon whale king who is as strong as a million years can only escape involuntarily under his dominance. Obviously, he only needs to flick his tail at that time, and Hemingway will be photographed into flesh on the spot. But it just didn't have the courage to make a move at all. This is the domineering role of the Overlord. Any person with weak psychological quality, if he vainly tries to disadvantage him, he will be naturally shocked by the domineering he involuntarily exudes, and it is light to fall into a coma. In severe cases, it may even scare you into an idiot. Or maybe it left a psychological shadow since then. As long as you think of him, you can't bear the slightest heart of resistance. It was obvious that the giant purple whale was shocked by his domineering, which caused a psychological shadow. So now contra-dignified seeing him is the same as a mouse meeting a cat. It's terrible in my heart. What do you want? A wry smile appeared on the face of the giant purple whale, and asked dejectedly. Seeing what he looked for specifically, there was obviously something going on. And as soon as they met, there was a slap in the face, and the appearance of such a bad person is obviously not a good thing. How much do you know about my life experience? Hemingway suddenly asked such a seemingly irrelevant question. I know, you are the second prince of the Douluo Empire, with twin spirits. The purple giant whale replied truthfully. Then do you know why I, as the second prince, would be wanted by the Douluo Empire? Hemingway's eyes dimmed at this point, and there was a hint of deepness in the whole body. I don't know this anymore. The giant purple whale shook his head and replied, we as pirates only care about the benefits that can be obtained, and will not go into the truth. Because the more people know www.readaloud.com, the faster they die. Oh, you are a wise man. Hemingway shook his head with a laugh, then his expression became solemn. Seeing him slowly said, don't be afraid to tell you, I have a feud with Douluo. In the future, I will definitely destroy the Douluo Empire, so I need to form a force that can fight against the Empire. Upon hearing this, the purple giant whale did not understand what Hemingway meant. This is clearly asking him if he wants to be the little brother who is going through fire and water under his hands. To put it in a more elegant way, surrender or die. A wry smile appeared on the purple giant whale's face. Between life and death, does he have any choice? And following this man may not be a bad thing either. Looking at this white body, the white-haired boy who said that he would destroy the Douluo Empire with nothing but ordinary people might find it absurd, and even laugh at this boy as a foolish, daydreaming fool. But in the eyes of the purple whale, what this young man wants to do in the future, it may not be impossible. As for the reason for such trust, the giant purple whale doesn't know. Just inexplicably, he is very confident in this young man, and always feels that the other party will dominate the world in the future. In that case, the answer is obvious. Slowly got up from his seat, the giant purple whale walked a few steps forward, not far in front of Hemingway, and then knelt down like a jade pillar. See the Lord. Surrendered. Tang Tang Contra, the pirate king who has been in the ocean for decades, just surrendered to the feet of a boy who was only 12 years old this year. And from this, Hemingway also started his first step to conquer the sea. With his first power, Huangtu hegemony began. Chapter 52, suddenly realized. Magic Whale Island. Somewhere in a hidden prison. At this time, there are more than a dozen prisoners tied to the cross, unable to move. Hemingway came here under the leadership of the purple giant whale and nodded when he looked at these people. Then he said to the giant purple whale next to him, you should withdraw first. Yes. Although he was a little curious about what he planned to do, he knew that as a subordinate, he knew too much and often died very quickly. So he didn't ask much, just led his followers out of the prison and slowly closed the door. At this time, in the entire prison, only Hemingway was left to move freely. He looked at the dozen people who were tied to the cross. Looking at their horrified eyes. There is no turmoil in my heart, because these dozen people are not good birds. They were all extremely vicious pirates, but because they made mistakes, they were imprisoned by the giant purple whale. Waiting for the release, now it happens to be used as a test product for him, and the waste is used. After conquering the demon whale pirate group, Hemingway can now be considered to have his own power initially. The next step is to find a way to make it bigger and stronger, so he plans to use the ability of the flesh ball fruit according to his original idea. Come and create some twin martial arts geniuses artificially. And these dozen or so pirates were unfortunately reduced to his test objects. After all, he had never done this kind of thing before, so he definitely needs to experiment with some people first. Acting as a guinea pig. It just happens that these pirates are not sorry for their deaths, and they can be left to toss about them. You go to bed first. looked at a dozen pirates who were struggling with wide-eyed eyes in horror. After he said a sentence, he waved his hand casually. A dozen golden lights flew out and landed on the foreheads of several people. Suddenly, these people rolled their eyes and passed out into a coma. What to do next? If these people do not cooperate when they are awake, it will cause huge obstacles. So to be on the safe side, let these people lose consciousness. After fainting these dozen people, Hemingway looked at the crowd, and finally selected one of them, who was in his 20s, to serve as the first experiment. Walked not far in front of this person, his eyes condensed, and the power of the fleshy ball fruit was activated. Suddenly, I felt that everything I saw in front of me turned into a group of colorful colors, which were complicated and extremely profound and difficult to understand. Wuhan! Hemingway whispered in his heart. Suddenly, in his eyes, among the colorful colors of the youth in front of him, there is a white light that is very conspicuous. If you look carefully, you can find that it is a small white fish. This is the martial soul of this young man. Hemingway slowly stretched out his right hand, a cat-like pad bulged on his palm, and slowly patted the young man. A bubble was suddenly ejected from the young man, floating in the air. And in this bubble, there is a ghost of a white fish. Obviously, this young man's martial arts spirit has been bounced out by Hemingway with a fruit ball. Hemingway stretched out his hand, and the bubble enveloping the white fish suddenly floated slowly and fell into his palm. After taking a few random glances, he moved his gaze to the other pirates. Finally chose a middle-aged pirate. The spirit of this middle-aged pirate is a fishing rod in his eyes. It was obviously a weapon spirit, just the opposite of this dual spirit. Hemingway held a bubble in his hand, and slowly pressed the little white fish's martial arts spirit against the chest of the middle-aged pirate. I saw bubbles slowly blending into his body. It's finished. Hemingway just saw the joy on his face here, and the scene that happened immediately made the expression on his face freeze. In his eyes, the little white fish martial spirit integrated into the body of the pirate had a violent conflict with the fishing rod martial spirit in his body, and the two sides repelled each other. Constantly killing each other, the middle-aged pirate in a coma, with a painful expression on his face. Twitching all over, it seems to be experiencing great pain. What happened? Hemingway stared at the two martial arts closely, observing the differences between them, wondering why they conflicted and repelled each other. The conflict between the two spirits has become more intense as time goes by. They are like incompatible water and fire, destined to only exist one. To kill each other, confront each other, and finally die together. Boom! There is no sound, but Hemingway, who is always watching, seems to be able to hear such a sound. Because under his watchful observation, the two martial souls finally shattered. Exploded. The pirate who was in a coma also stopped convulsing, but he seemed to have lost all his energy. Suddenly he became extremely weak, his face pale as if he were dead. Sure enough, it is not that easy to create twin spirits. Fortunately, I will find someone to experiment. Hemingway, who observed all the process, also vaguely understood why the two spirits would conflict with each other, and finally completely exploded. In fact, the truth is very simple, that is, the attributes are not harmonious, so they are destined to not coexist. Just like water and fire, the attributes are mutually restrained, how can they be integrated into one? Then if two spirits with the same attributes, can they coexist? Hemingway thought, his eyes wandered around a dozen people, and finally locked on a teenager. The young man's spirit was also a little white fish, he didn't hesitate to take a shot, and easily ejected his spirit. Holding Wuhan in his hand, he came to another young man's side. This young man's spirit is a black fish, which looks much better than a little white fish. Hemingway didn't hesitate, and pressed the little white fish martial spirit in his hand into the young man's body. Then immediately opened his eyes and carefully observed the reaction of martial soul in his body. The two spirits also began to clash. At this time, the black fish spirit in the youth obviously had the upper hand, and the tortoise oppressed by the little white fish spirit was shrunk into a ball, with almost no resistance. Was quickly consumed. Finally, he was completely absorbed by the black fish martial soul. After absorbing the little white fish spirit, the black fish spirit has grown a little bit. www.readaloud.com. There are also some white stripes on his body. Obviously it has absorbed some of the advantages of small white fish. That's the case, this time there is too much difference between the strength and the weak. But it turns out it can be like this. After swallowing the little white fish martial arts, the black fish martial arts is obviously strengthened. If this is the case, then I don't need to be obsessed with the twin martial arts. Soul, just use this method to strengthen Wuhan directly. Hemingway nodded his head again and again, but also found that he had fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking. That is, I only saw the advantages of the twin spirits, but did not see the shortcomings of the twin spirits. You must know that twin spirits can conflict. Especially when spirit rings are added in the later stage, the conflict will become more serious. If you can't suppress the martial spirit clash, the chance of exploding and death will be very high. Therefore, the creation of twin martial souls, or even the genius of 3 martial souls, that he had previously thought about, was completely unrealistic. After all, not everyone is a genius like Tang San Bibi Dong, who can control the twin spirits. It is definitely not a good thing for ordinary people to have twin spirits. The most likely thing is that they can't suppress the conflict between the 2 spirits and burst into death. There is a record in the original work that before Tang San and Bibi Dong, there was a twin martial arts spirit. It's just that the owner of the twin spirits exploded and died while practicing. Before he had time to leave his own legend, he fell. From here, it can be seen that it is not easy to control 2 martial arts, and it is not something that everyone can do. Even if it can be done, the cost of resources will not be worth the loss. Instead of this, it would be better to just have a martial arts soul. Anyway, he can help them strengthen their martial arts, improve their aptitudes, and finally strengthen them to become a top martial arts soul that does not lose to the clear sky hammer and the like of the angel martial arts. To deliberately cling to the twin martial arts, on the contrary, he fell behind. Chapter 53, Unexpected Product. Experiment more and collect some data. Hemingway turned his gaze to the remaining dozen or so people and continued to start his own experiment. After some tossing, Hemingway obtained the following data. First of all, the twin martial souls, it is very difficult to coexist. A person can only have 1 martial soul in his body, and the chance of 2 martial souls coexisting is very, very low. A delicate balance must be reached before the 2 spirits can coexist. And even if you barely have twin spirits, in the process of coexistence, with the training of the spirits and the attachment of the spirit rings, it is extremely easy to cause violent conflicts. Therefore, it is not advisable to create twin martial arts spirits. Not just anyone can control the twin spirits, it must be a genius with luck, talent, and willpower. Only then was able to bear the twin martial arts spirit. But too few people meet such conditions. Second, if you want a martial soul to level up by swallowing other martial souls, you must master some rules. That is, Wuhan's attributes and types can't deviate too much, such as a water attribute and a fire attribute, even if one party is successfully swallowed in the end. It won't get much benefit either. After all, the attributes are mutually restrained, and it is very rare that they can coexist. Of course, there is no absolute thing. If it can coexist, then it will become extraordinarily powerful. As for the type, for example, 1 weapon spirit and 1 beast spirit, in this case, even if it is swallowed, there is not much benefit. It would even degrade Wuhan. Of course, there may also be unknown mutations and become stronger. But this kind of situation is very rare, it is a special case. In short, if you want to devour martial soul, you must consider all aspects. It's not that any martial spirit can swallow and fuse. Once chaos occurs, it may cause unpredictable serious consequences. The next period of time, Hemingway successively used hundreds of people to conduct experiments for comparison and collect data. After all, he had some preliminary experience in upgrading and transforming Wuhan. After ensuring that there will be no more problems, it can finally be formally used to nurture the subordinates. First is the purple giant whale, who will be the first beneficiary of Wuhan transformation. Hemingway asked him to find more than a dozen people whose spirits were all cetacean spirits, and then bounced the spirits of these people. One by one, after a benign match, they slowly merged into his body, because the spirit of the purple giant whale, the deep-sea demon whale, is itself a top-level spirit. These whale spirits are easily swallowed. His martial arts background gained a huge increase. Because of his hidden injuries and poor configuration of his spirit ring, even though he has a top martial arts spirit, he has no hope of titled Douluo his entire life. But after merging and devouring more than a dozen similar whale spirits, his aptitude improved. It was finally possible to become a titled Douluo. This made him almost burst into tears with excitement, and his loyalty to Hemingway rose again. It's just here, the purple giant whale is also reaching its limit. It would be useless to integrate a new martial soul, because his martial soul itself is a very advanced martial soul, and it is not that simple to break through the limit. Unless a martial spirit of the same level can come to swallow him again, no matter how many low-level martial spirits are in number, they will not be able to change quantitatively and cause qualitative changes. After the purple giant whale, there is the purple pearl. Her martial soul is a sea snake, and she did not inherit her father's deep-sea demon whale martial soul. The sea snake martial spirit originated from her mother, and to be honest, it wasn't such an excellent martial spirit. It can only be regarded as above average. She can have the current strength, still has a contra father to escort, the relationship that she has tried to cultivate since she was young. If there are no accidents, it would be very good for Purple Pearl to reach the contra in this life. Even if the spirit ring configuration is worse and it affects the foundation, even the contra can't reach it. It can be seen that it is really nice to have a cool back against the big tree. Hemingway naturally spared no effort to treat this girl who had a good opinion of him. And in fact, Wuhan itself is weak. Which also means that it has better plasticity, has more possibilities, and can evolve in an unknown direction. Therefore, Hemingway collected 38 snake spirits through precise calculations, and then integrated these 38 snake spirits into her body one by one. During the period, he kept watching her changes to prevent anything from happening. Accident. Fortunately, after 38 kinds of snake spirits were all fused in, they swallowed so many purple pearls from the origin of snake spirits, and the original sea snake spirit finally undergone earth-shaking changes without any accident. This change is undoubtedly benign, even better than Hemingway expected. He looked at the huge figure surrounded by purple pearl in shock, and only felt that he seemed to have made something remarkable. There is no doubt that the sea snake that swallowed 38 kinds of snake spirits is still a snake, but it has undergone a completely new change. Hydra. Looking at Purple Pearl's brand new Wuhan, Hemingway subconsciously uttered the name. What Hydra? The Purple Pearl, who was feeling her change with joy on her face, asked curiously after hearing this. No, it's nothing. Hemingway regained consciousness and shook his head without any explanation. The reason why he called Hydra was only because Purple Pearl's current martial arts spirit was really like that super monster in Greek mythology. I saw a giant snake that was about 30 meters long and had 9 heads around the body of Purple Pearl. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the legendary Hydra. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Purple Pearl Sea Snake Martial Spirit has become a Hydra martial spirit. There is no doubt that this is a top martial arts spirit that will never lose to the Clear Sky Hammer, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial arts spirit. What abilities does your Hydra spirit now possess? How is it different from the original spirit? Hemingway asked impatiently. He felt that he seemed to be hitting upright, creating an incredible martial arts soul. This situation is too rare. He has a hunch that it is almost impossible for him to accidentally create a top martial arts spirit like this one in the future. The situation of the purple pearl itself is purely a special case, accidental, and luck occupies a very large proportion. 38 snake spirits had a benign mutation with her own spirits, just now they created such a monster. My martial soul. Zai Zhenzu did not speak when he heard his inquiry. He just closed his eyes lightly and began to communicate with his new martial arts. After a while, Purple Pearl reopened her eyes and was full of joy. She cheered and said to Hemingway, "My martial soul has become so powerful now. Each of the 9 heads has a certain ability, and all aspects of my body the quality has been greatly increased. Oh, I don't know how to tell you, why don't we have a fight?" Seeing the girl eager to try, Hemingway knew that she was swollen, and because of the evolution of the martial spirit, he was full of confidence. "It is estimated that I want to take the opportunity to teach myself." Really, how can such an absurd idea be generated? Did the evolution of Wuhan really give her so much confidence? At this time, Hemingway was also interested in his own heart, so he simply did what she wanted, nodded, and said, "Okay, let me test it myself, what kind of monster I have created." Chapter 54, Dawn and Number 039, Think about getting rid of the old lady. A remote shore on Devil Whale Island. Hemingway and Purple Pearl faced each other far away. He watched the opposite side beckoned, and said with interest, "Do your best to attack." "Humph, then just look at it." Seemingly irritated by his lightly picking and obviously not putting himself in the eye, Purple Pearl snorted softly. Then he summoned his brand new martial arts soul. A huge hydra of phantom appeared. The phantom gradually solidified, and finally turned into a substance-like existence. The whole body is dark blue like the sea, and only 9 snake heads each have scales of different colors to form a pattern, which looks inexplicably strange. The huge hydra, which is more than 30 meters long, is entwined in a circle, firmly surrounding and protecting the purple pearl that is the body, so the snake is coiled in place, and the 9 long snake heads stare at the opposite Hemingway coldly. The eyes of the snake head in the middle suddenly lit up with a red light. Hemingway's intuition about the crisis made Hemingway raise his hand without even thinking about it, and the golden-armed color appeared instantly, forming a huge shield in front of him. "OM!" The golden shield suddenly hummed violently. Then, if you look closely, you can find that at the front end of the shield, part of the armed color is suddenly turned into an off-white substance. Hey? This is the ability of petrochemicals. Hemingway was a little surprised to see this, but he didn't panic at all. It just increased the installation of armed color, and then accompanied by the sound of gold and iron, that part of the armed color of petrochemical was discarded. Fall from the shield to the ground. Does each of the 9 heads have an ability? He muttered to himself, and then looked at the hydra, which had no chance to win the chase after a blow, and said, "Use whatever ability you have. Let me see how far you can do it now." The 9 heads of hydra nodded when they heard the words. Obviously this martial soul is controlled by Purple Pearl's consciousness, not that this martial soul possesses self-awareness. "Come on." Hemingway raised the golden shield made of armed colors and said loudly. The voice fell off. The 9-headed giant snake also began to attack him one by one, and then, all kinds of attacks smashed over. Some snake heads opened their mouths wide, exhaled a breath of cold air, and sealed his shields into ice. Some snake heads breathe out fire and seem to be able to burn everything. Some snake heads have fangs and shoot 2 venoms from the fangs. When the 9 heads of Hydra used their abilities in turn, the place where Hemingway was already in a mess, and traces of frost, fire, and toxin corrosion could be seen everywhere. Obviously, the abilities it possessed were very complicated. Some are even conflicting with each other, but they are perfectly fused together on a martial soul. Really incredible. Hemingway looked at the giant Hydra in awe, as if looking at a rare treasure. He was really surprised. He didn't expect that he made such a monster by accident. The 9 heads of Hydra represent 9 abilities, and each head possesses 1 ability. The sequence is Toxic, Flame, Ice, Overspeed Regeneration, Corrosive Acid, Curse, Body Atomization, Petrification, Healing. These 9 abilities have control, strong attack, assistance, and healing. Almost all aspects are taken into account. From the point of view of this world soul master, it is simply a perfect martial soul. The 9 abilities are used in combination, and there is almost no shortcoming. It can be used as an auxiliary, a strong attack, and a control. It is simply a team. Especially with 9 heads, 9 abilities can be used at the same time. If the opponent and her alone are playing, it is equivalent to 1 to 9. It's too cheating. It's no wonder that Zai Zhenzu will be so confident that he can beat him. And these 9 abilities are the talented abilities possessed by the martial soul itself, not the skills that the spirit ring brings to her. So in the future, with the addition of the spirit ring, the Purple Pearl's ability may have even more weird changes. Have more capabilities. At that time. Tisk tisk, just thinking about it will feel that she has a bright future. How about? I'm great, right? Taking back the martial soul, Zai Zhenzu's expression is also a little tired. Just now, the 9 abilities were bombarded one after another. Because I wanted to test the effect, each ability was to maximize the output, which was definitely not a light consumption for her. Well, that's right. The limit Douluo is promising in the future. Even if you can get the blessing of the gods, it may not be impossible to become a god. Hemingway's gaze softened when she looked at her clearly exhausted, but still struggling with the spirit. Don't be stingy to appreciate it. What he said is not nonsense, but a statement of fact. With Purple Pearl's current qualifications, it really has the possibility of becoming a god. He never expected that he would accidentally create a martial arts spirit with the appearance of becoming a god, or it should be said that Purple Pearl's luck was too good, and he encountered an extremely rare benign mutation. If Hemingway wants to replicate another example of the Purple Pearl, it is probably impossible. Because there are too few examples of this kind of benign variation, the odds are almost the same as buying a lottery ticket. Unless he is stronger in the future, strong enough to be able to see deeper concepts, to truly see the essence of Wuhan, then naturally he can arbitrarily turn this benign variation into normalcy. But now, he can only try his luck. It is impossible to mass-produce top martial arts. And I heard that Hemingway said that he could become the ultimate Douluo in the future, and he also had the possibility of becoming a god. A smile appeared on Zai Zhenzu's pretty face, and then looked at him expectantly. Then, can I go to see God Island with you? Hemingway was taken aback when he heard the words. He looked at the girl's expectant eyes, and finally understood why her emotions were very high just now. It turned out to be because I wanted to go to Poseidon Island with myself. Not long ago, he asked about the giant purple whale, and found that, as expected, he knew where the sea god island was. He immediately decided to wait for the current affairs to be dealt with, and then set out to take part in the test on Sea God Island. Because from the original work, you can know that many places there are really treasures for training and strengthening your physique. And there are rewards for the test. It's too tempting. He hadn't thought about the 9th test of Poseidon, but he thought that with his own qualifications, he could mix with the black level test at the worst, and even the red level test was possible. At that time, the rewards of the test will definitely increase his strength www.readaloud.com, and he can also have a relationship with the true owner of the sea, Poseidon Island. Because the person who has completed the God test depends on the degree of completion. Will be automatically divided into a part of Poseidon Island, especially the black level assessment and red level assessment, and those who complete the black level assessment will be able to leap into the top level of Poseidon Island. As for the red level assessment, it can become a great sacrifice to Poseidon Island in the future. The great worship is the highest ranking person on the Poseidon island besides the Poseidon. Below one person, above 10,000 people. Therefore, going to Poseidon Island to participate in the test is almost beneficial to Hemingway. And when he heard that Hemingway had decided to go to Poseidon Island, Purple Pearl immediately said that he would follow it. But it was severely stopped by the giant purple whale. Because he knew that the test of Sea God Island was not so easy to pass. The vast majority of people died in 9 deaths. Only true geniuses can pass the test. As the father of Purple Pearl, don't you know how many caddies and tails your daughter has? It's just a joke to go to the test of God with this kind of talent. It's no different from going to die. Hemingway shook his head again and again when he saw Purple Pearl wanted to go with him. And bluntly said that her qualifications are too bad, and it is really too dangerous to participate in the test. The blow to Purple Pearl was not light, and I was depressed for several days. I don't know why. When I heard that Hemingway wanted to go to Poseidon Island, Purple Pearl felt inexplicably if she could not go with him. I will be farther and farther away from him in the future, until he can't even see him. So now that he sees his evaluation of himself so high, Purple Pearl seems very excited. Because it means that I can go to Sea God Island with him. The surname is high, don't even think about getting rid of my old lady in your whole life. Chapter 55, Good Luck Tricks People. Sea God Island is a unique place, and it is also a holy land in the eyes of almost all sea spirit masters. Sea spirit masters are different from land spirit masters. Only in the world of the sea can their strength be brought into full play. It can be said that the sea is their domain, and here, it is almost impossible for land spirit masters of the same level to compete with sea spirit masters. Just as land spirit masters believe in Wuhan Hall, sea spirit masters also have their own beliefs. The belief of the sea spirit master is not a sect. Is a god, sea god. Every sea spirit master believes that the sea does exist. In charge of everything in the sea, is the ancestor of the sea spirit master. It is under the blessing of the sea that the sea spirit master can possess powerful abilities to control the power originating from the sea. Perhaps, for the land spirit master, Wuhandian is not necessarily a belief. However, in the sea spirit master's heart, the sea is their only and absolute belief. No sea spirit master dares to blaspheme the sea god. The reason why Poseidon Island is the holy land of sea spirit masters is because it is a place where Poseidon is enshrined. Among them, the great worship of the past generations served as the messenger of the sea god, leading many powerful sea spirit masters to worship the sea on the sea island. Any soul master who arrives on Sea God Island needs to pass a test. But this test was not given by the spirit master on Sea God Island. It was given by Poseidon. It is the so-called God test. Different people experience completely different tests according to their talents. Some people's test is very simple as going to the sea to retrieve a shell. But the test is very difficult for some people, almost dead for a lifetime. Tests vary from person to person, but generally speaking, it is still related to the strength of the person being tested. Poseidon will not arrange the test of death. Although some tests are extremely difficult, they are still possible to complete. It's just that in this process, the tester's life is in danger. There are so many people who died for this. When I was young, the giant purple whale also wanted to take the test in the past and deliberately inquired about the location of Poseidon Island, but afterwards, due to the increase in age and the more fear of death after getting married, I still did not dare to go. This has always been a regret in his heart forever. It's just that he didn't expect good luck to make people. What he didn't accomplish when he was young, but now his daughter is going to do it instead of him. I feel embarrassed just thinking about the giant purple whale, if it was before. If his daughter wanted to go to Sea God Island to be tested, he would definitely veto it without thinking about it. Because she participated in the test in the past, she was simply sending her to death. With her talent, facing the assessment is almost a life of 9 deaths. The odds of surviving are simply pitiful. But it's different now. Facing his daughter's brand new martial arts spirit, feeling the weird and changeable Hydra martial arts spirit, even his own deep-sea demon whale martial arts spirit felt a sense of depression. What does this mean? This means that only in terms of grade, the daughter's Hydra spirit has far surpassed his father. Coupled with the of the new boss, the safety of the daughter is absolutely guaranteed. Therefore, in the end, the purple whale still agreed to her daughter's request to go to Poseidon Island to be tested. After all, it was young. It is precisely the mentality that the sky is not afraid of the ground, and it is a good thing to take risks at this time. I can leave no regrets, lest I regret it when I get older in the future. Just like him. Now even if his talent is enhanced, he still dare not participate in the test. Because now he only needs to practice step by step, and sooner or later he can become a titled Douluo. That was the culmination of the Soul Master, for which he even cherished his life even more than before. Therefore, it is impossible to accept the test. The purple giant whale is only responsible for sending the two of them to Sea God Island, but it does not want to accept the test together. The sea breeze blows, and the sun's rays make the slightly undulating sea glow with brilliance. A large sea ship is sailing fast in the sea. The mast raised on the ship, with a huge blue sail, is painted with a pattern of a deep-sea magic whale on the top. This is the very famous demon whale in this sea area. The car of the purple giant whale, the leader of the magic whale pirate group. Hemingway was standing at the bow of the ship, staring into the distance with the oncoming sea breeze. In those blue eyes like the sea, there seems to be the entire sky and the sea, with charming depth and mystery. After the pirate attack and the deep-sea devil whale king incident, Hemingway finally set foot on the road to Poseidon Island. Although the process has been a bit tortuous, he has experienced many calamities, but it has also allowed him to obtain tremendous growth and complete a true transformation. Awakened the Overlord's look. At this moment, no matter his mentality or spirit, he was totally different from before. Really grown up. Master, it will take up to 3 more days to reach the vicinity of Sea God Island. The giant purple whale stood beside the white-haired boy www.readaloud.com and said respectfully, "But, Master, the subordinates can't send you to the island. You can only stop near Poseidon Island, and then you go by yourself. There are many powerful sea spirit beasts in the sea near Poseidon Island. If a ship approaches, you will definitely encounter an attack. What's more, I don't dare to violate the majesty of Poseidon." Hemingway turned his head and glanced at the purple giant whale, but didn't say much, just said, "Send to the nearby area. As long as you can see Poseidon Island, your mission is complete." The purple giant whale looked at the calm expression on Hemingway's face, and suddenly remembered the deep-sea demon whale king who had been scared away before, and suddenly felt that if it weren't for not knowing the road, it shouldn't be difficult for this person to go to Sea God Island by himself. In the next 3 days, Hemingway spends most of his time standing on the bow, enjoying the blowing of the sea breeze. His vision is far-reaching. Gives an endless sense of mystery. People can't help but start to think, what is this unparalleled white-haired boy thinking? The voyage for the next 3 days was very smooth. During the voyage, there was not even a sea soul beast hitting the hull. This made the purple giant whale who had finished the end fight a little confused, wondering why the journey went so smoothly. But I don't know that all these are the masterpieces of Hemingway standing on the bow of the ship. After awakening the Overlord's domineering, now he is filled with an invisible aura. Even if the Overlord's domineering was not formally released, the momentum that escaped inadvertently is enough to shock Xiao Xiao. This naturally also includes sea soul beasts. As long as there are more powerful soul beasts near him, they will be frightened. Turning his tail without thinking about it, he flees madly. That's why they are so calm these days, without being attacked by a sea soul beast. Chapter 56, Not a Threat. This day, far away, a small black spot appeared on the horizon. The giant purple whale had been standing on the bow and looking around. After seeing this black spot, he immediately ordered the sailor to anchor and stop the ship. Hemingway also knew that he was about to arrive at his destination, so he had already made preparations with Purple Pearl. The purple giant whale walked to Hemingway's side and said, "Lord, I can only send you here. Going forward is the area of Poseidon Island. If a ship enters this area, it will immediately be protected by the beast of the island. This is the attack of the 100,000-year soul beast I have told you. Later, you must be careful when crossing the sea. That island guardian beast is extremely scary and extremely aggressive. Even in the deep sea. The devil whale should be afraid of it too." Hemingway was noncommittal after listening to what he said. Of course he knew what the so-called beast was. After reading the original book, he knows that the beast of the island guard is a shark that has been practicing for 100,000 years, and it is the fiercest species of sharks, the great white shark, the demon soul. Has the title of marine hunter. It is one of the most aggressive and ferocious sea soul beasts. Even a 1,000-year level demon soul great white shark can compete with ordinary 10,000-year level sea soul beasts. Although its size is not as big as the deep-sea magic whale, its speed is far from comparable to that of the deep-sea magic whale. It is impossible to escape before its attack. It is one of the most ferocious carnivorous soul beasts in the ocean. And most importantly, this demon soul great white shark is the sea god's mount. The demon spirit great white sharks are the guardians of the sea area of Sea God Island. At least hundreds of demon spirit great white sharks have gathered in the nearby waters. Formed a natural barrier. All outsiders who want to log on to Sea God Island must first face these demon spirit great white sharks. But nothing is absolute. It is not impossible to bypass these demon soul great white sharks and enter the Sea God Island by tricks. The demon soul great white shark eats a lot, but there are too many living around the sea. Therefore, every half a month, they will go out hunting under the leadership of the 100,000-year-old beast of the island guard, and each time is about 3 days. This time period is the best time to dive into Poseidon Island. However, as the Sea King, Hemingway naturally didn't need tricks. Since awakening the Overlord, not to mention the deterrent power of his own aura on the soul beast, just to say that his ability to control the sea soul beast has gained a leap-like enhancement. Now, even if it is a 100,000-year soul beast, he can force an order. Of course, only 100,000-year-old soul beast can be controlled by force at present, and it can't be controlled unlimitedly. But although he can only control one head with his mental power, it's also very defying. Hemingway is just now a spirit master less than 40 level, and he can control a 100,000-year spirit beast that an ordinary title Douluo can't beat with his talent ability, and let him continue to grow, that's worth it. Therefore, for him, the threat of those demon soul great white sharks guarding the Sea God Island is almost non-existent. And even if he didn't use the ability to control the spirit beast, as long as he released his domineering, even the 100,000-year spirit beast would have to be frightened. After all, even the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king fled hastily. Although the reason why the deep-sea demon whale king fled in embarrassment, his domineering aroused the fear that the sea god gave him back then. I was so frightened that it wouldn't work so well for another million-year-old soul beast. But even so, we can see how powerful the Overlord look is. In short, after awakening the domineering look of the Overlord, the current Hemingway is truly beginning to rise. All aspects of strength are no longer the same as before. At this time, the purple whale continued, "Master, if you really encounter the demon soul great white shark, don't hurt anyone, even the weakest one. Otherwise, you will be attacked by all the demon soul great white sharks." Yes. The best way to land on Sea God Island is to wait. Although I don't understand the habits of the demon soul great white shark. But I'm sure of one thing. When the night is darkest every night, it's the time when they are the least active. At that time crossing the sea, the certainty will be greater. Hemingway nodded, and did not reject his kindness, nor did he explain that he did not counsel the great white sharks at all, but said, I understand. Your suggestion is very useful. We will proceed carefully. Let the lifeboat go. Purple Whale nodded, and then waved to the side. Immediately there was a small boat lifted out of the cabin, and then slowly put it on the sea with a rope. Finally, he took a deep look at his baby daughter, and he said gently, Be careful, Dad is just your daughter, waiting for you to give me retirement. Father's love is always silent, only silently guarding his children. Purple Pearl lightly covered her small mouth, her eyes were already moist now. He just nodded heavily, then turned around. I dare not look again, for fear that I will change my mind and not go. www.readaloud.com. See, God Island is unknown and mysterious to Purple Pearl. She doesn't know what test she will face, and she doesn't know whether she will come back alive. Following Hemingway. It is really a determination to die. Hemingway, who was watching the whole process, saw this, a touch of nostalgia flashed in his blue eyes, and he thought of his mother who had passed away for many years. It's good that she still has relatives alive. But he himself wants to be nurtured and does not wait for a kiss, and feels a sense of sadness inexplicably. The lifeboat has been put down, and there is no problem with the lifeboat equipped with the devil whale accommodating 10 people. Hemingway and Purple Pearl one after another lightly jumped off the high deck, and finally landed on the boat. The hull sank only a little bit, showing the good control ability of the two. Seeing the two land on the lifeboat, the giant purple whale turned around fiercely and shouted at the sailors, Raise the anchor and return. The devil whale moved, turned the bow, and set sail in the direction it came. Didn't turn around to look at the two again. The giant purple whale walked into the exclusive cabin on its own, and closed the door. I don't know what was doing alone in it. Watching the devil whale gradually go away, Hemingway and Purple Pearl stared for a long time, until the hull gradually moved away. They finally looked back. After looking at each other, Purple Pearl took the lead and said, I heard Dad say that there are great white sharks in this sea area, then how are we going to get there? If there are hundreds of such powerful sea soul beasts, it's almost impossible to get through this sea area, right? Not urgent. Hemingway shook his head mysteriously, smiling without saying a word. Wait a minute, if you take a good look at it, to me, the sea soul beast is not a threat at all. Chapter 57, Finally to Poseidon Island. What do you want to do? Zai Zhenzu looked at the confident man and asked curiously. Hemingway didn't reply, but walked to the edge of the lifeboat and squatted down gently, and slowly plunged his hand into the sea. In an instant, the sea sensing ability was released. The sea area within 1,000 miles is clearly visible in his senses. Hey, we seem to be lucky. Hemingway was surprised. In his induction, from here to the sea area where the small black spot in front was located, there was no large sea soul beast. As for the legendary guardian beasts and demon soul great white sharks, there are not even half of them. The situation is now very obvious. The two of them happened to meet the demon soul great white shark out hunting once every half a month. Now they only need to speed up, and they will soon be able to reach the destination ahead. This saves the effort of controlling those demon soul great white sharks. Hemingway retracted his hand and stood up. Looking at the little black spot ahead, he turned his head towards Purple Pearl and said, We are lucky. There are no powerful soul beasts in this sea. As for the demon soul great white shark, I haven't even seen half of it. Right now. You only need to speed up and you can reach Poseidon Island unimpeded. There is no demon soul great white shark. Purple Pearl suddenly became a little confused when she heard the words. She was ready for the demon soul great white shark to attack later, so she went to desperately prepare. As a result, you told me that the extremely sinister great white shark that was rumored did not exist? Well, there really is not. Hemingway nodded and guessed, maybe something went out, maybe it was out hunting. After all, the demon soul great white shark has a huge appetite, and the creatures in the surrounding sea are definitely not enough to eat. Maybe when we arrive, it happened to be the time when they were out hunting. In short, there really is no demon soul great white shark in this sea area right now. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Purple Pearl heard the words and urged immediately. Since it is possible to go out temporarily, it is possible to come back at any time. If you don't rush to the Sea God Island now, you'll be wasting this great opportunity in vain. It's too slow to row the boat directly. If you are so urgent, then I will take you to fly over. Hemingway looked at her eagerly and shook his head helplessly. Then I used the second Wuhan that I didn't use often. Take me to fly. Purple Pearl had some doubts, but she got the answer quickly. I saw a huge white tiger phantom flashing, and then quickly merged into Hemingway's body. Immediately afterwards, a little red light appeared in his blue eyes, and then his blue eyes were covered with blood red. With a flutter, there was a pair of huge snow-white wings behind them, slowly unfolding. This is the second martial soul. Zai Zhenzu saw this and remembered when he faced the demon whale king of the deep sea before, he stood in front of him. It seems to be such a posture. Hemingway's second spirit is called Netherworld White Tiger, which looks a bit like a combination of the White Tiger spirit of the Xingluo royal family and the Swan spirit of the Tiandu royal family. A pair of swan wings were inserted into the White Tiger so that it could spread its wings and fly into the sky. Believe that anyone who knows his life experience will see his martial soul look like this. Everyone would take it for granted that the double-winged White Tiger martial soul is a combination of the White Tiger martial soul and the Swan martial soul. I think it was the swan that added a pair of wings to the King of Land, giving it the capital to dominate the sky. Gone. Hemingway, exuding a holy white light, took a few steps forward, then stretched out his hands and hugged the Purple Pearl in a standard princess hug posture. Immediately, the huge white wings behind him flapped lightly, and immediately there was a fierce air current around him. Rise! The white wings behind Hemingway slammed, and then he held the Purple Pearl in his arms, so he rose into the sky. It turned into a white light and swept toward the black spot in front of it like lightning. During the flight, Purple Pearl quietly leaned in Hemingway's arms, enjoying the appearance of being held in Hemingway's arms like being so careful and caring, only feeling sweet in his heart. The white light radiating from Hemingway's body weakened the violent wind, and the instinctive stinging wind became soft. While feeling the breeze coming from around, the state of gentle breeze and drizzle made Zai Zhenzu feel a little drowsy. There is even an urge to wait for time to stay at this moment forever. I really hope that time flies a little bit slower. Zai Zhenzu narrowed her beautiful eyes and rubbed his chest like a kitten. Then I closed my eyes completely like this, and seemed to fall asleep. While feeling the breath of the girl in his arms gradually becoming stable. The wings that Hemingway's inflaming back began to slow down subconsciously, and the speed of his extreme flight gradually slowed down, but he didn't rush on. He is holding the beautiful girl in his arms, the white and beautiful white wings behind him flapping lightly, and the soft white light surrounds him. It looks like an angel more than an angel. Of course, the premise is to ignore the fierce blood flashing in his eyes. Just despite deliberately slowing down. But no matter how far the road is, there will always be a day of arrival. Soon, the island, which was originally just a small black dot, is getting bigger and bigger. Finally, an island with beautiful scenery and spring all seasons gradually comes into view. Is this the Poseidon Island in the original book? The environment is really suitable for elderly care. Looking at the beautiful islands that gradually became clear ahead, Hemingway also had the urge to let go of all his fame and fortune after completing his hegemony. Soon, he finally reached his destination. Is still in mid-air, and the snow-white wings on the back gradually converge, and the warm white light from his body gradually fades, when the last white light dissipates. Hemingway holding the Purple Pearl in his arms, his wings dissipated, and the whole person stepped on this island lightly. First of all, what he felt was the difference in temperature. Logically speaking, it is now winter. Even with the influence of the ocean climate, the temperature on the islands in the sea is higher than that of the inland, but it must be cold. But, when he really stepped on the land on Poseidon Island with the girl in his arms www.readaloud.com, the first feeling was warmth, as warm as spring. Looking around, the sea god island turned out to be all green. This huge island made him feel like he was back on the Douluo continent again. At a glance, he couldn't see the edge at all. There are all kinds of plants growing on this island, many of which are not named by Hemingway. The air is full of the breath of the sea, fresh, warm, refreshing, and there are faint shouts and whispers of the sea in the wind. Under the sun's rays, the white and delicate sand grains that look like small crystals will glow silver. When you first arrive here, the first thing you feel is the calmness, the sea and the sky, and the gulls flying. The sky is azure blue, blue so high, blue so pure, blue so transparent. It's like Hemingway's eyes, indescribably moving. At this time, after landing, Purple Pearl, who woke up from a deep sleep in good time, opened his eyes, seeing the shocking scenery in front of him, and the purple eyes were gradually replaced by intoxication. In Hemingway's arms, he whispered, "What a beautiful place, is this the legendary sacred land of the sea?" "Okay." Hemingway, who was also shocked by the beauty of this place, nodded lightly and slowly said, "If you are tired of the world in the future, this is a place suitable for elderly care." Elderly care? Purple Pearl was taken aback. She didn't expect this boy who was only 12 years old. Obviously he hasn't grown up yet, and he's still at a magnificent age, but now he thinks of a place so far away. But, indeed, this is really a place suitable for elderly care. Zai Zhenzu thought, if it is certain that there is no danger here. In the future, Dad can come here to live, and there is no better place for the elderly than here. Chapter 58, Strange Feeling. Who dare to break into Poseidon Island without authorization? Just as Hemingway and Purple Pearl were intoxicated by the beauty of Poseidon Island, several figures suddenly jumped out of the woods with a low shout. Breaking this peaceful silence also made the two of them wake up from their intoxication. Hemingway looked up and saw that these people were different in appearance, but they had one characteristic in common, that is, the clothes on them. They are all similar to the attire of the strong suit, light yellow. The oldest is about 40, and the youngest are in their early 20s. Hemingway vaguely remembered that according to the original book, the sea spirit masters on Poseidon Island were graded according to the color of their clothes. But this is not the spirit power level. It was the difficulty they had when they withstood the test of the sea god at the beginning. The higher the difficulty of passing the test, the higher the status on Poseidon Island. The color of the clothes is also different. From low to high, they are arranged according to the color of the spirit ring: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. These sea spirit masters in yellow clothes are obviously only second class above the white-clothed spirit masters. Above them there are purple, black, and red clothes. At this time, there are a total of 6 yellow sea spirit masters who are blocking Hemingway in front of the two, and they were originally in a menacing posture. But when they saw the faces of outsiders, they all shocked. The original aggressive posture turned sharply in an instant. They stared at the young boy with white hair like a waterfall in front of him with shocked eyes. I just felt that I had forgotten the words, and it seemed that any words seemed pale and weak at this moment. Slightly opened his mouth, and stood there blankly. This act of standing still on the spot undoubtedly exposed the unrest in the hearts of these 6 Huangji sea spirit masters. Hemingway didn't speak, and just looked at the 6 people quietly. Purple Pearl is affected by the atmosphere of the scene, coupled with the reason why the first treasure is unfamiliar. He didn't dare to speak, and the whole scene fell silent for a while. A long time. The 6 sea spirit masters who finally got used to Hemingway's face slightly. Among them, the head of the 6 sea spirit masters looked at him with extreme caution, and asked respectfully, "Dare to ask, sir, what's the point of coming to my sea god island? Really is a face-seeking world." Hemingway sighed inwardly, thinking about the treatment of the original protagonists when they first came to this island. Facing outsiders, the attitude of these sea spirit masters on Sea God Island would never be so respectful and polite. The reason why he behaves so respectfully now is because he was shocked by his inadvertent aura. After changing someone else, these people on Sea God Island would never be so polite. In this case, Hemingway would naturally not be polite, and directly explained his intentions. We have been yearning for Poseidon Island for a long time, and we are only here to join Poseidon Island. Upon hearing this, the 6 yellow-clothed sea spirit masters suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking earlier, it turned out to be to join Sea God Island, not to find fault. That's good, that's good. Sea God Island is a sacred place for all sea spirit masters, and there are not a few sea spirit masters who come here every year and want to join. Over time, a set of specialized procedures has been formed. First, he needs to pass the test of the Guardian of the Holy Pillar, only then can he accept the test of the Sea God. After passing the test of Poseidon, he officially became a person on Poseidon Island. After all, it can't be an individual who came and said that he wanted to accept the test of Poseidon, so he would just accept the test, right? Doesn't it seem that Poseidon's favor is too cheap? Therefore, if outsiders want to participate in the God test, they first need to pass the test of the Sacred Pillar Guardian and confirm that they are qualified before they can formally accept the test of the Sea God. Generally speaking, if it is a Sea Spirit Master, then the Guardian of the Sacred Pillar will not be too embarrassed. As long as the performance during the test is still passable, it will be able to pass the test. But if the Land Spirit Master comes to Sea God Island, then the difficulty of the Holy Pillar Guardian test will be greatly increased. Like in the original work, if Tang San and his party didn't have the protagonist's halo body protector, it would not be that simple to pass the test. Next, several yellow sea spirit masters led the way ahead, leading Hemingway and Purple Pearl to the location of the Guardian of the Holy Pillar. If the air on the beach just now was moist and pure, then the air in the woods is full of freshness of nature. Hemingway increasingly felt that Poseidon Island was a good place for retirement. Not long, a group of people walked through the woods and came to a pool of water. Hemingway saw this water pool, his eyes fluctuated a little. This water pool was obviously inland and not too big, but the water surface was turbulent and the waves rolled. The dense woods around the water pool grow, and the trees that grow obliquely toward the mysterious stone pillar in the center of the water pool are like believers who are worshipping. The lower end of the stone pillar in the center of the pool is connected to a square platform, but the pillar in the middle of the platform is still unique. It is not so much a pillar as it is a statue. The holy pillar is a white jade-like color. It looks like a statue of a young girl, kneeling on the holy pillar platform, with his hands folded on his chest, and worshipping in the direction of the sea god temple. Although is only a sculpture, the pious expression on her face is so clear and lifelike. Here is the sea witch sacred pillar, one of the 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon Island. At this time, on the edge of the sea witch's sacred pillar, a young girl is sitting there. Surprisingly, she has a huge fishtail on her lower body. www.readaloud.com. The wonderful arc spreads to the waist. At this time, her fishtail was gently tapping the surface of the sea. She wore a black coat on her upper body, exposing her snow-white abdomen, not even covering her belly button. It's like a beauty in a bathing suit. She has a pair of big sky-blue eyes, which are very similar to Hemingway's eyes, not so much like the ocean, but as the sky. The facial features are so beautiful, and there is always a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. The fishtail slapped on the water, playing with joy. For Hemingway, this is as exciting as seeing a girl's perfect jade feet. Hemingway doesn't know what's going on, maybe it's because of the mermaid spirit. He actually felt that the mermaid girl in front of him was surprisingly beautiful. Especially the appearance of the fish's tail, gently swinging, as if to seduce oneself. The beautiful fishtail that gently swings seems to say, "Come on, happy," firmly attracted his sight. This makes the purple pearl next to her jealous. This deadwood looks dumbfounded. "Hey! Isn't it just a fish tail? Is it that good looking? The more and more angry Purple Pearl reached out his hand to pinch his waist, he twisted it fiercely. It's just how powerful Hemingway's physique is. Even though the soft flesh on his waist is twisted, it doesn't hurt at all for him. So calmly ignoring the jealous behavior of the girl beside her, she still stared at the mermaid girl like this. Seemed to feel the arrival of an outsider, the mermaid girl raised her head, her eyes turned towards the shore, which happened to be in line with Hemingway's. An instant. I trembled inexplicably. The two pairs of eyes that are also sea blue stared at each other. Time seems to stop at this moment. PS2 more. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Chapter 59, Breakthrough. Listen. After Hemingway and Purple Pearl were led to the Sea Witch sacred pillar, the headed yellow sea spirit master's expression also became solemn, and he said to them with a sacred look, "Welcome to the sea in the sea, Sea Witch Saint Pillar." The Sea Witch's sacred pillar is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon Island. The sea god bestows upon each sacred pillar divine power to spread God's will through the sacred pillar. Any sacred pillar can evaluate external soul masters. And today, you must trials and assessments are conducted here. I see. Hemingway nodded slightly, not at all worried about the next test. Because possessing twin spirits, he is strictly a member of the Sea Spirit Master, not just a Land Spirit Master. As for the Sea Spirit Master, the test of the Guardian of the Holy Pillar is usually on the spot, and will never endanger his life. Not to mention the purple pearls behind him. Oh, I haven't been here for a long time. I didn't expect a beautiful blue boy to come here. The mermaid girl sitting on the platform was innocent, but her beautiful sea blue eyes were straight. Staring at Hemingway happily, there was some restlessness in his heart for some reason. The huge fish tail in the lower part of the body gently swayed on the surface of the water, and the whole person sat on the platform in a graceful posture, and the tip of the fish tail slowly slipped down. Looking at the owner of those beautiful blue eyes in the sky, Hemingway thought to himself, she should be the high girl Douluo High Witch who appeared in the original book. According to the original book, she has a talent for mind reading, which is troublesome now. Facing such a mind-reading opponent is the most disgusting thing. Because everyone has secrets in their hearts that they don't want to be known, if the identity of his traverser is revealed, it will be troublesome. Just thought of this. Hemingway felt an invisible mental power quietly searching for him, and immediately subconsciously released the domineering resistance of seeing and hearing. Collide with the invisible mental power that struck. Boom! Hemingway just felt a roar in his brain. It was as if the flame met gasoline, and was stimulated by that mental power. He only felt that his thinking was clearer and more active than ever before. Next moment. Boom! Seems to have broken some barrier. Hemingway only felt that his spirit seemed to have broken through some barriers, and then the coverage of the sights and colors suddenly began to expand. The best thing is that he could only vaguely sense the emotional changes of others, and treat others' hearts as if looking at flowers in a mist. But at this moment, under the influence of that mental power, it seemed that that layer of mist was finally torn apart. Suddenly open up. Spiritual power has skyrocketed like never before. At this moment, Hemingway can easily hear the purple pearl beside him is constantly mumbling about the big carrot, the vixen, and the shameless old woman in his heart. This is mind reading. Can I listen to the voices of others? He was a little surprised. I never expected that when I first came to Sea God Island, I would break through without any movement for a long time. Because of the stimulation of the Sea Witch's mental power, Hemingway's domineering experience finally made another breakthrough. Have the ability to read minds. In the original work, the mermaid princess by seeing is born with a domineering look. And her domineering appearance is very advanced, able to read the voices of others. This is quite similar to the Sea Witch. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that, when she is stimulated by her mental power, she can stimulate the ability to read the mind by seeing and hearing domineering. What? The Sea Witch, who was quietly using her mental power, wanted to read the heart of the little boy who had made her heart restless, suddenly let out a suspicious sound. She only felt that the mental power she released seemed to hit a copper wall and an iron wall. Not only that, she could also feel a strange mental force suddenly erupt from the little boy in front of her. Then he invaded himself in the reverse direction, seeming to want to read his own mind. "You can read your mind too." Sea Witch Jiao's face was a little surprised. She looked at him as if she was looking at a rare animal. "This Sea Witch Douluo, it's not a polite thing to spy on others' hearts without their permission." Hemingway's blue eyes burst into light, and he made breakthroughs because of seeing and hearing. At this time, his spirit is exceptionally abundant, and the result is a domineering leak. The surrounding land shook slightly. The sea witch who bears the brunt even feels that the figure of the white-haired boy in front of her suddenly rises infinitely at this moment. Kung fu in the blink of an eye. An indomitable giant appeared in front of him, with his eyes as stalwart as the sun and moon open, looking at himself indifferently and ruthlessly, gazing like a true god. Sea Witch's mind has been greatly impacted. "People, I know they are wrong." The soft and docile voice blurted out involuntarily. Even Sea Witch was taken aback when she heard her own voice. "What happened? I really made such a weak voice." And while looking at the little boy in front of him, he couldn't help feeling a little awe. It's as if facing a certain supreme existence. This kind of feeling has never happened even when facing the sea god www.readaloud.com. It's as if the one in front of me is my own king, everything about me, that kind of inherent dignity, high above. It simply made her a little bit at a loss, and she didn't know what attitude to face this little boy at all. A lot of old women who are pretending to be tender and coquettish, old women. Zai Zhenzu looked at the shy sea witch, and listened to her soft voice that was enough to make a man's bones crisp. "Secretly cursed in my heart. For the mermaid family, I believe that there is no sea spirit master who does not know. After all, this race can be said to be a specialty of the sea. Half human and half sea beast, so the lifespan is much longer than that of human beings. More importantly, her appearance will never age. So don't look at the sea witch Douluo in front of her who seems to be in her early 20s, but to become a titled Douluo, she might actually be in her early 100s. At this time, the sea witch suddenly turned her head to look at Purple Pearl, and said with a smile, "Little sister, our mermaid clan, lifespan is 5 times that of your humans. According to your human ratio, they are less than 20 years old. Well, so they are still very young, but they are not pretending to be tender. The lifespan is 5 times that of a human being, and it is 20 years old when converted to a human being, so that means this old woman is really close to 100 years old." Thinking of this, Zai Zhenzhen suddenly sneered, "Ha, it really is a pretense. Tender old woman." The sea witch who read her heart clearly, couldn't help but a tic-tac-toe on her forehead, and her smile stiffened. The gaze that looked at her gradually became unkind. No woman wants to be said to be old. Even if she lived for 100 years, it was the same, so I decided to wait for the girl to put on small shoes when she was tested. Let her know what it means to respect seniors. Chapter 60, Pass Easily. The test of Lord Poseidon is not acceptable to anyone, especially you are outsiders. The sea witch's expression became serious. She looked at Hemingway and Purple Pearl on the opposite side, and said, "So I'm accepting it. Before the test, you have to pass my test. Only qualified people can accept the test of Lord Poseidon. I don't know what test we need to take." Hemingway, who had read the original and knew the plot, was pretending to be ignorant on the surface, and asked with some doubts. "Haha, it's very simple. As long as you cross the sea in front of you and come to the sea witch sacred pillar, you are eligible for the test." The sea witch looked at him with a smile and blinked gently at him. Said playfully, "Don't worry, my sister will be merciful." Hemingway knew that outsiders, whether they are sea spirit masters or land spirit masters, must first pass the test of the Holy Pillar Guardian if they want to accept the test of the Sea God. The difficulty of the test lies entirely with the individual guardian of the Holy Pillar. If he sees you pleasingly, he may just let it go just casually. Generally speaking, the test that sea spirit masters will accept is much easier than that of land spirit masters who have traveled thousands of miles to accept the test. After all, it is Sea God Island. Of course there will be some bias towards the sea spirit master, this is normal, and there is nothing to criticize. And Hemingway has twin spirits. Although the other spirit is a land spirit master, the mermaid spirit inherited from her mother is undoubtedly a pure sea spirit master. Therefore, if he accepts the test, he should not be deliberately targeted. At this time, after listening to the sea witch's words, the next purple pearl couldn't help but frown and asked, "This senior, before accepting the test of Lord Sea God, do we still have to accept the test of a title Douluo? Don't you think we can compete with title Douluo?" The sea witch waved her hand gently, and said with a smile, "Relax, although the test is presided over by others, but sister, I will be merciful. I won't use a test that you can't bear, so, which one of you first come?" While talking, a blue halo lit up behind the sea witch, and immediately after that, the sea witch sacred pillar behind her suddenly lit up, and a clear blue light passed from below to the top of the sacred pillar. With the top of the sea witch sacred pillar as the center, a circle of blue ripples suddenly agitated, like a light curtain across the sea above the sea. Since the holy pillar is about 10 meters high, the light curtain suspended above the sea is also 10 meters high. Needless to say, this 10-meter distance limits the flight ability and advance space. "I'll do it first." Purple Pearl stepped forward and took a deep breath. Then he walked slowly to the shore of the sea and stepped on the delicate sandy beach with the same silver light. "Oh, I want to go through it myself first, and test whether there are any traps for him, so that he can pass the test without fail. This is really true." Sea Witch looked at the silent purple-haired girl and could read it clearly. To her inner thoughts. But did not choose to speak out. "It's just that I originally wanted to increase the difficulty, but the idea of adding some blockage to her is gone." Purple Pearl stood still by the beach, and the whole body began to glow with a blue gleam, and then a huge hydra phantom appeared, and then gradually solidified, and finally her whole body was completely integrated into the martial soul, and turned into a strip 10 meters long, a blue hydra. The aura of a top predator instantly began to spread around. The eyes of those yellow-clothed sea spirit masters unconsciously fell on this 9-headed giant snake, and their bodies were tight. The subconscious start to stay away from it. "I just feel that this snake exudes an extremely dangerous feeling all the time. It makes them feel like a frog next to a snake's mouth, ready to be swallowed in one bite at any time. This feeling is really bad. Hey, this martial soul possessing a body is quite interesting." The sea witch was a little surprised when she saw this. This is because most people who possess the spirit of martial arts integrate the spirit of martial arts into their bodies. After that, there will be more martial spirit characteristics on the body, and some beastization phenomena will appear. But Purple Pearl's spirit possession is different. She is directly integrated into the spirit, making the spirit completely transformed into an entity. It looks a bit similar to the martial spirit real body possessed by the soul sage. However, the difference is that she is just the physicalization of Wuhan. Therefore, it can't double the full attributes like the Wuhan real body. And all spirit abilities can be used without restriction. But even so, the Purple Pearl now incarnate as a hydra is far better than the human state in all aspects. Hiss! The huge hydra vomited a serpent letter lightly, and 3 spirit rings around it lit up, and then began to glow with blue light, its tail twisted. The whole snake instantly turned into a blue shadow, and shot towards the front. Fast, too fast. In this state, her speed is much faster than the human form. With such a terrifying speed, even the sea witch who is more than 200 meters away can't help but move slightly. Realize that I underestimated this girl. Her beautiful fish tail, which was still immersed in the sea, flicked lightly, and the waves in front of her suddenly churned up, reaching a height of 10 meters, which seemed to block all the way forward. The boiling sea water brought a rumbling noise like a monstrous momentum, but it did not overflow the range of the sea in the sea. In the face of this scene, the Hydra traversed the sea like lightning with an S-line, but did not have the slightest fear, watching the waves that hit. Without dodge or dodge, one of the heads opened its mouth wide, and the light of the flames began to condense, and then spit out, turning into a tyrannical red light and rushing straight into the waves. In a loud noise, the red light exploded and turned into a monstrous flame. Those frontal waves were burned in a big hole by the erupting flames, and there were large swaths of water vapor. At the same time, the Hydra traveled through like an electric speed, and drilled directly toward the burning cavity. Boom! Just very quickly, there was a stronger wave hitting behind, slapped heavily on the body of the Hydra. Fortunately, the sea snake was originally a sea creature. Facing the waves that hit, he just twisted his body slightly to remove the impact of the waves. While the figure was twisting, it was through the waves that hit. Go against the waves. The speed does not decrease but increases. These incoming waves are not even a threat at all to the purple pearl incarnate as a Hydra. It's not long. www.readaloud.com. Hydra soon arrived only 5 meters away from the sea witch sacred pillar platform, and victory was at hand. As a result, the tail was slammed, and the huge body suddenly rose into the air and fell straight toward the platform. While in mid-air, the huge Hydra gradually emits blue light, and then slowly begins to shrink. Day. A pair of slender feet lightly landed on the sea witch sacred pillar platform. The purple pearl steadily fell beside the sea witch. Her face was not flushed or panting. It seemed that it didn't take much effort to come here over such a long distance. The sea witch's beautiful eyes showed some approval, and she nodded to her. The first time I saw a sea snake that could breathe fire, it seems that your martial arts spirit is not simple. And I also felt a faint feeling. A sense of depression. It seems that you haven't done your best yet. Although your spirit power level is a little lower, your flaws are not concealed. Well, you are qualified to accept the Lord Poseidon's test. P.S. Alas, speechless. Many book friends say that I water. I checked it and found that there is no water. I haven't copied even a little bit of the original work. The author writes very carefully. The protagonist's strength is also steadily improving. Where does the water come from? But after careful consideration, I found that I had made a mistake. That is, the title of the book is wrong. It shouldn't be called The 9 Tests of the Sea God First. People who come through the title of the book want to see the protagonist participate in the Sea God 9 Tests B. If they don't see the chapters they want to see, they will naturally feel that they are playing pirates. Is it actually water? Otherwise, only when they see a plot that is different from what they expected, they will feel boring and watery. If my title is changed to Rise from the Sea, or Start to Become King by Conquering the Pirates, I dare to guarantee that no one will say that I am water. Alas, the wrong name was still given. But the contract has been sent out, and there is no way to change it.